Chapter 1076 Metamorphosis. VS, the directors and the top management of the company all helped with the planning of the upcoming widespread organizational changes to the LMC. Implementing all of these changes all at once was difficult to pull off successfully. No matter what, they needed support from all levels of their workforce in order to succeed in their shakeup. For that reason, the representatives from Sibyllin Asset Management introduced some consultants from a renowned Brighter consultancy firm to help with the changes. After a week of setting goals, defining their new corporate identity, and issuing various directives to guide the changes, VS delegated his remaining responsibilities to his subordinates. "I still have lots of design work ahead of me, so I can't babysit the company forever," VS said as he patted Kelsey's shoulder. "I'm putting you in charge of keeping an eye on the proceedings. Don't hesitate to warn me if you think the changes that are being planned are detrimental to my interests." The young woman nodded. "Although I can't say I'm an expert in these matters, I'll be sure to keep an eye out for any shenanigans." While VS wanted to stay involved with the upcoming transition, he couldn't neglect his design obligations. The sooner he finished designing his super medium space knight, the faster the LMC's fortunes truly improved. "It's about time for me to go on a trip to the past," he muttered. Before he did so, he addressed some other matters that remained first. After a week of recovery, Kedis finally came out of the mind-bending psychedelic experience that saw her intelligence and concentration attributes expand to transhuman levels. When VS entered the infirmary room where she had been resting all this while, he noticed that the spark in her eyes had grown strangely brighter. Considering the sensitive nature of their upcoming discussion, VS preemptively activated his privacy shield. "How are you feeling, Kedis? Have you recovered from your high now?" "I'm still getting used to the weird mess my mind is in right now. What did you drug me with last week?" Kedis eyed him with suspicion. "Your so-called candy isn't really candy, nor is it some kind of stimulant. You did something to me. My mind is so clear and focused now that it's unreal. Do you know how long it will take me to adjust to these changes? Sometimes I feel like I'm not really Kedis anymore." "You're still you, but better. The candies that I fed you are special and a very deep secret of mine. Don't ask where I got them or how they work. Just know that it has done a lot of good for you. Have you noticed that you became smarter lately?" She nodded. "It's a lot easier for me to recall the theories when I reviewed some textbooks in the last few days. Is that the candy at work?" "Yup. Let's put your newly expanded cognitive functions to the test. I have a pile of homework for you to test your improvements." VS transferred a pile of documents and assignments to her com. Each of them specifically tested her knowledge and application in different fields such as mechanics and electrical engineering. That would keep her busy for a month at the very least, as she was required to study many different textbooks in the company's internal library. While Kedis frowned a bit at the sheer amount of textbooks she needed to study, she didn't appear as resistant as before. It was kind of eerie to VS to witness the changes in Kedis. The vast increase to her concentration seemed to have changed her in a way that VS recognized a lot in himself. Perhaps he went a little overboard in raising her attributes to their human limits. How much of the original Kedis was still left? It was too late to do anything about it now that she already ingested so much candy. For better or worse, Kedis 2.0 was here to stay. VS doubted that he could obtain some kind of attribute reduction candy from the system that downgraded her back into her absent-minded self. "The aid that I've given you is very precious. Don't squander it, and don't tell anyone else," VS reiterated. He couldn't stress this point enough. "In time, you will realize the full effects of your improvements. While you can revel in your new capabilities, don't lose sight of your dreams and aspirations. The Soar Maidens and Myra would want you to succeed as a mech designer." "You're right, VS. What am I complaining about? If the candy is as amazing as you make it sound like, then I can surely catch up to you. Kitties glowed, already thinking about what heights she could reach if she became a learning monster. In order to keep Kitties on the right track, VS prepared some incentives for her. Some of the homework I've issued you is very difficult. They're the kind of tests that the Skull Architect once posed to me, but easier in difficulty. As long as you can come up with some good solutions to the holes in the designs I've presented to you, I'll give you another treat. VS pulled out a small container from his pocket and threw it up and down with his hand. Is there another candy inside? Kitties asked as her eyes honed in on the tiny box. Yup. This one doesn't improve your mind. Instead, it improves your strength. Sounds good, right? I'll definitely do my homework. Even though she became a much more capable mech designer, Kitty still hadn't forgotten her sore maiden roots. Now that she experienced the amazing effects of candy once, she had already developed a desire to consume more, especially if it improved her already formidable genetically modified body. As long as VS dangled a candy in front of her face every now and then, he was assured that she would do exactly what he wanted. Of course, a time would come when candies would stop having an effect on Kitties. By that time, VS hoped that he earned enough of her loyalty that she would remain dedicated to him without any special compensation. As VS turned off his privacy shield left the company's infirmary, he reflected on the changes he put into motion. Kitties 2.0. The Living Mech Corporation 2.0. The Avatars of Myth 2.0. Everyone and everything around him was undergoing some form of metamorphosis. While it would take a lot of time and effort for some of the transition to take place, once they finished, VS would have more power and influence at his disposal than ever before. Naturally, VS cared the most about the improvements to his genetic makeup and his attributes and skills. He retained very little of his old baseline human self prior to receiving the system. He was much further ahead in his personal evolution. If Kitties has only upgraded to version 2.0 of herself, I'm probably all the way up to version 3.5 or something. VS chuckled. She still has a lot to go before she boasts about catching up to my progress. As VS returned to his penthouse office, he spotted Gavin waiting outside the tall double doors that led inside. VS! There's an emergency. We've got a huge problem on our hands. Calm down, Gavin. What's the problem? VS frowned. We just received word from the local MTA branch office that an esteemed guest has arrived on Cloudy Curtain on an unmarked Corvette. They say that we're about to be visited by an official from the CFA. What? His good mood instantly evaporated. Worry instantly crept up V's back as he realized the import of this visit. What could possibly compel the CFA to send one of their people to a backwater like Cloudy Curtain of all places? I guess a reckoning is due, VS said grimly. Do you know when the CFA arrives at the mech nursery? I'm told they're almost here. The Corvette directly dispatched a shuttle from orbit to our headquarters a short time ago. CFA shuttles were the best in the galaxy. It took very little time for them to arrive on land. Just a few minutes later, VS and Gavin both hurried all the way up to the roof of the headquarters building and came up to a special landing pad reserved for VS and special guests. A swift and sleek-looking shuttle whose design differed remarkably from the outdated shuttles of the Starlight Megalodon descended from the air and plopped onto the landing pad without any noticeable impact. The hatch instantly slid open, revealing a single confident-looking lieutenant in CFA uniform. After several hundred years, the style of the uniform had changed in several different ways compared to the ones that VS wore himself as a fake officer of the CFA. Even so, the insignia still remained the same. VS instantly read a lot of details about the newcomer's identity from his uniform markings alone. First, he was a commissioned lieutenant junior grade of the CFA. While the rank didn't sound very impressive, that was enough for him to command authority on the entire planet. No one dared to defy the CFA in their face. Second, the lieutenant was an inspector of the CFA's Komodo naval fleet based in the Star Sector. Inspectors wielded a lot of authority when it came to investigating what they regarded as the local space peasants of the Star Sector. If this lieutenant wanted to have him killed, he merely needed to say the word and the entire Bright Republic would be out for V's blood. VS tried hard not to gulp. "Welcome to the headquarters of the Living Mech Corporation, esteemed guests from the Common Fleet Alliance. I apologize for not preparing an adequate reception for your arrival. Your visit caught us by surprise. Please spare the pleasantries, Mr. Larkinson," the lieutenant replied imperiously, not even paying any special attention to VS. "I am Lieutenant Renzi Stimmons. The Office of the Naval Inspector General of this Star Sector has dispatched me to this dirtball of a planet to investigate your involvement in an incident related to one of our long-lost battleships in the frontier." Very well. Let's take this discussion in my office." VS waved Gavin away and led Lieutenant Stimmons to his office. Its imposing decor might have intimidated regular people, but it had no effect at all to a lieutenant from the CFA. After they took their seats, the lieutenant let VS stew for a moment. "What do you want to know from me, Lieutenant?" VS asked, breaking the unsettling silence between the two. The lieutenant activated a signal jammer attached to his belt. Only until the field took effect did he speak openly. "I have come here for two purposes. First, we are interviewing every notable individual involved with the matter related to the Starlight Megalodon. Second, we are here to retrieve the stolen property in your possession." VS cursed inside his mind. This inspector came too quickly and without warning on purpose. If word got out beforehand that someone from the CFA came to Cloudy Curtain, then VS would have been able to smuggle the goods he looted from the Starlight Megalodon out of the Mech Nursery's vault and hide them elsewhere. "Am I in trouble, Lieutenant?" "That remains to be seen. The Bright Republic has already provided a satisfactory explanation to the CFA. As long as you cooperate to the fullest extent, we have no cause to direct any further attention to you, Mr. Larkinson. You should thank your patrons for taking responsibility for your actions." VS smiled in relief. It sounded like he wouldn't be dragged away from his company by the CFA. His connection to the Tovar family already paid off by getting the CFA to relent. He didn't even want to know what would have happened if the Tovar family or the Bright Republic failed to cover his back. Even though he only participated on this mission on behalf of the Republic, the CFA might not see it that way. Still, the thought of losing all of his precious gains from the Aeon Corona mission made him despair. Chapter 1077 Innocent AC. VS spent an hour answering the questions posed by Lieutenant Stimmons. They related to what he witnessed on the surface of Aeon Corona 7, how he wormed his way into the Starlight Megalodon, what he did with his supposed rank in the CFA, and more. From the knowledge that the lieutenant exhibited, VS knew that much of it probably came from when his CFA issued Officer Com inadvertently connected to the CFA's fleet network. Much of the rest probably came from questioning the other survivors of the Aeon Corona mission, such as Captain Orphan. However, the lieutenant also possessed obvious gaps in knowledge that VS made sure to keep as unfulfilled as possible. While VS could never blatantly lie to an inspector of the CFA, he could still resort to lies by omission. No matter what, VS could never reveal any details about Sigrand or his Holy Son's status. "Please list each research project on the Starlight Megalodon that you've accessed or participated in. Be as complete as possible. Describe every virtual AI you've met on the ship. Explain to me what you believe to be the cause of the abrupt halt to the Starlight Megalodon's FTL drives. Why did the long-dormant Sandman mothership entangled with the battleship suddenly freed itself from its stasis? What did you encounter when you entered the lab of Project Icarus? Ves put every part of his persuasive ability to use in weaving a tale of omissions and minor misdirections to the lieutenant. For his part, Stimmons listened to his answers with a bored expression, as if he felt it was beneath him to be dispatched to Cloudy Curtain in the first place. Taking a gamble, Ves tried to reinforce the impression that he was a nobody and that Stimmons should be spending his time elsewhere by using his underdeveloped spirituality to use. While it was a huge risk to employ his spirituality directly in front of someone from the CFA, Ves was reasonably certain that Stimmons was just a norm. Sure, he probably received the best genetic optimization treatments afforded to someone of his rank, but he was just an inspector. Ves maintained his facade as a cooperative witness while he concentrated his mind. He shaped his spirituality in a form akin to a mech pilot's force of will. While he was very clumsy in this regard, he nonetheless succeeded in forming a spiritual field around him that emphasized his innocence and cluelessness. Above all else, Ves wanted to give the impression that he was just a random mech designer who got involved in the Starlight Megalodon by coincidence. There was nothing special about him at all beside his coincidental presence on the battleship. Whether it worked or not, Ves couldn't tell, because Lieutenant Stimmons appeared disinterested in the entire proceedings from the start. Still, all Ves cared about was that he managed to give nothing away about his most critical secrets. Perhaps it worked, because Lieutenant Stimmons never asked once about Sigrand or anything related to the monstrous mainframe in Project Icarus lab. Ves already agreed on a cover story with Calabast if he ever faced scrutiny from the CFA. The line of nonsense he fed to the inspector would completely match Calabast's own story if the CFA ever came to corroborate his words. Such preparation allowed him to survive the tense questioning session without exposing any information that he didn't want the CFA to know. After a while, Stimmons ended the session and stood up. "Very well. I have heard enough. Now bring me to the assets you've appropriated from the Starlight Megalodon so I can arrange for them to be taken back. Now, before you pull any tricks, know that every piece of CFA gear can be detected by us even if you bury it right into the center of this planet. I wouldn't dare to hide the salvage I brought back from the Aeon Corona system." Ves smiled and laughed awkwardly. There was no way that Ves could avoid this. He reluctantly led Lieutenant Stimmons to a set of elevators that successively brought them all the way down to the vault floor. As Ves slowly unlocked the stringent security measures of the vault door and stepped inside, he went to the portion of the vault that stored his spoils from the CFA. As the pair entered the vault room in question, they came across a stack of crates. Ves blinked a bit. Shouldn't there be an entire CFA shuttle stored inside? Where was his Squalin Field Engineer light combat armor? Where was his advanced CFA officer-grade comm? Despite the inexplicable absence, he quickly recovered. Ahem. This is the sum total of my spoils from the Starlight Megalodon. What is the meaning of this? Stimmons said with a dangerous edge in his tone. This should not be the extent of the assets that you've stolen from the CFA. This is all of it, sir, Ves said while maintaining an innocent act. You can look wherever you want, but I haven't kept anything from the CFA other than these crates. The lieutenant walked up to the stack of crates and opened one of them to reveal a pile of vintage nutrient packs. The man fished out one of the packs from the crate and studied it before throwing it aside. He fished out a dozen more packs, but all he found was more of the same. Nutrient packs. Of all the goods that you have possibly taken from the Starlight Megalodon, you only brought back some worthless nutrient packs. Are you out of your mind? Where is our shuttle? Where is our 15-99 Squalin? We don't have them, sir. I only dared to retain some nutrient packs as a souvenir. I would never dare to backtake something of actual value to the CFA. Ves innocently shrugged from the side. This was a very precarious moment to Ves right now. Even though he also wondered where most of his CFA stuff had disappeared to, he decided to put his faith in this welcome turn events. In the background, VS kept emanating a spiritual field that reinforced his act. VS was just a clueless bystander. He never made off with expensive CFA gear. There was nothing special to see here. Lieutenant Stimmons furrowed his brows. He eventually raised his hand and activated his modern CFA comm. A strong pulse came from above and instantly encompassed the entire mech nursery down to the underground vault and below. VS widened his eyes. The small corvette that Stimmons had traveled upon possessed the most powerful scanners that he had ever experienced. He felt as if nothing could be hidden from the scan that just passed through his body. As VS surreptitiously tried to see what Stimmons was doing with his comm, he noticed that the inspector was performing a number of broad, wide-area scans over the entirety of Cloudy Curtain. The lieutenant wasn't lying when he claimed that he possessed the ability to track down CFA gear. Unfortunately for him, the only result the corvette in orbit spat back was the crates of vintage nutrient packs stored in this very vault. Aside from the crates, the planet contained nothing else from the CFA. Worthless! Stimmons yelled out in frustration as he lurched his arm and threw the open crate onto the ground, causing it to spill its contents of ancient nutrient packs. Explain! Where are the rest of our assets? I don't know, sir. Did you smuggle them out? No. Did you sell them or trade them away? I did not. You are free to audit my company and my finances. You'll find nothing amiss, I'm sure of it, sir. After some fruitless questioning, Lieutenant Stimmons growled in frustration while staring daggers at VS. This visit did not proceed the way he envisioned. For a moment, VS felt as if he had entered a dangerous moment. Stimmons might take him into custody in order to account for the missing gear. However, the subtle aura of innocence and cluelessness around him made it seem as if there was no point in paying any further interest in VS. Eventually, the lieutenant decided against such drastic action. He stormed off towards the exit. Get out of this underground hole, you filthy space peasant! I will investigate the whereabouts of our missing assets further. If I find out that you have hidden them away, then not even the Tovars can save you from our wrath. VS stared at the pile of spilled nutrient packs with a pain in his heart before turning around to help Stimmons return to his shuttle parked on the roof of the LMC's headquarters. Once the lieutenant to perform a follow-up investigation or something, VS gently sighed as the shuttle whipped into orbit with amazing speed. Aware that the CFA might have left some bugs behind, VS refrained from dropping his act. He tried to look as hapless as possible as he slowly departed from the roof and made his way back down to the vault. He also called for Kelsey to meet him at the entrance of the vault. Back when he transferred his CFA comm, his CFA shuttle and his CFA combat armor to the Barracuda, Kelsey was responsible for storing them there once the ship arrived at Cloudy Curtain. If anyone knew where the rest of his CFA spoils aside from his nutrient packs disappeared to, it should be Kelsey. Some time later, both VS and Kelsey arrived at the vault. Lucky seemed to have returned from wherever he disappeared to and clung on Kelsey's shoulder while being petted by the woman. VS first looked to Lucky. Are there any spy bugs here? Meow. Lucky shook his head while it was being scratched by Kelsey's fingers. Even though he trusted Lucky's judgment, VS activated his privacy shield to be sure. Only then did he turn to Kelsey. If you haven't heard already, we just received a visit from an inspector of the CFA. Not only did he question me about certain matters, but he also came to retrieve the CFA assets that I've shipped back to the company. You wouldn't happen to know where they are right now, do you? Kelsey looked pensive all of a sudden. Before you ask, it's safe to talk within this interference field. Neither the CFA nor anyone else will be able to eavesdrop on us, Kelsey. That's not what I was hesitating about, she said as her discomfort deepened. She clung a bit tighter to Lucky. The truth is that the shuttle, the suit of armor, and the comm is gone. Gone? What do you mean gone? They're gone. They no longer exist. Did you sell them or something to help keep the company afloat? No, nothing like that. The LMC wasn't that desperate. Did someone else like the MTA or the Bright Republic come and confiscate the stuff? Kelsey shook her head again. No. Then what happened? Lucky ate it all. He munched on all of your stuff until it's all gone. Your comm, your combat armor, and your shuttle has all been digested by your cat. What? VS almost couldn't believe what he heard. His astonished eyes on Lucky, who immediately noticed the attention directed against him. Lucky stopped squinting his eyes in pleasure and innocently met his owner's increasingly angry gaze. Lucky? Tell me. Is Kelsey telling the truth? Did you eat all of my gear? Meow. VS knew better than to parse the meaning out of that meaningless meow. Instead, he focused his gaze and quietly activated his system's sight. Pet status. Name, Lucky. Owner, Ves Larkinson. Rank, exceptional, exclusive. Level 5. Skills. Gem excretion V. Communications 3. Energy clause 3. ECM 4. Gravity manipulation 4. Regeneration I. Sharp senses 3. Spirituality I. Level 5? And what were all of these skills? VS doubted no further. There was no way that VS could have leveled up twice and acquired all of these new skills so easily. The only explanation on hand that made sense was that Lucky really ate all of his valuable and expensive CFA gear. The expensive exotics and valuable materials that made them so valuable must have been an irresistible temptation to his gluttonous cat. Lucky! Get over here! VS made a grab at Lucky, who yelled in surprise and instantly turned intangible. Spit out my squalin! That's the best armor that I've ever laid my hands upon, but now it's gone because you couldn't control your appetite. Pay me back! Meow! Lucky wasn't stupid enough to remain within the vault. The cat took advantage of his intangible state and instantly phased through the floor and fled deeper underground. Chapter 1078 Phase 2. VS stared at the crates of nutrient packs in dismay. Aside from them, he retained nothing else from the Aeon Corona mission. He lost his CFA shuttle with its amazing ECM systems. He lost his 15-99 Squalin Field Engineer armor with integrated minifab system. He also lost his CFA officer-grade comm. His heart ached with the losses. Even though Lieutenant Stimmons would have likely taken them away anyway, he still felt awful that Lucky got to be the final beneficiary. Tell me, Kelsey, how can you let Lucky get away with eating my stuff? We didn't know. I think Lucky was too hungry for valuable exotics. Kelsey looked apologetic. Back when times were good, we followed your instructions and fed him a steady diet of ores. However, when we needed to cut back on expenses, every million credits counted, so we reduced the value of ores we supplied to Lucky. He must have been frustrated at the years of deprivation, so he sought alternatives. So he went straight to the vault? You know as well as I do that no barrier can stop him. This vault is surrounded by meters armor plating. Nothing ought to be able to burrow inside. I transferred your CFA equipment in the vault with the reassurance that no one would be able to breach it without setting off an alarm. Somehow, Lucky avoided getting detected while he snuck inside. At that point, he held free rein to do whatever he wanted. It wasn't until months later when I needed to retrieve something else from the vault that I came upon the remnants of the shuttle. The bite marks instantly made it obvious who was responsible. Lucky, Ves grumbled resentfully. His willful cat became more and more unbridled. His ability to turn intangible not only made every physical barrier a joke in his eyes, but now his ability to sneak became much stronger due to the ECM abilities he somehow assimilated from his meals. Lucky's communications, ECM, gravity manipulation, and sharp senses all seemed to stem from the shuttle, armor, and his comm. Even his gem excretion had been upgraded to the 5th tier, perhaps by incorporating aspects of the minifab system. And while the system site did not list out how much more resilient Lucky's exterior shell became, it must have received a substantial boost as well. This was supposed to be my gear when I chose to go on an excursion in the frontier, he lamented. I would have been assured of my safety if I could make use of them. Now I no longer have the confidence to enter the frontier anytime soon. As much as he pined over his losses, Ves slowly recovered. That Lucky ultimately benefited at the CFA's expense was not a major misdeed. A more capable Lucky would be able to substitute for the role his CFA gear played in a much more inconspicuous package. For example, he wouldn't be able to bring his CFA shuttle with all of its features everywhere, particularly indoors. However, he could bring along Lucky wherever he went. He could even develop a purposeful habit of doing so whenever he visited somewhere. Once people got used to seeing him with his cat, they would just mentally shrug it off as a quirk. Plenty of mech designers possessed unusual habits, so Ves wouldn't be any different for bringing his mechanical cat along. Please leave, Ves stated to Kelsey after a short moment of contemplation. Just leave me with my nutrient packs. Okay, sir, if that's what you want. He didn't blame Kelsey for her oversight in this matter. Who knew that Lucky would pull off something like this? The gluttonous cat ate almost everything made of metal and composite materials, leaving only the nutrient packs alone due to their organic content. Ves walked up to the strewn crate that had spilled a bunch of nutrient packs on the floor. He bent down, picked up the crate, and carefully stuffed the spilled nutrient packs back into the crate. Worthless, huh? Ves smiled sardonically. To me, they're treasures. After stuffing all of the packs back into the crate, he put it down and moved towards the other crates. He lifted the top crates and put it aside. He repeated the process until he came to the bottommost crate. After opening it, he reached down his arm through the pile of nutrient packs and searched for something buried in the middle. After his fingers touched upon a small box, he grasped it and took it out. Ha! At least I still have this. He laughed as he opened the small box, revealing the Archimedes Rabal organic brain implant held in perpetual stasis. It's surprising how many people look right past a bunch of nutrient packs. When Ves witnessed Lieutenant Stimmons calling down some penetrating, wide-area scans from the Corvette up in orbit, he made a prediction. He guessed that as powerful as the wide-area scans appeared, they didn't offer much detail. It would be too exaggerated if a small Corvette, even of CFA make, could scan an entire terrestrial planet and expose every dirty little secret down to the nanometer. A modern CFA battleship might possess the capacity to do so, but Ves refused to believe that the CFA would invest so much resources in outfitting a mere Corvette with such a powerful scanning system. While the Archimedes Rabal was of indeterminate value right now, Ves held high hopes for it once he found a means to double-check its biological programming. It's always better to improve my own core capabilities than to outfit myself with gear. Ves was a mech designer, so anything that directly improved his ability to design mechs took precedence over anything else. After he became reassured that he still retained the Archimedes Rabal, he returned it to the crate and put everything back in order. Right now wasn't the time to make use of what remained in the vault. A couple of days went by as Ves tried to get over his losses. He supervised the planning around the upcoming transformation of the LMC. In order to make it clear to the workforce that the company would be undergoing a major transition, the planners came up with a name for it: Phase 2. Phase 2 signified that the LMC at its current state was only the first step in its evolution. The LMC at Phase 1 only served as a starting point for the company in its first years of existence. "The LMC is only 5 years old," Ves muttered. "It is remarkable how much it has grown. From operating a single second-hand 3D printer and assembly system to operating 17 entire production lines at once, hardly any starting mech designer in the Bright Republic can compare to my growth." He stated this with confidence because he knew it was true. Aside from some aberrant mech designers such as Patricia Schneider and Edwin McKinney, hardly any mech designer under 30 stood a chance at advancing to journeyman before their 30s. Phase 2 revolved around the assumption that Ves would succeed in advancing when he was still young in the eyes of the mech industry. The boost that he and his company received from his new status as a truly capable mech designer would definitely lead to a rapid growth in brand recognition and reputation. These factors in turn resulted in vastly higher sales for any mech designs he published as a journeyman. Naturally, no one knew for sure if Ves would be able to advance to journeyman or remain stuck at the bottleneck that stifled the vast majority of apprentices. Even though Ves knew for sure that would be able to pass this barrier with his abundant spirituality, no one else possessed this information, so many people reserved their judgment. "That's fine. I'll show the mech industry soon enough that my growth is limitless." Phase 2 aimed to transform two different aspects about the company. The first and most technical one would be to streamline its operations and to rearrange its governance and corporate structure to better cope with the growth. Different departments and divisions of the LMC gained more autonomy and clearer instructions on what they should work on. The hierarchy became clearer and everyone knew where they stood within the company. Of particular note to Ves that he personally pushed to overhaul the entire production department. As the department responsible for operating the production lines, its importance to the company was pivotal, yet there weren't enough checks to prevent abuse and waste in his opinion. Having learned a thing or two from the KNG, Ves pushed for added controls. Though this came at the expense of chief technicians, Ves simply found it far too risky to make them have the final say on certain matters. "As long as several people keep an eye on each other, they won't be able to pull off anything shady without the company's say-so." There were good chief technicians and bad chief technicians. The problem he encountered at the KNG that he also spotted at the LMC was that too many people put their faith in the integrity of the chief technicians. Just because they were older and possessed more qualifications didn't mean that they could do an incalculable amount of damage if they went rogue. Even though the chief technicians howled and some of the managers expressed concerns, Ves still pushed through with these specific reforms. Ves was way too paranoid to allow a nefarious organization like the Bentheim Liberation Movement to repeat the same tricks on his own company. Aside from these necessary organizational changes, Ves also paid close attention to the effort to instill the LMC with a clear corporate identity. With the help of various experts from within and without, the LMC gradually began to indoctrinate the workforce with the principles of the company. The new company motto appeared everywhere. From the front of the headquarters to the letterhead of official documents, the LMC constantly reinforced that they were more than just a mech company. "We are creating partners that our customers can depend upon." Even if the majority of the LMC's workforce lacked the capability to understand the profundity of the company's motto, all the mandatory indoctrination sessions they went through at least put them on the same page. All they needed to know was that the LMC revolved around designing and selling mechs that enabled mech pilots to exhibit their full potential. "Our products may not be the flashiest, most cost-efficient, or the most high-performing mechs on the market, but they are the most dependable partners to our mech pilots. Our customers recognize the effort and care we put into our mechs, from the start of their design all the way to production. We should take pride in working for a company that produces mechs that truly come alive when partnered with mech pilots. Each employee witnessed the reactions from their most enthusiastic customers. There were already a handful of Blackbeak and Crystal Lord mech pilots who came to love their mechs. Showing off their appreciation to the people that made it possible for these mechs to be produced and sold to these mech pilots always managed to lift everyone's spirit. Their work had meaning. Naturally, it would take a lot more effort than company-wide indoctrination sessions to fully align the workforce to the principles derived from V's design philosophy. Nonetheless, with the top of the company largely on board with this initiative, VS became assured that the company was on the right track of implementing the most important changes. With nothing urgent on the agenda anymore, VS wanted to resume working on his design. In order to do that, he still needed to upgrade one more aspect about himself. It's time. After making sure he delegated everything that needed to be addressed for the foreseeable week, VS retreated back to his private lab and prepared to go on another time-bending trip into the past. However, before he did so, he encountered a meek and apologetic Lucky. VS stared flatly at Lucky floating in front of him. "It's rather late of you to beg for forgiveness." Meow. "Don't you meow at me. You ate my stuff. It's one thing to snack on the company's inventory of exotics. It's an entirely different thing when you ate an entire CFA shuttle down to its FTL drive." Meow. Chapter 1079 Spoils of Gluttony. If Lucky thought that VS would forgive him after meowing a few times, then the cat had another thing coming. "Do you know how much all of that CFA gear is worth? Even if they're 300 years out of date, the materials I could have gained from recycling them would have been enough to repay the LMC's debt at least 100 times over. All of that is gone now, digested in your belly to satisfy your gluttony." Even though Lucky often took liberties with what he was permitted to do, this time he truly went beyond the pale. VS felt as if he was an exasperated parent trying to rein his hyperactive son. He knew he needed to stay firm in setting boundaries. This time, Lucky's cuteness wouldn't be able to save him from V's ire. Meow! Lucky turned intangible and phased through the wall of the lab. The cat returned shortly afterwards with a very shiny red gem between its teeth. Lucky turned tangible just long enough to drop the gem in his mouth. It was bigger than any of Lucky's gems that VS had ever seen. It even shined on its own. "How can that be?" Curious, studied it with his system sight after making sure his privacy shield was still active. Furnace of regret. The anguish of a forgotten terror is encapsulated in this gem. Increases the efficiency of the power reactor of a mech by 30%. What? 30%? VS rubbed his eyes, but the same figure remained within his sight. 30%. What concept was that? All the other gems that Lucky's excreted before never managed to achieve such a major boost on a core function of a mech. Forget about 30%, even a 3% increase in efficiency is enough to propel a well-crafted mech into a masterpiece. A 30% increase meant that any mech that carried the so-called furnace of regret gained a massive boost in endurance. Not only would it be able to remain deployed for longer stretches of time, it was also able to sustain itself in intensive battles for longer without compromising its energy reserves. This is the perfect gem for an energy-intensive mech such as a Crystal Lord. A gem that boosted a core parameter of a mech so drastically could never be exposed. If VS guessed correctly, this little red gem could be applied to any machine that fell under the definition of mech. No matter if it's a cheap third-class bargain bin mech or a priceless first-class cutting-edge mech developed by the best mech designers in the Galactic Center, the power of the furnace of regret probably works equally well on both. What if a gem like this got attached to Ves Larkinson's expert mech? If I recall, Ganso specializes in piloting space-borne rifleman mechs. With the furnace of regret, his cousin would definitely be able to dominate in space now that his mech became 30% more capable of persisting in battle. Ganso would have less scruples about conserving his energy, and allow him to last longer in duels against other expert pilots. This was where Ves saw the true value in this gem, and any gems comparable in power. Rather than empowering other people's mechs for a profit, Ves would rather reserve them for the avatars of myth, giving them an undeniable edge in battle. Ves turned his attention back to his willful pet. Do you have more gems like this, Lucky? Meow! Lucky darted through the wall and returned with a small sack of gems. When Lucky opened the sack and studied the handful of gems, he became increasingly impressed by their boosts. They were unlike any gems that Lucky had ever produced before. Horned Devil's Visage. The echo of an extinct alien race is captured within this gem. Increases the sensor range of a mech by 40%. Remnant Supernova. The remnants of a supernova that wiped out an entire alien race is contained within this gem. Increases the damage inflicted by directed energy weapons by 25%. Fist of the Faithful. The memory of a punch that changed the course of the galaxy resides in this gem. Increases the impact damage inflicted by a mech by 30%. Sin of Altruism. The valor of a great sacrifice by an alien warrior is housed within this gem. Increases the damage resistance of external armor plating by 20%. Ardent Wish. The determination of a great human mech pilot is caught within this gem. Increase the spiritual feedback of a mech by 40%. What is it with these descriptions? Although the system designated Lucky as a gem cat, Ves never paid too much attention to the gem aspect. Small boosts in performance such as a 5% higher heat capacity was so marginal that no one would actually notice any difference. Their only use so far to Ves was to implant them into his gold label mechs to partially justify their exorbitant price premium. Yet to jump straight from 5% to 30% was so huge that Ves puzzled why Lucky's gem excretion V differed so massively from gem excretion 3. Did his cat acquire the ability to drop these amazing gems after gorging himself with high-grade exotics and assimilating the Squalen's mini-fab system? Are you able to produce more gems like this, Lucky? Meow. Lucky partially shook his head. So you're only able to do so when you consume high-grade exotics. Meow. Oh. Ves expected something like this. Nothing came for free. These supernatural gems might come with fantastic effects, but that performance emerged after Lucky ate a whole bunch of priceless materials. Even so, as long as Ves fed Lucky with something mildly valuable, he guessed that the high-ranked ability would still be able to pump out gems of significant strength, such as increasing a major parameter by 15%. The gift of the gems and the possibility of obtaining more treasures like this assuaged V's ire towards his pet. To be frank, the potential of his gem cat's primary function vastly outweighed the benefits of retaining his old CFA gear. The former directly improved the capabilities of some of his mechs. The latter only helped him out a bit during crises and expeditions. Ves knew quite well which one he should appreciate the most. These 5 gems alone can empower the personal mechs of Melker, Chet, Janzi, and Road to New Heights. The most remarkable curiosity about the new gems was that despite the melodramatic descriptions provided by the system, Ves did not feel any spirituality around them. Did the gems actually capture the souls or spiritual remnants of long-dead entities in a form that Ves couldn't perceive, or was the system talking out of its butt in order to hype up their value? Ves pursed his lips. Just because I can't sense anything doesn't mean it's absent. Perhaps the gems are so good at containment that none of their potency is allowed to leak out. Right now, Ves didn't have the means to decipher the secrets of Lucky's gems. All he really cared about at the moment was taking advantage of his gem cat's massive improvement in this area. He turned his attention back to Lucky, who waited for his reaction. "All right, Lucky. You know me too well. You succeeded in bribing me. As long as you keep pumping out gems that are at least close to the quality of these gifts, you'll remain in my good books. I'll be sure to arrange a shipment of exotics for you to munch on sometime later." Meow. Only until now did Lucky feel reassured enough to turn tangible and land down on V's shoulder. For his part, Ves stroked Lucky's back. He needed to treat this treasure-generating machine well. That he came in the form of a cute artificial cat was just an added bonus. "Hee, keep up the good work, Lucky," he said as he stuffed the small sack of gems into the pocket of his business attire. Now that the two made up, Ves locked himself inside the isolated chamber within the lab without any further concerns. He regained the reassurance that Lucky would look out for his safety while the system dragged his mind back to the past. As Ves was about to embark on his third mastery experience, he centered his mind in order to enter his peak condition. "This time will be different," he stated, more to himself than to Lucky floating above his head. The previous times, the system just randomly threw his consciousness into the mind of someone who piloted a specific type of mech. The situation the mech pilots fell in was always dangerous and precarious. The pressure subjected to the mech pilot also affected Ves as well, giving him very little opportunity to do anything else but observe and guide his host. Now that Ves thought back on his previous two mastery experiences, he regretted that he hadn't been able to test whether he could leave his own mark behind. What if he was able to exert more control over the mech pilot? "My spirituality is stronger than ever. I shouldn't be at the mercy of the mech pilot this time if I apply my strength." At the heart of it, the mastery experience was about experiencing the perspective of a mech pilot firsthand. It didn't say anything about baring their souls to each other. The two minds didn't even need to treat each other fairly in the first place, as demonstrated by his second mastery experience. "If the first tier of mastery puts me in the mind of a regular mech pilot, then their mental and spiritual strength will always pale compared to my own. Let's see how I can make use of this difference." After setting a plan, Ves activated his comm and entered the system's skill tree. He sought out the relevant mastery and paused for a moment. Space Knight Mastery I, 40,000 DP. Compared to many other skills and sub-skills, 40,000 DP sounded like an exorbitant price. Yet that was only on the surface. The benefits gained from this experience remained relevant for the rest of his career. To be honest, he actually found the price of the first tier of mastery to be rather cheap for all the improvements it brought to his design perspective. Not that Ves would ever tell the system that. Here goes nothing. Ves pressed the option to redeem the mastery for a whopping 40,000 DP. Just as Ves already started to feel the pain at spending so much DP in one go, the system abruptly hooked his consciousness with an invisible hook and forcefully pulled it out of his body and entered an invisible tunnel it conjured out of nowhere. An indeterminate amount of time passed as Ves failed to maintain his lucidity throughout the mental transit. The system's grip on his consciousness was tighter than ever. Ves faintly believed that if he tried to influence the system with his spirituality, he would absolutely get crushed by the crushing strength at the system's disposal. Before he knew it, Ves regained wits when the trip abruptly ended. The first thing he did was to minimize his presence. He did not wish to repeat his second mastery experience where his host mistook Ves for a devil and actively resisted his help. Only until Ves became assured that he hadn't made an impact on the mind of his host did Ves slowly extend his mental feelers. He carefully traced the mind of the mech pilot until he found a way to patch into the senses of his host. Vision came to Ves at first. He studied the view of the mech pilot, and saw that his host sat in the middle of a grungy conference room that looked as if cleaning bots hadn't visited it for at least 50 years. A mech company's worth of mercenaries sat in the conference room, each directing their attention to the mercenary commander presenting some sort of plan to the audience. V's host happened to be one of the mech pilots sitting at the front. "All right, boys and girls. I know it's been a tough time this last decade while we've been trapped in this pocket of space," the grizzled mercenary commander said as he gestured at the projection of a local plot in space. "While we still don't know what the silent nomad and the pure will star sectors are fighting over in this spatial anomaly, we finally found a way out." Commander?" V's host raised her arm. He found to his alarm that he occupied the mind of a female mech pilot this time. "How in the hell did you manage to do that?" The mercenary commander grinned. "It's due to the new friends we found along the way. Let me introduce you to a very special guest. Please welcome Morin Drenad of the Angel's Wing Foundation." Chapter 1080 Dark Sphere. The Angel's Wing Foundation. Ves never expected to encounter them in this mastery experience. Perhaps he could gain some insights on them before he made use of his bronze invitation card. Upon the mercenary commander's introduction, a thin man entered the conference room and reached the front. The newcomer paused and gazed at the mech pilots present with oddly serpentine eyes. "As mentioned by your leader, my name is Morin Drenad. I am here on behalf of the remnants of an outfit that has suffered a worse fate than your mercenary corps. Over the last 10 years, many fleets have all stumbled upon the dark sphere and became trapped inside this pocket space. As one of the earlier victims, I admire your ability to persist and survive under these arduous circumstances." Everyone straightened their backs in pride, including V's host. The insurmountable Drakes prided themselves on their perseverance. Unfortunately, as all of us have learned in time, the dark sphere possesses a valuable resource that has sent the ruling powers of the nearby star sectors crazy. While the main forces of the war has dedicated most of their efforts on fighting against each other, either side wishes independent outfits such as your insurmountable Drakes to make it out alive where you are in a position to expose the existence of the dark sphere. Everyone knew this very well. Both the silent nomad and the pure will star sectors did everything in their power to eliminate any forces not belonging to their own. They especially did not wish for any third parties to make it out with a stash of the unique resource that could be found in the dark sphere. The indigenous astral life forms found within the heart of the dark sphere are extraordinary in many ways. The tissue taken from defeated alpha star spawn has several remarkable properties that I don't need to mention to you. It is this vital resource that has encouraged both star sectors to maintain a stranglehold on the only known exits of the dark sphere. Not only that, but the space-borne forces of both star sectors also scoured the dark sphere for any inadvertent stragglers in order to hunt them down to extinction. It didn't even matter if the insurmountable Drakes hailed from the silent nomad star sector themselves. Just due to the fact that they stumbled upon the dark sphere was enough of a reason to silence them permanently with extreme prejudice. The insurmountable Drakes used to number more than just a mech company worth of mechs. Years of battle, hiding, flight and scavenging left this once respectable mercenary corps into a beggar-like remnant fleet that only managed to field a full mech company because of the friendly stragglers they picked up along the way. "How can we get out then if the star sector rulers don't want us to escape?" Eloise Pelican asked. "Good question. Let me explain." As Ves discreetly drew upon the memories of his host, he learned her name and some of the details about her life. Elios Pelican served as a mech lieutenant of the insurmountable Drakes. Before the mercenary corps became trapped within the dark sphere, she was just a regular mech pilot. Yet years of trying to survive in the dark sphere had constantly gotten other mech officers killed. Eloise Pelican matured rapidly during the conflict, and became increasingly more proficient in piloting her old and battered Space Knight. As the briefing went on, Moore and Drenad began to outline their escape opportunity. They would be joining forces with several remnant outfits that were also trapped within the dark sphere and make a concerted effort to assault one of the only known exits of this bizarre pocket space. This exit is guarded by a strong garrison from the silent Nomad Star sector. After months of analysis and preparation, we believe we stand the best chance of breaking out of the dark sphere by assaulting this guarded exit, Morin said. Eloise frowned. There are thousands of mechs and hundreds of turrets on guard at that fortified exit. We know because we scouted it out before. How many mechs do we have on our side? Merely a couple of hundred, the insurmountable drakes included, the odd man readily admitted. While it is not possible for us to break through the space fortifications the silent Nomad Star sector has built around the exit through brute force, we are prepared to employ a stratagem to even the odds. What are you planning to do? We are keeping that under wraps. Only your commander is allowed to know some of the details. The commander of the insurmountable drakes intervened at this moment. It's fine, Eloise. Mr. Drenad has come up with a workable plan. The man from the Angel's Wing Foundation smiled. Aside from our main stratagem, we also intend to provide you with some aid in order to tip the balance in our favor. We are prepared to issue each mech pilot with a special performance enhancement stimulant that can substantially raise your performance for a short time. What are the side effects of your stimulant? Another mech pilot asked. Oh, you will be out of it for at least a day, but the crash won't happen until a couple of hours has passed. Hopefully that should be enough time for us to fight our way through the silent Nomad defenses and slip out of the dark sphere. More questions poured in, and Moore impatiently answered them all, though whether he gave a complete answer or not was up for grabs. Ves eyed the proceedings critically. This was by far the strangest mastery experience so far. The previous 2 times he engaged in a mastery, his consciousness entered the mind of a mech pilot involved in a conventional war. This time was very different. It echoed his mission from the frontier because the dark sphere seemed to have isolated the forces trapped inside from the rest of the galaxy. The insurmountable drakes had been stuck in the dark sphere for a decade, and they never came close to escaping this peculiar space until now. After answering a bunch of questions with vague non-answers, Moore and Drenad departed from the conference room. The mercenary commander addressed a few more topics before ending the briefing. Lieutenant Eloise Pelican sighed. While most of the other mech pilots wearily stepped out of the conference room in order to prepare for their daily patrols or to remain on standby, she approached the commander for a personal talk. Commander Pritchard, she said, are you sure this Mr. Drenad can be trusted? Whether he's trustworthy or not, Mr. Drenad wants to get out of here as much as we do, the commander replied with a gruff voice. I reckon that we can rely on that at the very least. Would you rather decline this opportunity to band together and make a concerted effort in breaking through? Pritchard led the insurmountable drakes during all this time without ever buckling completely. Even so, the pain of losing so many subordinates left their mark on the commander's psyche. Commander, we all want to get out of the dark sphere, Eloise said softly. A strong emotional pain emanated from the depths of her heart, almost flooding Ves with sympathy. Eloise was a mother who left a young son behind. As long as you say so, we'll go along with the plan and fight to get out. We trust in your leadership. Thank you, Lieutenant. The man nonetheless sighed. Sometimes I feel unworthy of all of the faith you've put into me. The insurmountable Drake still lives, but we no longer have the numbers we have before. Half of our ranks weren't even part of us before we entered the dark sphere. Too many old friends have died and too many strangers have taken up their places. We do what we must to survive. That is why I have decided to go along with Mr. Drenad's plan. I've heard whispers about the Angel's Wing Foundation, They're a very powerful black market influence. While it's always dangerous to get involved with the black market, the people who make a living there value their credibility. That should mean something here. Perhaps unconsciously influenced by V's own skeptical attitude, Eloise remained doubtful that the plan would pan out the way the insurmountable Drakes wanted to. Yet she also knew that they were at the end of their ropes. With the abominable lack of supplies and the deteriorating state of their carriers and mechs, it was doubtful whether the Drakes could persist for another year. After a terse discussion, Eloise finally separated from Commander Pritchard and returned to her own quarters on the stained salamander. The old ship was one of the only 2 mech carriers that the Drakes still managed to retain after these harrowing years. "My son!" Eloise sighed as she conjured up a projection of a smiling baby from her calm. "I will return to you someday. No matter if the entire silent nomad star sector stands in my way, I will break the entire star sector if that is what it takes for me to reunite with you." The strong, roiling emotions inside Eloise's mind made Ves feel as if he was riding a shuttle that decided to take a joyride through space while deactivating its inertial dampeners. The strong maternal love that Ves became exposed to practically sent him into a tizzy. It took all of his concentration to avoid getting swept in Eloise's strong desire to reunite with her son. Above all else, Ves needed to remain calm and remain in control of his own emotions. Only by maintaining a clear mind would he be able to influence Eloise without alerting the mech pilot of his presence in her mind. Mentally, he cursed the system for dragging his consciousness to the mind of such a sentimental female mech pilot. Couldn't it have paid more attention to his gender and put him into the mind of a simple, male mech pilot? In any case, after pining over her son for a time, Eloise shut the projection and left her quarters. She took the elevator down the lower decks of the stained salamander. Grime, burn marks, and inconsistently repaired deck and bulkhead plating showed that the salamander suffered heavy damage over the years. While the ramshackle jury-rigged repairs appeared sloppy, Ves admired the way the crew of the ship managed to keep the salamander afloat with a dire lack of supplies. Once Eloise entered one of the mech hangar bays, she approached one of the imposing mechs being readied for deployment. She piloted a Space Knight. Ves already knew that. Seeing it through Eloise's eyes, he couldn't help but be taken in a little by her affection for her mech. This was the mech she fought with for all those years. No matter how bad a battle had gotten, the incredible resilience of her Space Knight always saw her through even as several of her colleagues had fallen. As Eloise began to climb into the cockpit of her mech while Ves studied it in greater detail. It started off as a rather generic medium Space Knight of the Valiant Warden model. However, its role as a defensive mech forced it to take frequent heavy beatings. Somehow, Eloise managed to survive the battles while bringing most of her mech back intact, but not entirely. Practically none of the Valiant Warden's original armor plating remained. The mech's left arm and leg looked out of place from the rest of the model because they had been salvaged off the battlefield from another wreck and been grafted onto the Valiant Warden to replace the original limbs. Ves felt for this mech. Whoever was in charge of repairing the mechs around here really knew their business. Even though the current incarnation of the Valiant Warden was pretty much a Frankenstein mech, it nonetheless retained its ability to perform its main function. This was a mech that naturally embodied some of the traits that Ves worked so hard to instill in his own mech designs. Chapter 1081 Must Return Home. Lieutenant Eloise Pelican deployed on the battered but still functional Valiant Warden in the murky space of the dark sphere. What struck Ves immediately was the lack of stars. When Ves used Eloise's senses that had been patched into her mech to observe the surroundings, he only saw a great gnawing abyss in each and every direction. It was a highly disconcerting sight. Without the stars of the galaxy and the wider cosmos to provide a soothing background, every mech pilot trapped within the dark sphere always risked becoming lost if they went too deep. The dark sphere wasn't completely empty, though. Asteroids and planetoids occasionally fell into the dark sphere, only to get corrupted and consumed by the indigenous astral life that resided in this isolated pocket space. The constant threat of star spawn forced the insurmountable Drakes to maintain a ready patrol of mechs around their meager ships. Even though deploying them consumed more fuel or energy, they had no choice. They learned the hard way that deploying when the star spawn attacked was already too late. As Eloise led a small squad of riflemen mechs of many different models, Ves reflected upon the situation he found himself in. After eavesdropping on some of the conversations and observing some of the mechs and other tech the insurmountable Drakes used, he figured out when and where this event took place. The mechs piloted by Eloise and the others were either last gen or 2 generations back compared to V's current time. This was quite recent. If he garnered a guess, then would say he had traveled only 30 to 40 years in the past. As for their location, Ves surreptitiously dug up Eloise's galactic geography knowledge from her mind. He found out that the silent nomad and the pure wheel was thousands of light years away from the Komodo star sector. They still resided in the galactic rim, but a bit further forward. Due to their earlier colonization, the states that emerged in the 2 star sectors developed much further, to the point where they set aside internal struggles in favor of competing against neighboring star sectors. The 2 star sectors differed a lot, though they somewhat took after their names. The states of the pure will star sector possessed a strong religious character, as the star sector had been opened up specifically to house all of the troublesome religious organizations exiled from their old star sectors. While the pure will states fundamentally disagreed with each other due to their strong beliefs, they eventually tired of beating each other up for their beliefs. Instead of warring against each other, and thereby weakening the star sector against foreign aggressors, they pragmatically decided to put down their arms to expand their state religions into other star sectors instead. The silent nomad star sector housed fiercely independent-minded secular organizations. The star sector was notable in that it hosted a very strong mercenary tradition, with some massive mercenary corps ballooning to such a size that people there referred to them as mercenary conglomerates. The states there possessed a long history of picking all kinds of fights with each other, thereby providing mercenaries with plenty of business. Nonetheless, the states slowly put down their bickering when the states neighboring pure will star sector started making inroads into their territory. Overall, the 2 star sectors were already at odds, but the appearance of the dark sphere around the border of the 2 sectors really blew up the conflict. At this time, Eloise cared little about the conflict between the 2 states. She just wanted to go home to reunite with her son. For that matter, the insurmountable Drakes and every other independent outfit trapped within the dark sphere also wanted to get out and go home. Everyone wanted to go home. To be honest, Eloise planned to only serve with the insurmountable Drakes for a few months before her contract ran out. At that point, she intended to retire from the mercenary corps to work for a security company that allowed her to spend some time with her family. The dark sphere ruined everything. This bizarre spatial anomaly hovered around the border of the 2 star sectors, randomly popping up to swallow several ships and fleets in transit. There was no rhyme and reason for its appearances and movement patterns. Even as Ves slowly dug up the circumstances around this mysterious dark sphere, he did not forget to pay attention to how Eloise skillfully piloted her space knight. Due to its patchy, Frankenstein-like repairs, her valiant warden no longer resembled its original model in any way. Much of the Space Knight's internal components had all been salvaged from other mechs when the original ones wore out or got destroyed. The armor plating by itself looked like an awful patchwork of crudely welded and fused plates from dozens of mechs. The inconsistent plating meant that some portions of the mech withstood energy damage well, while other portions performed better against physical damage. Eloise knew her mech so well that she was able to proficiently take advantage of these traits to allow the right sections of armor to take the blows they were able to withstand the best. It reminded Ves of his intentions of how the polarizing module should be used. Eloise's skill in selective damage redirection resembled the skill the mech pilots of his new mech needed to master to shape most efficient polarizing fields. "Keep chugging along, Warden," Eloise whispered affectionately as she skillfully piloted her mech in the most efficient fashion possible. "Just hold on for a week. We'll get out of the dark sphere within that time." Another notable aspect about the mech was that Eloise's strong emotions affected the Warden on a spiritual level. The constant battling and piloting prompted Eloise to develop a strong affection towards her own mech. Her will to battle in order to reunite with her young son carried over to the Warden, allowing a minor X factor to take shape that echoed with her desires to return home. "We have to return home." That phrase was being bandied about a lot among the fugitives in the dark sphere. Everyone wanted to exit the dark sphere and go home. Yet, as far as they knew, none of them ever succeeded. In truth, the outfits that all managed to survive up to now went to great lengths to keep themselves alive and combat capable. With no way to gain fuel and supplies from the dark and nebula-filled environment, they resorted to raiding isolated ships or each other. In effect, the depraved conditions of the dark sphere forced every single outfit to turn pirate. Eloise herself used to object to this behavior, but her overriding desire to return to her son had eroded her moral objections. "We have to return home." This single conviction, shared by many outfits trapped within the dark sphere, all forced them to cannibalize each other for valuable supplies. Mechs didn't repair by themselves, and starships needed a steady source of ship-grade fuel. Even as Ves tried to prevent himself from becoming affected by Eloise's obsessive desire to reunite with her son, he studied her operation of her mech in greater detail. Since it appeared that battle wouldn't break out for the time being, Eloise did not expend too much effort into piloting her mech. Nonetheless, the skill and reflexes she developed over a decade of surviving the dark sphere made her develop plenty of unique habits and quirks. Ves recognized that many of the more unusual quirks served to compensate for her valiant Warden's eccentricities and irregularities. Nonetheless, Eloise diligently maintained many good habits universal to piloting space-borne mechs. Many of these small rules that she learned from veteran drakes or developed on her own seemed quite useful to Ves. This was what he aimed to learn from his mastery experience. Ves eagerly observed Eloise's every little trick and method. He also took note of her concerns and frustrations of her own mech. He already learned a laundry list of issues he needed to take note of when he began to properly design his upcoming space knight. The more issues he addressed preemptively at the design phase, the less problems mech pilots faced when they finally got to pilot his new product. However, this wasn't enough for him. He wanted to observe Eloise when she was in her best state during battle. Only when battle commenced would he be able to observe the most critical aspects that she took into account to survive. Several days went by as the insurmountable drakes navigated to a rallying point provided by Mr. Drenad. While navigation was rather difficult in the dark sphere, the dark and foggy nebulas with their varying temperatures and mix of particles enabled them to develop a rough three-dimensional map of the dark sphere. The further to the center, the warmer it got. Strange processes went on in the inner portion of the sphere. The center attracted a lot of planetoids and asteroids and swallowed them over time. New star spawn emerged from the feeding processes, which subsequently flew out to assault the human presence in order to grow. In fact, Eloise and many of the other independents trapped in the dark sphere believed that the states from the Silent Nomad and Pure Wheel star sectors deliberately trapped them in this jar to feed the star spawn. Only after the star spawn consumed a number of mechs or high-quality materials did they evolve into alpha star spawn. These evolved entities were not only a major threat to outfits, but their tissue also possessed very unique traits that turned them into valuable source material for certain biological processes. What the use of star spawn tissue actually was, none of the drakes knew. They knew it was valuable though, so they salvaged a bunch of remains from alpha star spawn and stored them in the freezer, to be sold whenever they emerged out of the dark sphere. When the insurmountable drakes finally reached the outer area of the dark sphere marked with pink particles, they encountered a handful of other outfits. Everyone put up their guard. Fighting between mercenaries, treasure hunters, pirates, and all manner of scoundrels long led to an intense mutual distrust against each other. Without any way of gaining supplies except for robbing each other, it was incredibly difficult to gather a great number of independents in one place without another fight breaking out. That they somehow managed to refrain from firing their weapons showed how serious they were this time to break out. The enigmatic Mr. Drenad from the Angel's Wing Foundation deserved much of the credit. An unmarked carrier known only as the defiled genes served as the glue that kept the separate outfits together. Ves was ready to see the battle commence. This extended mastery experience showed him many areas of interest related to space-borne mechs and space knights that he hadn't fully considered before. In fact, he already harvested a lot more than he initially thought. The only problem was that his continued attachment to Eloise subjecting him to her increasingly more volatile mood swings. At some points, she functioned as a regular mech lieutenant in charge of leading a small number of mechs on patrol. At other points, she abruptly wailed against her awful fate and longed to be reunited with her son. Her strong emotions were so disconcerting to Ves that he was getting rather impatient to see the battle commence. This mental trip to the past already lasted a week, which meant he was absent in the present day for a week as well. It was a good thing that he prepared the LMC for his absence, but that didn't mean that Ves liked to be gone that long. I see that every outfit that has received an invitation has arrived. Mr. Drenad spoke over a broadcast to every independent gathered at this site. A half day of travel away from here lies the most vulnerable exit of the dark sphere. Guarded by a garrison and a range of space fortifications of dark nomads, it is a hard obstacle to overcome, but not an impossible one. At this time, the defiled gene will be enacting our stratagem which forms the key to our breakthrough. Please maintain a healthy distance from our carrier, as it will exceedingly perilous for you to stray too close. As Eloise and everyone else wondered what Mr. Drenad had in store, alarms suddenly rang from her valiant warden's sensors. Star spawn! A flood of dark, partially transparent mech-sized jellyfish-like creatures emerged from the pink nebula. Even as everyone armed their weapons, Drenad forcefully commanded them to a halt. Stop! The star spawn that are drawn to us are temporarily under our control. The man spoke. Your commanders are fully aware of our plan. The star spawn won't be a threat as long as they are not disturbed. A chill went through Eloise's back. She had only ever met hostile, rabid star spawn in the dark sphere. How had Mr. Drenad managed to control them? Was this the power of the Angel's Wing Foundation? Chapter 1082 Defiled Gene. A dangerous host of star spawns surrounded the defiled gene. The mysterious light carrier became the nucleus of a gathering of the most dangerous astral lifeforms in the dark sphere. None of the outfits presents let their guard down. They maintained a healthy distance from the radiating orbits of the dark jellyfish-like creatures, afraid that they would buckle out of the control of whatever means Mr. Drenad used to exert control over the astral creatures. Even Eloise felt disconcerted by her proximity to the beasts. The star spawn inflicted huge losses on the insurmountable drakes over the years. If they succeeded in repelling the star spawn, it quickly turned out that they were worse off due to the amount of fuel, energy, and supplies they used up. There was absolutely no profit to be gained from battling the star spawn. Not even the increasing amount of alpha star spawn tissue they accumulated in their stores served to give them any satisfaction. Though they knew that the powers that be hungered for alpha star spawn tissue, it didn't help out the insurmountable drakes at all because they couldn't exchange it for critical supplies. Despite Eloise's misgivings about this venture, Commander Pritchard went on board with the plan, which meant the rest of the insurmountable drakes followed suit. Besides, she saw the logic in the plan. By throwing the star spawn at the defenses of the silent nomad forces as cannon fodder, the outfit stood a real chance at breaking through to the portal that led them back to normal space. The defiled gene gathered so many star spawn that the silent nomad forces needed to exert a huge amount of effort to repel their assault. This gave the remaining outfits the confidence that this risky plan might succeed. If they attacked on their own, then there was no question that they would break into pieces. A tense half-day of travel ensued. As they came closer and closer to the space fortress the silent nomad forces parked in front of the portal, the enemy detected their presence and readied themselves for battle. As Eloise performed her final checks, Ves eagerly prepared to absorb a lot of insights during the upcoming battle. This was what he anticipated the most. "Prepare for battle," Commander Pritchard broadcasted over their channel. "Don't forget who we are and what we are fighting for. Don't try to defeat the military forces of the silent nomad star sector. Instead, focus on making space so that our ships and mechs can reach the portal." The portal was all that mattered. As the Alliance of Independence came within range, the military garrison seemed split between deciding whether to focus on repelling the star spawn of the outfits first. The defiled gene made that decision for them as they sent a silent command that forced the star spawn to accelerate. The astral monsters were closing in quick, forcing the military mechs and turrets to focus their fire upon the dangerous creatures first. "It's working!" Commander Pritchard exulted. "Keep to the flanks and push through while they are distracted." The defenders did not ignore the approaching outfits. Even though they diverted most of their firepower to repel the rabid star spawn, they allocated hundreds of mechs to hinder the advance of enemy mechs and ships. "Come forth!" she commanded her squad. "Don't spare your energy cells. Just shoot and shoot until your mech runs out." Her valiant warden flew in front of a squad of ranged mechs as they unleashed their lasers at the approaching enemy mechs. Lasers and rounds shot back at them in return, but Eloise kept absorbing the majority of the incoming firepower with her thick shield. The valiant warden long lost the shield it originally carried. The insurmountable Drakes long substituted its need for a shield with salvage armor plating. Over the years, the mech technicians of the Drakes learned to be creative and resourceful. In order to provide the valiant warden with the best form of protection, they repurposed large chunks of bulky starship armor plating. The shield they created from salvaged starship pieces were so thick and heavy, and Eloise's mech lost over 80% of its mobility. The valiant warden's average flight system strained against all of the extra mass. However, all of that extra bulk gave the valiant warden an incredible capacity to block incoming fire. Lasers, rounds, and missiles kept pummeling the increasingly deforming shield, yet Eloise and her valiant warden bore the brunt of the aggression with confidence. It took a lot of grit and determination to face the firepower head-on without attempting to dodge them at all. In effect, even if Eloise was piloting a medium space knight, the burden of carrying a huge slab of repurposed ship armor plating basically forced her to pilot her machine as a heavy mech. Ves learned a lot of useful insights from her piloting style. The best part about what he learned was that they would also be applicable to his upcoming mech design. Everything he learned was directly to his ongoing design project. The insurmountable Drakes and the other outfits managed to make inroads into their assault. The defenders had their hands full trying to kill off the star spawn. This split attention forced them into retreat, but everyone knew it was only a matter of time before they killed off the bulk of the star spawn. "It's not enough!" Eloise gritted her teeth as her shield was starting to crack and buckle under the strain. The surface of the valiant warden's shield was scorching hot from all the lasers that blasted against the surface. The kinetic rounds that impacted it chipped away chunks of protective materials while missiles left deeper impact craters. All the while, casualties mounted against the independent mechs. There were far too few space knights to cover for everyone. The vulnerable ranged mechs malfunctioned quickly after sustaining a barrage of firepower. Years of depending on salvage and makeshift repairs to keep the mechs alive left a toll on their integrity. The structural integrity of some of these maintenance-deprived mechs was even worse than bargain bin mechs. Despite her efforts, Eloise failed to fully shield her comrades. The insurmountable Drakes as a whole already lost a dozen mechs, many of which incurred fatal damage so abruptly that their mech pilots didn't have the time to eject. Commander Pritchard continued to exhort his men. "We can't die here, Drakes. Home is just around the corner. Press on and fight no matter who is standing in our way." The urgency of this battle continued to pressure Eloise into exerting more and more effort into shielding her comrades. However, all the coordinated firepower the military mechs poured into her direction eventually broke the valiant warden's shield. "No!" she yelled. "This is not over yet. I shall not fall here." The valiant warden endured the firepower impacting its surface as best as it could, but the volume of fire was so huge that it wouldn't last for more than a minute at most. Eloise forcibly rotated her mech so that various portions of its frame absorbed the damage. By spreading the damage around, the valiant warden lasted long enough to arrive in front of a wrecked mech. The valiant warden utilized its strengthened hands to grip the mech hulk in its grasp. It was using the remnants of a wrecked mech as a makeshift shield. Through the creative use of debris on the battlefield to serve as makeshift shields, Eloise managed to keep shielding her comrades from enemy fire. Though the mechs didn't last too long, the valiant warden easily discarded the spent wrecks and moved on to grab a new one. Yet, as she continued to hinder the military's attempts at repelling the independent outfits, she became increasingly more concerned at how the battle progressed. "The Star Spawn are being slaughtered!" someone yelled in an open channel. "The stupid beasts are just charging straight into the kill zones set up by the military." The Star Spawn were usually much more cunning in battle, preferring to employ ambush attacks to surprise their prey. An open battle where they approached the enemy in a straight line prevented from blending in with the dark nebulas and areas of murky space where they could compensate for their lackluster resilience. Right now, whenever Eloise diverted some of her attention to the decreasing number of Star Spawn, she became increasingly more alarmed at how fast time was running out. The insurmountable Drakes only made it halfway through. They needed to cross a lot of distance before they reached the portal that led them out of the dark sphere, but the resistance from the military forces were already beginning to intensify. It was increasingly harder for the Drakes and the other outfits to push the military back. The huge space fortress alone presented the biggest obstacle of all. As long as that defensive bulwark remained to anchor the defensive forces, they had little hope that they could fight their way past it. Yet nothing in their arsenal was powerful enough to crack such an imposing fortress. The Drakes already lost more than half of their mechs before the battle took another turn. The defiled gene which flew at the center of an increasingly diminishing formation of star spawns suddenly pulsed. The organizers of this breakout attempt enacted their Plan B in response to the faltering assault. "What is happening?" "Something is happening with the Star Spawn. They're breaking apart. Look at the dead remains. They are becoming active again." Two things happened at the same time. First, the existing Star Spawn all lost cohesion as their strange tissue rebelled against their bodies. No one knew what went on. For a moment, the defenders thought that the Star Spawn were beginning to self-destruct. However, the other phenomenon happening at the same time signified that much more was afoot. The carcasses of the Star Spawn that the defenders took out began to show activity again as their flesh began to roil and writhe. Eventually, the active Star Spawn tissue began to clump together around the defiled gene, engulfing Mr. Drenad's carrier in the middle of an abhorrent ball of alien tissue. That ball quickly grew in size as more and more Star Spawn remains merged into the ball. Eventually, its shape began to diverge from an egg and took the form of the biggest star spawn they had ever seen. The superstar spawn cracked open its maw and unleashed a silent roar. Even though no sound propagated in the vacuum of space, Eloise nonetheless shuddered at the monstrous sight. The newly emerged creature quickly began to tear into the defensive lines of the silent nomad military forces. No matter what the defenders threw at the giant creature, the malleable tissue quickly reformed and returned into its original state. Even as the insurmountable drakes and the other outfits gleefully pressed the advantage now that the defenders were forced to confront the giant monster, their sensors began to sound the alarm. Star spawn are coming from behind. They're being attracted by the battle and the superstar spawn. Eloise directed her attention to the Valiant Warden's sensors as she directed it to pick up another mech wreck to serve as a shield. She saw to her alarm that hundreds of star spawn were pouring in from their rear. Worse, this didn't appear to be the extent of the influx as the sensors of her mech kept detecting new star spawn. These incoming star spawn quickly descended on the rear of the drakes and the other outfits. Damn it, these star spawn aren't under control. They're attacking every nearby target. Even as the superstar spawn made good progress in breaking through the defenses of the military forces, the feral star spawn that emerged from the rear of the attackers wreaked havoc on their mechs and ships. Their sluggish supply ships were the first to fall. The outfits directed so much attention to the front that they weren't able to allocate enough mechs to cover their rear. Now they paid for it as their remaining supply ships all got taken down in quick succession. Soon enough, the advancing feral star spawn were beginning to threaten the mech carriers. If the insurmountable drakes lost all of their ships, then they would lose their chance to escape. No! Eloise yelled as she turned around her space knight. The Valiant Warden flew back to the stained salamander as fast as possible, while being burdened by its makeshift shield. I must return home. My son is waiting for me. I will not fall here. The strongest surge of emotion that Ves had ever felt swept through Eloise's entire mind. For a single moment, that strong maternal desire of Eloise to be reunited with her son flitted through V's hiding spot, momentarily disrupting his attempts to stay hidden. Drat! I'm found out! Ves instantly realized that Eloise's mind picked up his existence. Yet before she could confront the strange entity in her mind, something even more alarming took place. Chapter 1083 Apotheosis. Something hidden within V's consciousness echoed in response to that strong desire. Eloise's motherly instincts attracted a response from an entity that Ves never knew was present in the mind of his host. A sharp mental strain suddenly racked V's consciousness as Kalankso's augmented spiritual fragment flared to life. It wanted to respond to Eloise's desperate straits. Ves screamed as the spiritual fragment that somehow managed to hitchhike on the system's mastery journey outputted a huge burst of spiritual energy. All of that potent spiritual energy poured into Eloise's mind and blended into her strong desires and emotions, strengthening them and transforming them into a more spiritually active state. Something incredibly profound went on as Kalankso's strong spirituality reacted with Eloise's emotions. The spiritual energy from Kalankso did not enter Eloise's mind without direction. If that were so, the spiritual energy would have shattered Eloise's mind to pieces. Instead, the energy moved with intelligence and direction. They avoided burning Eloise's pale spirit, instead opting to nurture it by blending in. The spiritual energy did so by voluntarily letting go of some of Kalankso's imprint, and instead made use of Eloise's strong emotions to impart her own imprint on the potent energy. Even as Ves tried to remain coherent through the pain of being used as a funnel for Kalankso's spiritual energy, he couldn't help but take note of some of the more important processes. He learned that spiritual energy did not behave like neutral energy such as electricity or heat. Instead, one of the defining aspects of spiritual energy was that it always carried the imprint of its source. For example, V's spirituality consisted of a cloud of spiritual energy within his mind that was uniquely his. No one else would be able to wield his spiritual energy because of his imprint. The same went for Kalankso's higher quality spiritual energy. The sacred god was an impressive creature whose spirituality definitely could be placed on par with ace pilots. For Kalankso's spiritual fragment to exert such precise control as to wipe away her own imprint and to blend in Eloise's strong emotions with the temporarily ownerless energy was nothing less than miraculous. The remarkable amount of control and skill exhibited by Kalankso's spiritual fragment aroused a suspicion within Ves. He had a feeling that something similar took place when Kalankso first interfaced with Orphan and Dice through the man-beast connection. The channeling kept going, putting Ves under increasing strain. Eloise somehow hadn't fully become aware of what took place within her mind. Right now, she only cared about saving the stained salamander so that she would be able to retain her chance of returning home. For Eloise to be reunited with her son, the valiant warden must stop the ravenous feral star spawn from destroying the carrier at all costs. Even as her mind became increasingly more suffused with spiritual energy that truly belonged to herself, Ves felt an added drain on his mind. Somehow, the strong suction that resulted from the channeling siphoned away a portion of his own spiritual energy in the mix. While his spiritual energy was much less potent and energetic than the energy that belonged to Kalankso, it nonetheless carried a mix of properties strongly related to his design philosophy and his understanding of mechs. "That's my spiritual energy! Give it back!" Instead of fulfilling requests, Kalankso's spiritual fragment exerted strong control over his stolen spiritual energy. Instead of blending them into Eloise's mind, the fragment instead directed his energy through Eloise's man-machine connection and vigorously blended it into the X-factor of the valiant warden. Although only a small portion of V's spiritual energy had been siphoned away, he still opposed the procedure. This mastery experience was meant to expand his horizons on Space Knights. He already paid 40,000 DP for this opportunity. Why should he pay even more to help out a complete stranger? No one listened to his complaints. The spiritual transformation of the mech continued. Kalankso's spiritual fragment forcibly erased V's imprint on his own spiritual energy in order to empower the valiant warden's X-factor. The valiant warden somehow came to life in a sense and began to resonate with the strengthening mind of its sole mech pilot for over 10 long years. When Ves turned his attention to Eloise's mind, he noted with alarm that her emotions and desires took on such a strong shape that it began to resemble an expert pilot's force of will. There was no confusion in Eloise's mind. While fear hounded her from behind, it only strengthened her motherly desire to be with her son again. Strengthened by a large amount of potent spirituality, her increasingly strong force of will became more real and substantial by the second. At some point, it reached an invisible threshold that prevented it from growing more solid. Nonetheless, Kalankso's spiritual fragment appeared to be a bottomless well of spiritual energy. It continued to feed more of her potent energy into Eloise's mind, freely wiping out Kalankso's imprint and before blending into Eloise's force of will. It was as if Eloise's mind became increasingly more crowded with spiritual energy. As Ves was present in her mind, he became alarmed at the proceedings. Would Eloise's mind blow up from the flood of energy? He also started to note some signs of instability at the edges of Eloise's mind. Eloise's mind and spirit were struggling to cope with the influx of energy. It was eating away at herself. Yet before her mind reached the point of breaking, Eloise's force of will eventually broke through an invisible threshold. It grew past the barrier that held it back and rapidly gained strength as various inexplicable processes happened at the same time. The rapidly strengthening force of will swept through Eloise's mind, transforming it on a fundamental level. As an unwitting bystander of this event, V's consciousness rolled with the tides, giving him no chance to regain his wits. The transformation of Eloise's force of will resulted in immediate effects. Not only had her mind space expanded significantly, but the explosion in strength also spilled beyond the boundaries of her mind. Her spiritual energy started to bleed over into real space. Out in space, only half a minute went by, though it felt like longer to Ves. A sheen started to surround the increasingly more lively Valiant Warden. Some of her colleagues who were trying to race back towards the stained salamander quickly noticed the strange phenomenon. "Lieutenant Pelican! Your mech! It's glowing!" That's forced resonance." "What?" "She's broken through to expert pilot." The increasingly strengthening glow around the Valiant Warden grew stronger, signifying that it was definitely not an illusion. Eloise had reached apotheosis. Right now, Eloise's newly developed force of will was so strong that countless transformations went through in her mind. To Ves, the main good thing about her breakthrough to expert pilot was that Galankso's spiritual fragment finally stopped intervening and drew back its influence. This allowed him to observe some of the changes in her mind, though he understood nothing what he observed. Strangely enough, Eloise's force of will ignored V's presence in her mind entirely. Her overarching desire was to go home and reunite with her son. To do that, she had to save the stained salamander. How could she spare any attention to the strange entity in her mind? As long as it didn't stand in her way of her goals, she could deal with it later. "Get back, you star spawn!" she yelled as her Valiant Warden accelerated beyond what it was capable of due to the forced resonance elevating its parameters. Even though the Valiant Warden would never be able to perform on par with an actual expert mech, the boost in performance due to the forced resonance was enough to Eloise. The Valiant Warden used the wreckage of a downed mech as a shield as it bashed into the nearest approach star spawn. The creature practically exploded into chunks of semi-solid tissue upon impact. The glowing mech held the wreck of a mech in one hand and unsheathed its sword with the other hand. After drawing its weapon, the Valiant Warden dove straight into the crowd of the advancing star spawn. A massacre ensued. The forced resonance gripping the entire mech also extended to its sword, causing it to sear away at the star spawn's weak minds at the same time as their flesh parted along the edge. "I must return home." This overarching desire to return home and see her son again drove Eloise to insane heights. Her force of will kept squeezing out its potential, strengthening and sustaining the forced resonance effect that empowered her Valiant Warden. More than that, the improvements that her force of will continued to bring to her mind elevated many aspects related to piloting mechs. Her mental processing power ballooned, allowing her to take in a lot more input from her mech and enabling her to react faster with better decisions than ever before. Her current mech piloting ability had reached beyond the level of a normal human mech pilot and went straight into superhuman territory. V's consciousness could no longer keep up with the sheer volume of thoughts that went through Eloise's mind as she piloted her mech with inhuman skill. The amazing battle performance of Eloise's Valiant Warden lifted everyone's morale. The insurmountable drakes fought back with ferocious fervor as they were being taken in by the exultation of seeing an expert pilot emerge from their own ranks. The other outfits fought more vigorously as well as they took advantage of the stalling star spawn. The astral creatures didn't seem to know what to do against the powerful mech that glowed, and eventually their instincts led them to retreat. Even as everyone began to cheer in the communication channels, Eloise admonished them. "We haven't escaped yet. This isn't the time to celebrate. Now that our rear is safe, we must continue to break through." Commander Pritchard instantly concurred. "Lieutenant, no, Venerable Pelican is right. I don't know what the hell Mr. Drenad and the defiled gene has done, but if they think they are the only ones who will be able to leave the dark sphere, they have another thing coming. Everyone, follow Venerable Pelican." The surviving mechs and starships of the insurmountable drakes and the other outfits all rallied around venerable Eloise Pelican and the inspiring sight of her valiant warden. Their worship for Eloise invigorated her force of will. While she didn't care too much about the other independents, she strongly cared about the insurmountable drakes. As her force of will carried a very protective quality, her strength continued to increase. "Go forth! Let me lead you into safety!" As the giant superstar spawn started to grapple with the space fortification, the Independents followed the lead of the glowing valiant warden as it streaked across space like a comet. The defenders, already flailing due to the rampage of the superstar spawn, were poorly equipped to deal with the latest variable that approached. The sight of a newly emerged expert pilot coming straight at the military mechs caused the mech pilots inside to waver. The force of will emanating from the valiant warden not only boosted the spirits of her comrades and allies, but also pressed down upon the minds of the mech pilots about to face them in battle. The military developed many tactics to cope with expert pilots. As long as they spread themselves out and kite the valiant warden, they'd be able to pelt it down with superior firepower over time. Yet if the military mech pilots employed their anti-expert formations, they would become vulnerable to the mob of regular mechs that backed the valiant warden up. For a moment, the superstar spawn assault and the emergence of a new expert pilot caused the chain of command of the silent nomad military forces to break down. Conflicting orders caused them to be paralyzed as the intimidating expert pilot approached. Eventually, the valiant warden collided in the midst of the foremost formation of military mechs. Half a dozen mechs instantly perished, while the remainder of the formation scattered like flies. The ensuing chaos led to a chain reaction where most of the military mechs began to retreat in response to their comrades retreating as well. With all of the formations breaking apart, no one felt safe anymore. "The exit is within reach! Keep pushing! Our escape is almost upon us!" Venerable Pelican yelled. Yet as the hardy mechs and ships neared the portal that represented their only way out, they also came closer to the half-destroyed space fortress and the heavily injured superstar spawn that bit entire chunks out of the structure. Some of the turrets of the fortress that couldn't bear on the superstar spawn began to bombard the approaching tide of independence. Not only that, but the massive superstar spawn paused in its attack of the fortress, and instead moved to attack the valiant warden for some reason. "That monster is coming for us!" Against a giant astral creature formed out of hundreds of star spawn, how could the valiant warden ever stand a chance? Chapter 1084 Unity of Man and Machine. Ves encountered several expert pilots in his life. What he always found remarkable was that they possessed a strong sense of confidence and certainty in their values. Naturally, they had cause to be confident, but now he knew the exact mechanics behind the secret to advance to expert pilot. As Ves expected, a mech pilot needed to possess spirituality before they could even be eligible to advance. Of all the mech pilots he met in his life, practically none of them possessed spirituality in any appreciable amounts, causing their chances to go beyond advanced pilot to be a pipe dream. Eloise Pelican should have been one of them. No matter how many battles she went through, no matter how much she piloted the valiant warden to the point of developing an organic bond with it, no matter how much she practiced to learn every single nuance and idiosyncrasy of her Frankenstein mech, there was no way for her to ever ascend beyond her mortal limits. Yet that iron rule did not take external factors into account. The decisive intervention of Kalankso's spiritual fragment that somehow rode along the system's mastery experience changed Eloise's fate. The strong motherly and protective emotions of Eloise meshed particularly well with Kalankso's spiritual energy. Even shed of the sacred god's imprint, the energy would never have merged so well with Eloise's desires if they didn't possess similar traits. To Ves, spiritual energy seemed to be made of condensed meaning. Shaped by the personalities of the entities who formed them, some spiritual energy, such as that of Venerable Foster, possessed an aggressive bent, while others leaned more towards love or protectiveness. What he found the most remarkable was that Kalankso's spiritual fragment seemed adept at changing the personal imprint of spiritual energy. It was as if it specialized in this aspect of applying her spirituality. Perhaps that is why the locals of Aeon Corona 7 regarded her species as sacred gods. This must be the principal reason why they are worshipped. Ves mentally murmured in the back of Eloise's increasingly more active mind. In fact, his stay in her mind was becoming increasingly uncomfortable. It was one thing to inhabit the mind of a regular pilot, but the strengthening force of will was like a force field that repelled any foreign influences. If not because Eloise was in the midst of battle, Ves would have been kicked back in his own time and space. Right now, a huge superstar spawn half the size of the silent nomad space fortress bore down on Eloise's valiant warden. The old and patchy space knight already bore an incredible amount of strain during the battle. While Eloise's fighting spirit continued to increase despite landing in the crosshairs the monstrous astral creature, her mech might not be able to keep up with her moves. Eloise knew it too. She could feel it breaking apart due to the forced resonance exerting it beyond its physical limitations. "No! My valiant warden, fight for me! You must not fall here!" Surprisingly enough, the valiant warden responded. Its nascent X-factor that had slowly developed over years of continuous use by Eloise had recently been magnified by V's stolen spiritual energy. Whatever attribute this special spiritual energy possessed, it seemed to be highly compatible with Mech's. The man-machine connection became empowered by Eloise's force of will, deepening her bond with the valiant warden and unearthing its newly invigorated X-factor. They resonated with each other. Something incredibly marvelous happened. Ves mentally became astonished as the X-factor of the valiant warden somehow supercharged itself. The feeling of protectiveness that it gained from Eloise's influence made it incredibly compatible with the force of will it came into touch. The only way for Ves to describe the phenomenon was to call it a unity between man and machine. For a single instant, the boundary between mech pilot and mech blurred. In the depths of his mind, Ves recognized the phenomenon that took place. This was the legendary complete resonance. Although often depicted in action dramas broadcasted throughout the galaxy, complete resonance was extremely hard to come by. Let alone expert pilots, even ace pilots and god pilots never managed to replicate the feat. Yet Venerable Eloise Pelican seemed poised to do the impossible yet again. Her harmony with her own mech caused her force of will and the valiant warden's X-factor, empowering the combination to ludicrous heights. Even though Ves noted with alarm that the strain on the mech abruptly magnified, that single burst of complete resonance caused the resonating glow around the valiant warden to grow in size until it matched the size of the superstar spawn. As the strange fused astral creature centered around the defiled gene tried to engulf the valiant warden whole, it instead bumped into a shield composed completely of energy, bashing the monster to a halt in space. The giant energy projection of the valiant warden echoed the physical mech's every move. After shield bashing the enormous monster back, the energy mech flew forward and chopped its sword over the superstar spawn's head. The giant energy sword possessed an intense corrosive effect on the astral creature, parting and burning its flew along with giving it an incredible amount of pain from its very spirit. Ves could sense the echoes of agony radiating from the superstar spawn's distorted spirit. The giant energy sword formed by the combination of Eloise's force of will and her valiant warden's X-factor was a weapon that repelled all evil towards her family and comrades. "You shall not stand in my way, foul beast!" Although the giant energy mech already started to fizzle and fade, Eloise and her mech called upon their strength once more to thrust the giant energy sword straight through the superstar spawn's damaged maw. The sword cut straight through the monster's gullet and sheared straight through the starship residing in the very center of the superstar spawn. The defiled gene instantly cut apart into half. The catastrophic damage to the light carrier's structure and volatile power reactors caused her to be engulfed by numerous secondary explosions, obliterating Mr. Drenad's flagship and causing the superstar spawn to lose cohesion. The astral beast is dead! Venerable Pelican slayed the monster! The morale of the surviving Independents cheered, yet Eloise finally couldn't bear the strain any longer. The sustaining the complete resonance effect with her mech drained her force of will almost entirely. The X-factor of the valiant Warden, just recently empowered, faded away entirely as the mech itself broke apart into scattered components. Venerable Pelican! Commander Pritchard yelled over the communication channel. We've got you! His personal mech flew to Eloise's cockpit and gently took hold of it. A number of mechs from the insurmountable drakes moved to flank and surround the cockpit as it was being returned to the stained salamander. What are you waiting for? Pritchard exhorted the members of the independent outfits who were still gaping at the astonishing events that took place. The monsters are dead or in retreat, and the defenders are in total disarray. Let us cross the portal before either of them regain their wits and resume the fight. That caused every independent mech pilot into action. Buoyed by Venerable Pelican's heroic and transcendent feats, the morale of the survivors surged, causing them to fly forward with a single purpose. The defenders, on the other hand, were still reeling from the disasters that took place. Not only had the space fortress sustained such massive damage that it lost most of its power and firepower, the military mechs lost most of their cohesion and fighting will. The garrison only threw up a meager amount of resistance. The shock of witnessing the birth of an expert pilot only for her to display the legendary phenomenon of complete resonance shortly afterwards completely put an end to any serious fighting. As Eloise suffered the aftermath of her wild transformations, she noted with distinct relief that the insurmountable drakes and the others were about to pass through the portal. Due to the volatile position of the dark sphere in real space, no one knew where they would end up after they exited the portal. Each different portal led to different destinations that fluctuated frequently. That itself guaranteed their safety because there was no chance that the silent nomad military forces stationed a guard force at the other side of the portal. Even as Commander Pritchard Mechs placed her cockpit on the deck of the stained salamander's hangar bay, Eloise struggled to stay awake. She needed to see if the portal took them back out. As the stained salamander finally crossed the portal, a moment of non-existence took place before the ship and its escorting mechs emerged back into empty space. The stars! The stars have returned! We've succeeded! We're back in the galaxy! Don't celebrate yet! Let's kick our long-dormant FTL drives online and get the hell out of here. None of the independent outfits that used to be trapped in the dark sphere wanted to linger any longer than they had to. The military forces at the other side of the portal could still cross over as well in order to pursue the escapees. The mechs of the insurmountable drakes returned to the stained salamander as rapidly as possible, while the carrier slowly spooled up her FTL drive. Although the FTL drive had long remained dormant within the dark sphere, the engineers always prioritized its maintenance in the event of escape. Where to, Commander Pritchard? Doesn't matter. Just point the ship at the easiest star system you can dial in and bring us away. Roger that, Commander. Only until the stained salamander successfully transitioned into FTL did Eloise finally let go of her insistence of staying awake. The physical, mental, and spiritual fatigue she accumulated during her short burst of ascended performance simultaneously hit her like a crashing shuttle. She quickly lost consciousness as her entire being urgently craved rest in order to recuperate from her ordeal. Before she lost consciousness, though, she swept her much weakened force of will towards V's consciousness one last time. Ves felt as if Eloise definitely took notice of him. Despite his attempts to hide his presence, the mind of an expert pilot was much more formidable than that of a regular pilot. There was no hiding in her own mental sanctum. "Who are you?" "I'm just a mech designer," Ves mentally replied. Just as Eloise faded to sleep, the system finally ended this lengthy mastery session. Ves felt as if a hook grabbed his consciousness yet again and dragged him straight through a portal. The wild ride that ensued was still enormously vague to Ves, and he only returned to his own mind and body an indeterminate amount of time later. "That was some mastery experience," he sighed as his dormant body awoke from the isolated chamber within the Mech Nursery's lab floor. "It was worth every single DP I spent on it, that's for sure." Due to the happy accidents that took place during the battle, Ves gained much more than a first-hand perspective on piloting space knights. While the information he gathered to that nature was certainly abundant enough for him to overhaul large portions of his current draft design, it did not beat the other events he witnessed. By residing right inside Eloise's mind as she underwent both apotheosis and complete resonance, Ves gained an unprecedented amount of understanding on both phenomena. So many mech pilots dreamt of becoming expert pilots. Many more expert pilots aimed to achieve a complete union with their mechs during battle. Yet both remained out of reach to the vast majority of mech pilots. No matter how hard some mech pilots trained and fought, they would never be able to transcend their mortal limits in their lives. "Ordinarily, they can't," Ves whispered to himself with his parched throat. "Yet nothing is impossible. Kalankso showed me the way to circumvent the limitations stopping most mech pilots from advancing." More than a week went by while his mind took a mental trip into the past. While his massively enhanced physique allowed him to sustain his week-long dormancy, it still left him craving for food and water. Ves wearily chuckled to himself. "I'll have to hook myself up to life support the next time I undergo a mastery. Otherwise, my body might starve to death if I take too long to return." Chapter 1085 Another application. Before Ves did anything, he first addressed the consequences of his week-long fasting session. Once he drank a lot of water and filled his belly with the contents of a nutrient pack, Ves took stock of his gains from this mastery experience. "I gained far more than I expected," he concluded. First, he fulfilled his primary objective. Witnessing Eloise Pelican piloting the valiant Warden Space Knight extensively gave Ves an incredible amount of small insights about the rigors of piloting a mech in space. What Ves appreciated the most was that he watched Eloise pilot her Space Knight during uneventful patrols and an incredibly pitched battle. The contrast between both of them gave Ves a strong learning experience. Some features were much more important during battle. The second benefit did not need any repeating. Learning some of the actual mechanics behind apotheosis and complete resonance changed V's perspective on expert pilots forever. They no longer posed a mystery to them now that he understood where their force of will emerged from. "I was right. Spirituality is the key." Ves also advanced his fundamental understanding of spirituality by a substantial degree. He learned that spiritual energy consisted of meaning and possesses all kinds of attributes and imprints. This was important, because learning that these properties existed meant that Ves could one day manipulate them just like Kalankso's spiritual fragment aptly demonstrated. What did that mean? As long as he found a source of compatible spiritual energy, he could infuse that into the emotions and desires of a mech pilot that aligned with the attribute of the spiritual energy. As long as the fusion succeeded, the force of will that emerged would be enough to elevate that mech pilot into an expert candidate, or expert pilot. "If I can replicate the process myself, I can produce artificial expert pilots." The magnitude of this astounding ability could not be overstated. Such a secret was so explosive that everyone would fight for it. The weight of this secret surpassed even that of the Mech Designer System because the latter only benefited a small number of people, while the theories that Ves developed could potentially empower every mech pilot in the galaxy. I shouldn't be too eager to apply what I've learned, Ves instantly decided. While he wanted to experiment with what he learned in order to elevate the likes of Melker, Melinda, and Ves Larkinson to expert pilots, it would be too conspicuous for them to advance to experts all of a sudden. Ves could not afford to give anyone reason to suspect he possessed the secret to elevating mech pilots into expert pilots. This ability doesn't only come with galaxy-spanning implications, it's also exceedingly dangerous. He readily admitted that he could not come close to replicating the feat. The skill and precision demonstrated by Kalankso's spiritual fragment showed a mastery of manipulating spiritual energy that Ves didn't even knew was possible. Even though he understood the basic mechanisms of what he witnessed, it was like seeing a musician play an instrument up close. Just because he knew how it worked in theory didn't mean he could pick up an instrument and play it like a master of the craft. This is yet another possible application of spirituality in the galaxy that I can learn one day. Until that happened, Ves did not intend to mess with it carelessly. If he recklessly inserted foreign spiritual energy into the mind of a random mech pilot, there was a great chance that the spiritual energy would fail to take hold and disappear into the imaginary realm. If Ves forced the merger of incorrectly attributed spiritual energy with the emotions and desires of a mech pilot, then he might even inflict major harm. There's so much still that I don't know, Ves muttered to himself as he sought out Lucky. What makes spiritual energy capable of affecting reality so strongly? How is it generated and where can I find it? Can the attributes of spiritual energy be converted to other attributes in the same way that their personal imprints can be exchanged? So many new questions emerged from his mind. The uncertainties that popped up would keep him busy for a very long time, he guessed. In any case, it appeared that Ves had not been the only beneficiary of the mastery experience. He concentrated his mind and turned his mental focus inward. Resting in the center of his mind space, Kalankso's spiritual fragment pulsed and glowed with strength. While Ves noted that its activity level had diminished a bit due to its donation of spiritual energy, what remained took on an even more complex and multifaceted quality than before. Aside from the minuscule influence of V's base model and the remnants of Venerable Fontain's stolen spiritual energy, the fragment gained two more influences. Ves immediately recognized the additional flavors. It seemed that Ves was not the only entity who harvested benefits from his mastery experience this time. The strong protectiveness and maternal love of Venerable Eloise Pelican almost entirely displaced the influence of Venerable Fontaine. It gained a lot of prominence because it shared much in common with Kalankso's own spirituality. Underneath this notable influence, the echoes of the valiant Warden also resided. Its presence gave the spiritual fragment a much greater fit with Space Knights. For a moment, Ves didn't know whether he should celebrate this new development. The spiritual fragment had become more complex, but that also meant it became more muddled and less focused. Only the sheer might of Kalankso's overpowering imprint on the powerful spiritual fragment kept the pieces together. You intervened for a reason, right? Ves asked the fragment. Why did you decide to make a move? The fragment pulsed once but remained dormant afterwards. It was as if the previous exertion exhausted it quite a bit, forcing it to enter a period of hibernation in order to recuperate. Ves eventually shrugged. There was no way he could force the powerful spiritual fragment to open its mouth. For a moment, he doubted whether he was dealing with an isolated, apportioned piece of Kalankso's spirituality. Was the fragment still in sync with the original Kalankso? The initiative and ability it previously showed off was quite sophisticated to come from a mere fragment. Well, whatever. You'll probably be an even better asset for my upcoming mech design. To be honest, The prospect of housing Kalankso's augmented spiritual fragment in his upcoming mech design frightened him a bit. What would result from such a fusion? Ves almost shivered at the possibilities. My mech won't design itself. I have to get back to work. Ves shook his head. Despite the surprises he encountered along the way, acquiring Space Knight mastery served to fill up the gaps in his knowledge base when it came to designing Space Knights. In fact, the benefits he gained went beyond understanding Space Knights from the perspective of a mech pilot. Many of the insights he picked up could be applied to many other space-borne mechs, giving Ves a high degree of proficiency in designing any kind of mech that operated in space. I'm not just a mech designer who is only limited to designing land-bound mechs anymore. Before Ves emerged from his lab to check up on his company before he went back to resuming his design work, he first grew curious at the events that took place at the Dark Sphere. The overarching question that popped up in his mind was whether the system actually caused history to change. Was it actually capable of time travel or not? While the phenomenon of time travel wasn't entirely unheard of, most of the galaxy believed that only the first-rate superstates and the Big Two possessed the ability to artificially replicate the feat. Even then, their applications were likely limited, or else their effects would have been much widely felt by now. Of course, the conspiracy theorists trawling in the underbelly of the galactic net offered another explanation. They speculated that there was some sort of time police among humanity that kept time travel under the radar. Whatever the case, Ves first wanted to find out if the system truly possessed the ability to manipulate time. He activated his comm and browsed the galactic net. He searched for any news about the Dark Sphere in relation to the Silent Nomad and Pure Will Star sectors. It actually exists. Not only did it exist, but the involvement of Venerable Eloise Pelican led to some explosive developments. As retaliation for exposing the Dark Sphere to the public, the rulers of the Silent Nomad Star sector kidnapped Venerable Pelican's young son. This led to a series of dramatic events that sent the Silent Nomad Star sector in complete disarray. What exactly happened over the past 30 years, Ves couldn't tell, because by then both sides published completely opposite narratives. Even so, by all accounts, Venerable Pelican not only lived to this very day, but she had also become the figurehead of a huge insurgency. The insurgents that followed her banner aimed to reform the disparate powers of the Silent Nomad Star sector into a single unified state. Has she reunited with her son or not? Nobody knew for sure. It wouldn't have been easy to rescue Pelican's son from a conspiracy of states. Ves somewhat sympathized with Venerable Pelican's difficulties to reunite with her family. Through no fault of her own, she had been separated from her son and was constantly being hunted down to this very day. Above all else, Eloise Pelican originally did not possess the spirituality required to develop a force of will. Without an empowered force of will, there was no way for her to advance straight to expert pilot. All the historical accounts of the Dark Sphere that Ves found on the internet matched his own observations. The descriptions of the titanic battle at the portal and the amazing occurrence of complete resonance put most of his doubts to rest. The system actually traveled back in time and changed history. Instantly, several questions popped up in his mind. Was this mastery experience predetermined? If Ves suddenly decided to abort, would Venerable Pelican still exist as an expert pilot who survived the Dark Sphere? All of the paradoxes involved with time travel already started to give Ves headaches. There's no point speculating on this matter. The simple fact of the matter was that he traveled back in time somehow and effected a real change in history. If he could do it once, he could do it again. It will be difficult to take advantage of this when the system just chucks me halfway across the galaxy all the time, Ves muttered. The substantial difference in time and space prevented him from taking actions that directly benefited him in his current time. Even though this was the first time that Ves gained the option of reconnecting with the host of his mastery experience, he was leery of doing so. Even though his entry into her mind drastically elevated her life and allowed her to escape the dark sphere, who knew what she would do when Ves came up to her and said hello? He shook his head. There's no reason for me to reconnect with her. I don't think I'll gain anything aside from increasing the chance of exposing my secrets. He decisively set aside any notion of contacting Venerable Pelican. He wouldn't be able to get in touch with her anyway, considering her current preoccupation. When Ves finally exited the vault and returned to his penthouse office to catch up on what he missed during the last week, Gavin stopped by as soon as he heard that his boss returned. Ves! We received word that the representatives of a number of esteemed individuals are on their way to Cloudy Curtain, the newly appointed executive assistant stated with alarm. Ah. Ves smiled in a sly manner. So they accepted my invitation. Good. Please keep an eye on their arrival and prepare some accommodations for them in Freslin. Make sure to keep our guests separate and unaware of each other. It wouldn't do for them to mingle and band together. Gavin frowned at the strange instructions. What's this all about, Ves? Those representatives are all standing in for powerful businessmen and officials from numerous partners of the Friday Coalition. I know. Chapter 1086 Distinguished Buyers. It is almost sinful to partake in this bounty, the representative uttered as Ves carefully opened a vintage nutrient pack and took out a sample for the man to try. Yet don't mind if I do. As soon as the foreigner from the Friday Coalition took a bite, he went into an instant ecstasy. How divine! It is indeed as you claimed. Ves smiled as the representative took another bite and savored the sublime flavor. Thousands of years of fermenting had done the contents of the nutrient pack a lot of good. This isn't just any kind of regular nutrient pack, he boasted as he entered into salesman mode. Look at the markings and serial numbers of the nutrient pack. Not only are they of genuine CFA stock, but they are also dated from before the Age of Mechs. If that isn't enough, they also originate from the long-lost Starlight Megalodon. The representative studied the markings of the nutrient himself. I was doubtful of your claims that you have somehow obtained the nutrient packs of a long-lost battleship of the CFA. The disappearance of the Starlight Megalodon is racked with secrets. How could you possibly come into the possession of some of her nutrient pack supply? I have my ways, Ves replied vaguely. Due to some circumstances that I am not allowed to explain, I spent some time in the frontier. You can connect the dots from there. Very well. I'll take your entire supply. How much do you have? With the open pack included, I only have 53 nutrient packs left, Ves stated as he slapped his palm against the open crate in the vault. I am prepared to purchase all of them for 100,000 coalition credits each. That is a princely sum for a brighter like you who came into possession of such a treasure. 100,000 calls? Do you think I am mad? As a connoisseur of nutrient packs, I know quite well that these vintage nutrient packs are worth much more than that. You should pay 100 million calls for them per pack. I'll even throw you a 10% bulk discount if you buy all 53 of them at once. Oh, please. Don't insult my intelligence, Mr. Larkinson. Aged nutrient packs are not impossible to acquire. 200,000 COLS. Those are fake goods you are talking about. Nutrient packs that have undergone artificial time acceleration might be able to offer similar complex flavor profiles, but they are equivalent to mass-produced goods. My nutrient packs are different. They are exceedingly rare goods with a special origin and story behind them. If your patron adds them to their collection, they can show them off with pride that they own a piece of the Starlight Megalodon. Where else can you find such a treasure that your patron can comfortably display without attracting the attention of the CFA? 90 million calls! That is a ludicrous amount for mere nutrient packs. No matter their age or history, nutrient packs serve as an economic way to supply ships and colonies with long-lasting survival food. They consist entirely of synthetic ingredients mushed together in an approximation of organic food. There are limits to how much one should pay for him. 300,000 calls. VS chuckled. You and I both know that we are not talking about trading a bunch of nutrient packs here. Regardless of their original form, their meaning is completely different now due to their aging and their remarkable origin. These nutrient packs are valuable specifically due to those reasons and those reasons alone. This is your chance to buy a piece of history. And I will only charge 80 million calls each. The two nutrient pack connoisseurs continued to haggle back and forth for a while. Eventually, they came to an agreement to sell all 53 nutrient packs for the low price of 2.7 million calls. Once they shook hands and signed a contract, the representative commanded a lifter bot to pick up the crate and depart the vault. Before he left, the representative turned around. These are the only nutrient packs from the Starlight Megalodon that you possess, correct? I've left a couple for my own collection. VS lied. I can completely guarantee that you have obtained the remainder. Very well. Once the representative left, he stepped outside the vault area and reached a position where he regained his connection to the LMC's internal network. He sent a call to Gavin. Gavin, please send in the next representative down to the vault. Okay, VS. Gavin replied dubiously over the feed. Why all of this song and dance? Why not meet them all at once? I have my reasons, VS replied before shutting off the connection. He quickly returned to vault and entered another area where a single crate stood in the middle. VS awaited for the next guest to be escorted to the vault by an attendant. Ah, Mr. Larkinson, the newcomer said, a woman this time. From the drab decor of this underground area, I suppose you are about to show me your goods. VS smiled and opened the crate, revealing a number of nutrient packs. You presume correctly, miss. 46 vintage nutrient packs, excavated straight from the missing Starlight Megalodon. As far as I am aware of, they are the only goods to have emerged from that legendary CFA battleship. Would you like to have a taste? Please. How else will I be able to verify your claims? I am familiar with all of the historical CFA nutrient pack flavors, so don't think you can bamboozle me with counterfeits. I would never dream of doing so, miss. Like a sleazy salesman, VS repeated the same routine that happened a moment earlier. He hyped up the historical value of the nutrient packs. They were not mere vintage nutrient packs, but relics of the CFA. VS fared a little worse during the haggling that ensued. The woman was a shrewd negotiator, and they only shook hands when they arrived at a price of 2.2 million calls per nutrient pack. After waving the female representative off with her newly purchased crate, VS smiled sardonically to himself. Well, I have 4 more chances to do better. Now that he gained more confidence in the value of his vintage nutrient packs, VS continued to meet representative after representative. Even though he outright lied about the fact that they received his entire supply of vintage nutrient packs from the Starlight Megalodon, VS didn't think much of the consequences. All he cared about right now was ripping off the representatives of profligate nutrient pack collectors from the Friday Coalition. After completing 6 trades, each of which involved around 50 nutrient packs each, VS completely traded away his entire stash. Although it pained him a bit to say goodbye to those valuable nutrient packs, they only served to satisfy his vanity while they remained in his possession. As a mech designer and the head of a company that was mired in debt, VS needed money more than he needed to retain ownership of nutrient packs that served no practical use other than to serve as souvenirs of his last great adventure. Aware of the value of the nutrient packs should VS ever sell them to someone interested in them, he made the rational choice of converting his ownership of the nutrient packs into cold hard cash. His heart still ached at the loss, though. His dismay was so obvious that Lucky floated down from his head and clung to his shoulders as if to soothe his pain. Meow. I know. They're just nutrient packs, but they're also a piece of history, you know? The Starlight Megalodon doesn't exist anymore, so there is no way that I can ever obtain more vintage nutrient packs from the ship. Meow. PFF, is that what you care about? You want me to spend all of my earnings from these trades on rare exotics for you to stuff your face with? I still haven't entirely gotten over the fact that you ate away my CFA gear. Meow meow. Even if you gain some fantastic new abilities, it's not cost-effective for me to feed you high-quality exotics just so that I can gain some couple of super gems. Muh! VS ignored Lucky's admonishment in favor of tallying his gains. Overall, by selling around 300 vintage nutrient packs in total at an average price of 2.9 million calls each, VS earned 870 million calls in a single day. Simply speaking, that was roughly worth around 87 billion bright credits. Even though VS would lose a chunk of money from that massive sum due to transaction costs and fluctuating exchange rates that reflected the weakening of the bright credit, VS still believed he would be able to supplement the LMC's coffers by at least 80 billion credits. The company's debt is a thing of the past once the money arrives. Not only that, but the LMC would also be sitting on a healthy surplus that it could spend on improving its security, expanding the mech nursery, setting up branch offices and subsidiaries in other states, or apportion them to the future marketing campaign of his upcoming design. Worthless, heh? VS chuckled. Maybe they're worthless to people like Lieutenant Stimmons. As for others, they are worth as much as the Barracuda. In fact, ever since he first cracked open a nutrient pack from the battleship during his stay on the Starlight Megalodon, he instantly realized their value. Not only would many individuals in the galaxy pay good money for them, they were also inconspicuous enough that no one in the CFA would care enough to take them away. This was why VS expressly prepared to smuggle out a bunch of vintage nutrient packs from the Starlight Megalodon well in advance. VS laughed in exultation. Ha! It all paid off! If VS wanted to maximize his earnings, he would have put them up for offer at some auction house in the Friday Coalition. By inviting all the wealthy nutrient pack connoisseurs of the Friday Coalition to participate in the auction, it might have been possible to jack up the price for each vintage nutrient pack all the way to 1 million calls. That would have been far too conspicuous, though. VS shook his head in regret. Such a public auction might attract the attention of the CFA to him again. The last thing that VS wanted to do was to give the powerful Transgalaxian organization a reason to investigate him thoroughly. In addition, by selling nutrient packs from a lost CFA battleship so blatantly, VS would also be violating his obligation to keep the details of the Aeon Corona mission a secret. While he didn't fear the Mech Corps all that much, it was an entirely different problem once Flashlight entered the fray. I should never get on the bad side of Flashlight. VS shuddered. Perhaps VS could have earned more money if he sought out more discerning buyers. Yet the longer he waited and the more potential buyers he sounded out, the greater the risk that some of them might take more direct action to obtain the nutrient packs. It wasn't out of the question for them to send an overwhelmingly powerful force of mechs to Cloudy Curtain in order to rob VS of his stash of vintage nutrient packs. Although it sounded ludicrous for someone to go through so much effort for a bunch of nutrient packs, VS knew that such incidents actually took place. The sooner I got rid of them, the better. They're hot goods as long as they remained in my vault. In any case, earning almost 1 billion calls lifted a huge burden off his shoulders. It cost money to borrow money, so the LMC constantly troubled itself by trying to pay back all the interest from their loans. While it wasn't exactly a disaster for VS and the company if those loans continued to remain on the company's books, if VS gained the ability to pay them back wholesale, why shouldn't he go for it? In any case, VS did not plan for his company to embark in any major investments in the foreseeable future. Now that I've received a quota for the services offered by the BV Alliance, I no longer need to save up a lot of money to prepare for the next mech generation. Now that he secured the future of the LMC, VS finally felt free to focus his main priorities. Right now, that meant taking the next step in designing his mech. I'm almost done with overhauling my draft design. Once that's complete, I'll have to solicit feedback from Professor Ventag and others. I wonder how they will react to my vision. Chapter 1087 Economical Design. VS gained an entirely new conception of space-borne mechs after acquiring Space Knight Mastery I. Riding in the mind of a veteran Space Knight taught him that Space Knights constantly worried about being able to cover their colleagues. While mobility was important to do their jobs, it was their ability to endure damage that really mattered. If they wished, they would rather give up the former in order to enhance their ability to do the latter. It's a constant struggle. Without sufficient mobility, they can't keep up with their colleagues. Without enough tanking ability, they won't last long enough to provide meaningful protection. Nonetheless, riding in the mind of Eloise Pelican also taught him that a mech like his would appeal to mech pilots like her. His upcoming super-medium Space Knight offered substantially more protection without compromising its mobility entirely. Of course, the huge learning curve associated with using polarizing module effectively might hinder their adoption. However, polarizing modules and shield modules were not entirely strange to mech pilots of the Bright Republic considering their more widespread use in second-rate states. As long as their ability to withstand damage is big enough, all the other costs are worth it from their perspective. This realization gave him confidence as he reimagined his upcoming Space Knight design. He expressly worked to accommodate some of the features that Space Knight pilots like Eloise Pelican eagerly demanded from their mechs. Perhaps unconsciously, VS included a couple of touches from the Valiant Warden's design into his own work. He admired the bond that Eloise developed with her mech. No matter how much damage the machine sustained, with care and attention it always stood back up to fight another day. It was the greatest expression of one of his ideals. Though forced by circumstances, the insurmountable Drakes did their best to treat their mechs right and to value them as priceless assets. Many Knight mechs are expected to endure an incredible amount of punishment over their lifespans. Such mechs need to be incredibly robust and enduring, far more than the average mech. VS already learned this lesson with his first mastery, yet living alongside the rigors that Eloise endured as she tried everything to extend the lifespan of her mech underscored this aspect. Space Knights struggled to last 10 years of constant use. If not for the resourcefulness of the insurmountable Drakes, the Valiant Warden would have long been scrapped and dismantled for parts. It's a sad affair when mechs are used beyond their capacity. The new draft of the Space Knight that took shape undeniably carried the influence of his latest mastery experience. When VS revised the sketches, he allowed Kalankso's spiritual fragment to guide some of his design choices as usual. Perhaps due to the influence of Eloise and the Valiant Warden in its spiritual makeup, the fragment favored different choices this time. More endurance. More resilience. More longevity. All of this didn't come without a price. The additional structural integrity and armor plating that VS added to his draft slowed it down even further. The first draft of the mech already suggested that it would move rather sluggish, but this time it leaned even further towards the ineffectual mobility of a heavy mech. In essence, the new design choices showed a distinct lack of care towards mobility. His draft design possessed nearly the same mobility as a heavy Space Knight but without the sheer amount of damage-absorbing capacity of one. What is the advantage of such a mech? Perhaps theoretically, his Space Knight did not offer any distinct advantages over a regular heavy Space Knight. Yet in fact there are two major advantages. First, it is much cheaper than a genuine heavy mech. Second, it demands much less maintenance. Only well-funded, highly organized mech forces such as military mech regiments made use of heavy mechs. This was because operating them was very expensive and demanding in resources. Not only was acquiring them upfront ludicrously expensive, they also required a lot of servicing. Any major damage incurred to its high quality but expensive armor plating quite literally cost hundreds of millions of credits to repair. It's simply not economical for private outfits to operate a heavy mech, certainly not one that is expressly designed to take damage and require regular repairs to keep running. If there was one important advantage that VS brought to the table with his new design, it was that it had been designed to be as cost-efficient as possible when performing its singular most important role. VS estimated that he would be able to contain the price of his Space Knight to under 100 million credits. It was not as large as a heavy mech and did not require nearly enough metal to fabricate a copy. More importantly, a large portion of its defensive capability came from the polarizing module. By covering a section of armor with a special polarizing field, the only damage the mech sustained was draining its energy cells a lot faster. As long as the mech did not withstand too much damage at once, it would theoretically be able to offload all of the incoming firepower to its polarizing field. Even though that would drain his Space Knight's energy reserves rather quickly, it was a lot cheaper to recharge spent energy cells than to replace damaged armor plating. Energy is cheap. High-quality materials, especially those used in armor plating, are very expensive to come by. It's a reality that Mercenary Corps and many other private outfits spend much of their earnings from their missions to repair the damage their mechs have incurred. Many times, the cost of repairs can even exceed the payment they received from their employers. Many Mercenary Corps in fact incorporated provisions in their contracts that stated that their employers would compensate for their repairs. Yet how many employers would agree to such a clause? What if the Mercenary Corps deliberately piloted their mechs recklessly in order to get rid of their old and malfunctioning machines? Their employer would be on the hook for all of the replacement costs. In practice, the two sides always negotiated the extent to which an employer would cover the repairs of the Mercenary Corps. This usually ended up somewhere around the tune of 50% or less. Usually, employers held a bit more leverage during these negotiations because they could easily offer the assignment to another, more desperate Mercenary Corps. The economics of running a Mercenary Corps aside, what VS really wanted to play into was their demand on acquiring mechs that demanded less repairs. Part of the reason why mercenary commanders disliked night mechs was because they were money pits. Even so, operating a couple of night mechs is better than to let their more vulnerable mechs incur all that damage instead. Yet that did not feel like much of a consolation to the mercenary commanders when they studied the accounts. How would they feel about their defensive mechs when they occupied at least 70 to 90% of the money allocated to maintenance and repairs? This disparity in costs is exactly why the polarizing module matters a lot. If it can save my Space Knight from incurring a lot of material damage during battles, then the cost savings it provides over its lifespan has paid for its acquisition in spades. Due to the larger size of his Space Knight, VS could not avoid putting a high price tag on his upcoming mech model. Yet he hoped that some mech buyers would be smart enough to realize that the total cost of operating his new mech was a lot more generous over its entire lifespan. Well, not everyone is smart enough to take the entire lifetime cost of a mech into account. It also doesn't help much if the mech gets destroyed during its first few fights. This was why many mercenary corps still resorted to budget night mechs. They were easier to buy and easier to replace if they broke. Even though outfits expended a lot more money due to the frequent replacements, it felt a lot better than buying one very expensive mech. Would they even dare to commit such an expensive mech in battle? All of these psychological considerations sounded a bit stupid, but Ves knew it was part of human behavior. The mech commanders in charge of leading private outfits always came from the ranks of mech pilots. Mech pilots generally attended mech academies once they found out about their genetic aptitude when they reached 10 years old. The curriculum of a mech academy largely consisted of mech piloting-related courses. This meant that mech cadets predominantly spent their time on studying how to pilot night mechs, how to improve their marksmanship, how to employ rudimentary tactics, and so on. Learning all of this took up the majority of their time and energy. As for other topics like math, history, science, and humanities? Please. As long as a mech pilot could figure out the answer of 2 plus 2, they really didn't need to know more in order to be a good soldier on the battlefield. This lopsided education system led to the unfortunate circumstance that mech commanders were almost always awful administrators. They lacked the required administrative and business acumen to run a profitable outfit. The smarter commanders are prudent enough to delegate these matters to competent managers. The more conceited ones believe that all of their decisions are right regardless of their actual competence in these areas. From all the industry publications that Ves had read over the years, the latter occurred far more frequently than they should. Mech pilots are rather stupid in that way. Ves shook his head. The important implication of this reality was that his space knight might not be able to catch on to the mech market. Ves had to take the unfortunate possibility into account that mech commanders were too short-sighted to appreciate his upcoming design. Not every mech commander is that stupid, though. I'm sure that my mech will be able to sell as long as Nora Consolidated is involved. The marketing prowess of one of the premier mech companies in the Bright Republic dwarfed anything that the LMC or Marcella Bollinger could accomplish. As long as Professor Ventag put his entire support behind the joint design, then it was not impossible for their first cooperative design to become a success. I'm not resigned to design a technical masterpiece that flops on the market. Just like Eloise Pelican, his fighting spirit surged despite the many odds against him. Regardless of whether they were mech pilots or mech designers, both of them shared something in common. Mech pilots struggled against threats on the battlefield. Mech designers fought to earn the mech market's recognition for their mech designs. Although the latter didn't put their lives on the line, their battles were just as arduous. With these economical considerations in the back of his mind, Ves completed his second draft of upcoming mech design. It's time to see what other people think of my design. Ves decided to invite all of his confidants, as well as the 3 little chicks that recently joined the Avatars of Myth. All of them entered his imposing penthouse office shortly afterwards. While people like Calcy and Gavin had already become used to the impressive decor of his office, the 3 little chicks were practically wide-eyed as they became affected by the atmosphere their surroundings conveyed. Please take a seat, everyone. Ves gestured them to the comfortable couches at the corner of the office in order to ease the tensions. They first chatted a little. Ves found out that Melker already ordered a decent land-bound striker mech from Bentheim in order to provide Ves Larkinson with a new machine. As for Chet and Janzi Larkinson, they would be forced to stick to the simulators for a while longer. It took a lot more time, planning and organization to supplement the Avatars of Myth with their first space-borne mech company. How soon do you think we'll have our first space-borne mechs? Ves asked. A couple of months at the very least, Melker answered. The biggest problem we are facing right now is that we need to find a capable and experienced space-borne mech officer to lead the new company. It's very hard to attract mech officers of that caliber to join a completely unknown personal mech force like ours. Despite our impressive-sounding name, we haven't accomplished much to earn a famed reputation. Ves learned in the frontier that reputation was very important to every outfit. Reputation not only deterred troublemakers and opportunists, but also attracted skilled, experienced, and capable mech pilots. In this regard, despite their mid-range and premium mech roster, the avatars of myth hadn't been tested enough in battle to enjoy the regard they ought to deserve. Do you think the avatars of myth need a bit more seasoning, Melker? It helps if you grant us permission to accept small mercenary contracts. Some of our men are getting bored by the constant training. Do so. I trust your judgment in this matter. Chapter 1088 Homage. Before Ves underwent military service, he wouldn't have agreed to let the avatars of myth work as mercenaries so easily. Yet his experiences during the war showed Ves the importance of both reputation and actual battle experience. Aside from recognizing the importance of acquiring a good reputation, Ves also wanted his avatars of myth to become battle-tested. Only at that point would he be able to truly put his life in their hands. They can't be like the honored ones of the Reanald Republic, Ves stated to the people he invited. From my experiences during the war, they are just as well funded as the other mech militaries, but in practice they constantly drop the ball during actual battles because their lack of fighting experience has made them too complacent. Real battles always serve to teach the forces involved some brutal lessons. Every flaw and inefficiency in their operation painfully magnified their losses, prompting the outfits to address them in order to prevent the same from occurring again. Though this decision would inevitably lead to larger expenses and even loss of life, Ves stoically accepted these consequences as the price he needed to pay to raise a competent mech force. In any case, after quickly offloading his vintage nutrient packs from the Starlight Megalodon, Ves wasn't hurting for money right now. Regardless of how many Blackbeaks, Crystal Lords, or other mechs got trashed, Ves would not hesitate to sign off on any replacements. Maybe a mercenary corps will bleed if they lose such expensive mechs, but a personal troop is very different. He grinned to Melker. The LMC will continue to expand in the future, so it is a given that it requires more protection. I don't want to rely on SAS forever, you know that. The sooner we can bring the avatars of myth up, the better. Melker nodded, though Ves had difficulty of figuring out what he truly thought due to his habit of wearing a large over his face. Even on a spiritual level, his cousin was hard to read. It was as if Melker constantly obscured his real self. It kind of reminded Ves of some of the people who worked for Flashlight, actually. Still, even with his murky and ambiguous background, what could Melker really do? Both the LMC and the avatars of myth relied upon Ves to bankroll them both. Without his innovative design work, he would never be able to earn the money to keep them running. After getting up to speed on the avatars of myth, Ves moved on to the main reason why he called them together. He activated a projector that showed off his draft design in full splendor. It's time for you to introduce a draft for my upcoming mech design. Some of you may be unaware of this, but I'm not working on this mech design alone. The truth is that I'm collaborating on a joint design project with the esteemed Professor Corus Ventag of the DCTI. In fact, Nora Consolidated will be responsible for most of the production of this new mech. The news that Ves managed to score an opportunity to collaborate with a senior mech designer stunned everyone present. Ves had kept the news close to his chest for all the time, so it satisfied him immensely to see the surprise in their faces. Are you actually working with a senior, Ves? How much are you responsible for in this new design? I am responsible for roughly 75% of its design. I came up with the mech concept on my own, and it will largely be considered my own design. Professor Ventag is mainly responsible for adding some sophisticated touches to the internal architecture of the design. This meant that the design would largely conform to his own vision. Once they got over the shock that Ves had already reached a stage where he managed to score a cooperative venture with a senior, they moved on to studying the draft. The rough estimates of the mech design spec sheet helped offer the mech pilots present a vague glimpse of its performance. Melker quickly frowned as he studied the contours of the draft design and inspected some of the core specs. This is a Space Knight design, right? Why is it so hefty? That's because a significant portion of its internal volume is taken up by the polarizing module that I managed to squeeze into the design. It kind of looks fat for a humanoid mech design, Janzi commented, looking a bit put out at the prospect of piloting such an ungainly mech. As a Space Knight specialist, Ves valued her opinion the most out of the people present. It's not fat. It's large and in charge, Ves replied, putting a positive spin on his draft design's imposing bulk. My new design isn't meant to look pretty. It's meant to offer the maximum amount of protection for its size. Let me explain to you all what the polarizing module brings to the table. He had already run his draft design through some rough simulations to display its strengths to his audience. As he ran several simulations in succession, the skepticism in their eyes faded a little. So the polarizing module you added worked just like the polarizing modules found in some second-class designs? Ves nodded. Correct. The only problem is that due to cost reasons it's not realistic for me to incorporate a miniaturized version of the polarizing module into my mechs. That's why my mech exceeds the medium weight class. There is no possible way for me to mount the polarizing module component onto a lighter mech. Why bother with the polarizing module at all, then? Because I believe that with the correct use, it can make up for my design's admittedly plentiful shortcomings. The simulations already demonstrated the potential of his designs. Against energy weapons and against lower volumes of incoming fire, his Space Knight design performed admirably. Yet Melker instantly noted two major flaws to the concept that Ves adopted for his mech design. No offense, Ves, but your Space Knight only really excels in only a handful of battle scenarios. While a lot of battles amount to long-range slugging fests where lasers reign supreme, sometimes the fighting is up close and personal. Does your mech possess the flexibility and mobility required to fend off melee mechs? Melker exposed one of the biggest flaws of the mech design in question. A generic medium Space Knight presented a well-rounded package that could shield friendly mechs from ranged fire as well as marauding melee mechs attempting to take them out up close. This was because regular medium Space Knights possessed enough agility and acceleration to be able to put up a decent fight against swordsman mechs and the like. Even if they wouldn't be able to win the confrontation, the Space Knights would still be able to block their enemies so that their comrades could come and flank the enemy. My mech does not perform very well in melee battle. It doesn't have the mobility to keep up with enemy melee mechs, and the polarizing fields don't work great against the physical damage their melee weapons inflict, Ves admitted. My mech is purely designed for low and medium intensity space battles where the enemy doesn't dare to commit to a destructive all-in battle. Everyone present could see the appeal of his mech in these circumstances. Yet their suboptimal performance in melee combat enormously weakened the appeal of his design. Of all the people present, Kedis expressed the most disdain. This fatty mech is only really good for acting as a barely movable wall against lasers. As soon as one single agile light skirmisher comes close, it will easily be able to cripple this expensive mech by outflanking it and taking out its vulnerable flight system from the rear. By now, Kedis fully recovered from her candy binge and already began to flex her increased cognitive abilities. When Ves checked up on her progress, he witnessed her devouring the textbooks in the company's library. Her learning speed was off the charts, and the enormous boost in concentration enabled her to stick to her studies for days on end without getting bored. My mech is not designed to be passable in every situation. It is a special machine that excels in one aspect. That should be sufficient enough to slot it into a larger and well-rounded space-borne mech force. Other mechs that are much more capable in melee combat can cover for its weaknesses. Surprisingly, Janzi concurred with Ves. I think that's a good point. When it comes to fending off raids, A mech with these qualities can be very useful. Laser weapons are used almost everywhere in space. There won't be many battles where a mech like this is useless. Though Janzi was a bit intimidated by the rough edges that Ketty still retained of her pirate heritage, she was confident in her judgment of space knights. As the feedback session went on, it became clear that the new mech design did not completely catch on. To some, its singular strength did not make up for its many weaknesses and shortcomings. Only a true space knight specialist like Janzi were able to appreciate what the mech design brought to the table. Ves distinctly designed his mech to appeal to space knight specialists. For Janzi to express her support for the mech design meant that at least some of the market would be able to see the value in his design. That was enough for him to gain the confidence to go ahead with his current direction. As for the skepticism expressed by Ketties, Melker and the others, there was little Ves could do to address their points. In order to improve his super-medium space knight's ability to fight up close, he needed to boost its mobility closer to that of a normal medium space knight. That simply wasn't possible without removing the polarizing module entirely. But why would Ves do that? The polarizing module served as a defining characteristic of his mech design. To remove its most important gimmick meant that his Space Knight became indistinguishable to the generic Space Knight models that had already flooded the mech market. "There's one other thing I'm wondering about," Ketty said. "What is this mech design called?" "Ah, the name." Ves thought long and hard on it ever since he first conceived its concept. Names imparted meaning to mech designs and defined their unique identity. He did not want everyone to start calling it the Fatty Mech. If that name stuck to his design, then the imposing manner of his product would forever be ruined in the public. In order to reinforce its positive aspects and downplay its negative aspects, Ves wanted to bestow his super-medium Space Knight with an imposing name. It could even be a grandiose one as long as it increased the stature of his product in the market. Lately, whenever he tried to figure out a dignified name for his mech, he couldn't help but harken back to the events he witnessed during his latest mastery experience. Witnessing the legendary unity between man and machine in Eloise's mind was a completely mind-bending sight. Through accomplishing complete resonance for a short instant, Venerable Eloise Pelican and her valiant warden manifested a colossal energy mech that glittered like stars in the murky space of the dark sphere. The energy mech was powerful enough to slay a giant astral creature and cut an entire light carrier in half. How could Ves not pay homage to that unforgettable event that he had inadvertently enabled with his presence in Eloise's mind? "My new design is called the Aurora Titan." It was a simple but imposing name, so much so that everyone present was taken aback by the sheer daring to call it so. This was a name that ought to be bestowed upon a heavy mech. To them, they thought that Ves must be trying to add some of the majesty of heavy mechs into his super-medium mech design. Ves had no such intentions in mind when he named his Space Knight this way. He used the word Titan because it reflected the enormous size of the energy mech. He used the word Aurora to describe the glittering lights radiated by the expression of resonance in its most complete form. The Aurora Titan? It was a name filled with meaning to Ves, and one he felt comfortable calling his upcoming mech design. Chapter 1089 Pricing Conundrum. The Aurora Titan held two meanings to Ves. He did not plan on explaining to anyone of the deeper meaning that came from his heart. The memory of witnessing and facilitating complete resonance was his and only his to enjoy in the comfort of his mind. As to the others, Aurora Titan was simply a fancy and exaggerated way to describe his super-medium Space Knight. The word Titan stood for his mech's larger size, while the word Aurora alluded to the visual glow that polarizing fields emanated when they became active. Aurora Titan, a name that came with two entirely separate meanings. It satisfied both the emotional and descriptive requirements for an appropriate name for his new mech design. Eventually, someone started to ask a very important question. So, how much do you expect to charge for this Aurora Titan? It looks like a really expensive mech. Ves constantly tried to figure that out himself. The added size and bulk increased its cost substantially, and the polarizing module itself wasn't cheap by any means. He could not afford to underprice the Aurora Titan. At the same time, he also couldn't overprice the Aurora Titan either. If he charged 100 million credits or more, he would break through a psychological price barrier that would instantly deter the vast majority of buyers in the market looking to supplement their outfits with a sturdy Space Knight. Right now, Ves had not fleshed out his draft design into an exact set of schematics that fully outlined its component and material usage. He still possessed some freedom to adjust the final cost of his mech in his subsequent design work. Nevertheless, it would be better if he defined its pricing beforehand so that he could plan around it from the very start. It was better than to name a price at the end where he had little choice in the matter. I think the base price of the Aurora Titan will not be less than 80 million credits, Ves finally announced. A lot of people held their breaths. Sure, a real heavy mech cost at least 3 or 4 times as much. Yet compared to the cheapest edition of the Black Beak, the Aurora Titan demanded at least 20 million credits more. By setting his target at designing a mech that people would be willing to fork out 80 million credits to buy a copy, Ves determined that his actual design should not cost more than 60 million credits to produce. This cost limit not only included the cost of exotics and raw materials, but also the capital and labor required to produce it. In addition, Ves also needed to take into account the various royalties each copy bequeathed to the licensors of the components used in the Aurora Titan design. Designing and producing a mech was expensive business. The figures only racked up even higher as the size, bulk, and quality of the design increased. For an instant, Ves considered whether he should design a light skirmisher instead. He wouldn't have to deal with such insanely high prices when he designed a smaller and thinner mech. Ves quickly shook his head. It wasn't in his nature to give up on a mech design before he even completed it. To charge 80 million credits for his super medium Space Knight was a fair price to ask considering its strengths. Even so, he wasn't ignorant of the challenges. Neither was Gavin, who looked troubled at the prospect of trying to market a weird mech that cost so much. It will be a hard sell, Gavin said. It's one thing if you're a journeyman. The market is more willing to trust your design ability that they won't automatically scoff at such a high price. The problem is that you aren't one. Not yet. For an apprentice to dabble so much in the premium price segment as you makes you seem rather greedy. Publishing an even more expensive mech design than the last two will only reinforce your reputation as a money grubber. Quality comes at a price, Ves stated. The Aurora Titan is very capable as a defensive Space Knight. It is worth every credit as long as their owners and mech pilots employ them correctly. Even with the support of Professor Ventag and Nora Consolidated, I don't foresee that we can capture any significant market share for your mech. A lot of people don't like the idea of super medium mechs in the first place. Your mech design will attract a lot of negative comments due to that factor alone. I'm already aware of the consequences. Innovation is not without its bumps. Even if the Aurora Titan flops on the market, I still won't regret designing it due to all of the lessons I've learned in the design process. If I ever design another Space Knight, I'll be able to take all of the pitfalls I've encountered previously into account. This was a form of hedging usually employed by mech designers. So what if one of their mech designs flopped? They could easily attempt to design another mech of the same type but with a concept to see whether their second attempt succeeded. In fact, design studios turned this practice into the core part of their business model. They pumped out design after design, many of which consisted of variants of their base model designs in order to offer any company in need of a mech design to round out their mech catalog an enormous amount of choice. It didn't matter if 99% of their mech designs never got licensed. Just a single success made up for all of the effort spent on designing the flops. This also illustrated that designing a mech did not cost a mech designer all that much. Perhaps the most valuable resource they wasted was time. All those months or years spent on designing a failed mech design that would never see any use could have been used to design a better mech. Regarding time, younger mech designers often possessed a lackadaisical attitude towards it. Since they were so young, they had all the time in the world to explore their design capabilities and to experiment with their developing design philosophies. Only until they reached middle age or older would they begin to feel the press of time. All that time wasted on designing failures could have been used to design successful mech designs that earned them lots of money or pushed their advancement forward. After a hearty and honest discussion, Ves dismissed the gathering, satisfied with the feedback he received. None of his confidants held back in expressing their honest thoughts. To them, Ves was still Ves instead of some mythical figure, as he was sometimes portrayed in the news. "That's still a flaw of mine." Ves shook his head. With his advancement to journeyman near, he needed to get used to adopting the demeanor of a leader and someone of importance. He was not a young mech designer anymore who just took his first steps in the mech industry. The problem was that his advancement was so rapid that Ves simply did not have the time to get rid of his folksy, middle-class demeanor. Although his Larkinson background offered him a lot more privileges in his upbringing compared to other people of his generation, there were so many Larkinsons that he never felt he was special in any way. Besides, it's not in the nature of the Larkinsons to pamper any of their offspring with an abundant amount of wealth and luxury. At least, that used to be the custom. The holdings of the Larkinson estate only earned the family enough money to provide a comfortable retirement to its elders, orphans, widows, and widowers. Now that they had tasted the benefits of receiving billions of credits and dividends, who knew if their attitude towards raising future Larkinsons remained as restrained and sober as before? The introduction of a mech designer like Ves to the family may have forever caused future generations of Larkinsons to become spoiled and pampered brats. "My grandfather and the other elders know better than that." Ves shook his head, unwilling to believe the principal Larkinsons would be corrupted so easily by money. Good mech pilots don't come about by flooding them with money and abundance. Not according to the own lessons our family has learned in raising mech pilots. The Larkinson family enjoyed a 400-year track record of consistently raising lots of very skilled mech pilots. The expert pilots that constantly emerged from their ranks in every generation enshrined their current practices. The only concern that Ves still harbored was whether his influence along with the influence of the LMC would begin to displace the original focus of the Larkinson family. For 4 centuries, they dedicated themselves to military service. What if the younger generations of Larkinsons instead preferred to work for the avatars of myth instead of the Mech Corps? Would the family lose its military identity one day? "Everything will change one day," he whispered to himself. "Whether this particular change will be better for the family or not, I don't see any way to stop this trend." The LMC at its current scale hadn't grown to the point where the Larkinson family needed to place too much importance to it. But what about the future? What if his company became as large, wealthy, and influential as the KNG? What if the LMC began to match a huge company like Nora Consolidated? Would the family still be able to remain composed when they realized that they owned a 25% stake in such a massive cash cow? Well, that won't happen for quite a few years. Ves picked up Lucky lounging on the couch and moved over to his desk. As he petted Lucky's back, he decided to bite the bullet and contact Professor Ventag. His calm call came through a few minutes later after going through his secretary. "Ves. Looks like you have been acclimatizing well upon your return," the professor said. "How far are you on your design work?" "I've recently finished a complete draft design," Let me show it to you and explain my thought processes. Ves held nothing back as he showcased the Aurora Titan. He explained the theory and considerations behind each of his design choices, some of which earned some modest praise from the professor. After 20 minutes of outlining the reasoning behind the draft design, Professor Ventag sat back on his chair somewhere in Bentheim. Interesting. All of your reasoning is sound. Although I don't fully agree with all of your design choices, it's good that you've stuck to the same logic behind most of your decisions. That kind of consistency is often lacking among younger mech designers who simply want to achieve the coolest mech designs. The Aurora Titan is anything but cool. Ves smiled sardonically. It doesn't even follow any of the current trends aside from designing a mech that is specialized against resisting laser weapons. The value of mech design is rather ambiguous in the current generation. However, once the next generation rolls in, the Aurora Titan will doubtlessly be able to shine more brightly with all the laser weapons being used. Ves intended to design a mech that straddled multiple generations. It was fine if it didn't sell well in the first few years. As long as the MTA finally decided to announce the next mech generation, the Aurora Titan would certainly gain a lot of prominence. The only problem was that Ves would have to cut its price by at least 10 million credits, or more due to its last-gen nature. Do you think that 80 million credits is a good price to ask for the base model? Ves asked. The question put Professor Ventag on the spot. That's a difficult question to answer even for a senior. Ves. We are not omnipotent, and trying to gauge an acceptable price for a mech model that is as controversial and complex as yours is incredibly challenging. Nonetheless, I think you are being too restrained in your asking price. What price would you suggest for the Aurora Titan, Professor? 100 million credits. Go for broke. Ves truly didn't know how to respond to that suggestion. Would it really be acceptable to charge so much? For 100 million credits, Ves could buy at least 3 medium space knights that could do a much better job collectively than one single Aurora Titan. Chapter 1090 Customer Feedback. As Ves gathered a round of feedback from his subordinates, his friends and his acquaintances, Phase 2 continued to transform the entire makeup of the company. Aside from the disruptive organizational changes, the company also underwent a metamorphosis in terms of values. Every single person underwent some form of indoctrination through a series of department-wide or company-wide indoctrination sessions masquerading as company events. Although the employees spent a significant time away from actual work due to these sessions, Ves considered it to be worth it because uniting the workforce around a single set of ideals mattered a lot in the future. The larger his company grew, the more people he employed, the harder it would be to effect a change in his workforce's shared identity. Right now, the vast majority of the LMC centered the headquarters and the underground manufacturing operation at the Mech Nursery. It was a lot easier to shift the direction of the entire company when it still operated from a single location. The various company events that gathered various workers of the company together slowly raised the importance of the LMC in their lives. Ves wanted them to be proud of working for the LMC. Being able to be a part of the LMC should be an honor. Aside from trying to establish a strong corporate culture, Ves also aimed to bond them together. He envied the shared camaraderie of the Flagrant Vandals and Lydia's Sword Maidens, and wanted to establish something similar with the workers of his own company. If a fellow worker from the LMC is in trouble, then his colleagues should do everything in their power to help. If the company is being thrown in the mud in the media, then my subordinates should enthusiastically express their support. The company takes care of its people, and its people take care of its company. That was harder said than done. At the end of the day, most people worked for a company simply so that they can earn a living. Trying to foster a shared identity that bonded different workers of a company together no matter their origin could not be forced. Yet that didn't mean there wasn't any means to encourage it from developing in the first place. What VS picked up from his time with the Flagrant Vandals and Lydia's Sword Maidens was that they both sustained their existence around a single overarching mission. The Vandals fought for much modest aims. They merely wanted to become appreciated by the Mech Corps again. The neglect and lack of care by headquarters obviously stung the Vandals rather deeply. Their collective grievances oddly bonded them together around a single shared purpose to give the Vandals a better name and clear their sordid reputation in the military. As for the Sword Maidens, their female-focused development lent itself to carrying the banner of elevating the status of women in the frontier. While hardly anyone cared about gender in civilized space due to technology acting as the great equalizer, the frontier was not so bountiful. The lack of development and prosperity outside civilized space set back the status of women among the rough societies that emerged from there. The Sword Maidens gathered a bunch of deprived young women, raised them up in a brutal fashion, and turned them into warrior maidens who all fought for the same cause, which was to empower every woman. Although VS did not think they accomplished all that much for women in the Ferristar region, the high-sounding goal did succeed in gluing the Sword Maidens even tighter together. VS thought long and hard on which mission his LMC should carry as it continued to do business. It's not very inspiring to say that the main mission of the LMC is to make a lot of money selling war machines. Even though it pretty much encapsulated the truth, VS was not so crass to say so openly. Every company needed to dress up its purpose with something that sounded much more nobler in order to make its workers feel good about their jobs. Therefore, the company adopted a mission centered around its motto and core principles. Its goal was to provide every mech pilot a machine that they could depend upon. To VS, the company's motto carried an even more special meaning after his latest mastery experience. The bond between Eloise and her valiant warden had reached the penultimate state of complete resonance. The massive energy mech that they conjured up out of pure resonance was the truest expression of a living mech that VS had ever seen. They are true partners for life. VS wanted to share the satisfaction that he gained from encountering a mech pilot who possessed a strong affection for her mech. Therefore, aside from the company events that sought to validate the contributions made by the company's employees, they also organized several live customer feedback sessions. At this point into Phase 2, the LMC had just begun to conduct these sessions. Hundreds of workers gathered at the corporate auditorium that the company had recently erected at its complex at a time. They attended these mandatory sessions because VS personally stressed the importance of connecting directly with their customers. It's not enough to receive a thank you note on their comms or to hear some platitudes from a projection, he said when he decided to push for these expensive sessions. I want every worker from the LMC to meet a mech pilot or mech buyer in person who had a good experience with our products. With over 10,000 mechs sold since its founding, the LMC gained a firm footing in the mech community. A significant amount of Black Beaks and Crystal Lords in the Bright Republic saw battle throughout the shortened war as their outfits encountered several raids during their missions. Although not every battle ended favorably, the amount of good stories that emerged from the war gave the company more than enough options to reunite with. The LMC issued a lot of invitations to its customers to send their mechs and mech pilots to Cloudy Curtain to talk about their experiences with the LMC's products. Not every mercenary corps or security company agreed to do so even after the LMC offered to compensate for their time. Still, enough outfits accepted the invitations to give every employee the opportunity to attend a customer feedback session. VS brought kiddies along to attend the very first session. They entered the corporate auditorium early and sat in an enclosed space that looked above the main hall. Various company employees from every department slowly filed in and took their assigned seats. From senior managers to cleaning bot technicians, from locals who grew up in Cloudy Curtain to highly skilled mech technicians who studied at Bentheim, the audience reflected the diverse makeup of the company. Why did you take me to your so-called customer feedback session, VS? Keddies asked a bit grumpily. You need to get out more. There's more to designing mechs than to study by yourself. There is a whole community out there that revolves around mechs. Now that you're away from the Soar Maidens, you are no longer benefiting from exposure to mech pilots. Attending these sessions will remind you what our profession is really about. Lately, Kedis had been fully taken in by her vastly improved learning capacity. With her old flighty tendencies suppressed by her improved concentration, she fully began to appreciate the benefits of absorbing huge amounts of knowledge. She was growing smarter and more knowledgeable by the day. As someone who had also been taken in by the pleasure of acquiring lots of knowledge rapidly, Ves knew how hard it was for a mech designer to resist its allure. While knowledge always played a central role to mech designers, it was a mistake to neglect the other facets of the profession. Designing mechs never revolved around the mech designer. Instead, their fundamental role in society had always been to serve the mech pilots by providing them with the best mechs for the job. Ves believed that mech designers who locked themselves up in a lab or a library all day became wholly out of touch with the customer side of their profession. He did not wish for Kedis to develop into a mech designer who only spent her days locked up in her ivory tower. Once everyone arrived, the doors to the auditorium closed up. The obscuring screen that blocked the view of the stage at the front slowly faded away, revealing a pair of iconic-looking mechs. It's a black beak and a crystal lord. Yes. How could his employees not feel the weight of their own efforts if they didn't reunite with some of the company's products? The sight of the black beak and crystal lord, each of which had been recoated to adopt the colors and markings of their respective outfits, made an instant impression on their audience. The sighs and gasps of astonishment reflected the unique personality the mechs acquired after several years of intensive use. Every mech and mech pilot the LMC invited had all seen real action. The mech pilot of the Black Beak stepped forward first with a confident gait. My name is Raymond Costa. I am a mech lieutenant of the distant Folons, a renowned mercenary corps based in the Green Nebula region. I've been assigned to pilot a gold-label Black Beak for 3 years. Let me talk about my experiences with my Black Beak. Of all the Black Beaks out in the wild, the gold-label Black Beaks handcrafted by Ves exhibited the strongest X-factor right out of the box. Paired with a steady mech pilot who worked for an active mercenary corps during a war, this Black Beak gained several opportunities to make a difference. I love my Black Beak, Raymond declared emphatically. It is the best night mech that I've piloted by far. Even though many of my colleagues initially faulted our mercenary commander for purchasing such an expensive machine, I can tell you right now that the distant Folons did not waste a single credit. With the impressive aura of the gold-label Black Beak washing over the audience, Raymond began to share some of his war stories. Everyone became enthralled by his tales as they unconsciously experienced the complex flavors that the mech radiated. To these spiritual senses, the gold-label Blackbeak's X-factor had already started to develop into its own unique direction. Each experience it went through with Raymond Costa left another mark on its spiritual existence, fostering its growth and strengthening it in a manner that benefited its mech pilot as well. Perhaps the most harrowing battle during the war was when the distant Folons accepted a mission from the Mech Corps to defend a strategic fuel refinery in the Bentheim region. The Vesians sent a detachment of mechs to raid the entire star system. Even as the system's space-borne assets were being trashed, the Vesians also landed 4 companies of mechs onto the main planet to raid its local industries. The fuel refinery that we were tasked with guarding was one of their main targets. A large projector started streaming footage of the battle in the background. Raymond's Black Beak played a central role in this recording. What happened? Someone in the audience asked. We're lucky that we weren't alone. Raymond grinned. The Mech Corps stationed a couple of mech companies at the cities, but once they saw the Vesians go straight for the fuel refinery, they needed at least an hour to reinforce us. Outnumbered 2-1, our mercenary corps stood alone while outnumbered 3-2 against the Mech Legion. Military mechs and mech pilots always held the edge over commercial mechs and mercenary pilots. The disparity in strength was a lot larger than the disparity in numbers. Raymond straightened his back and patted the foot of his black beak. We are the distant Folons. We aren't cowed so easily. We are better than that. We stood our ground and resisted the Vesian assault. Even so, the Vesians employed their coordination to deathly effect, forcing my buddies to eject again and again as their mechs got torn apart. The situation seemed dire and it appeared almost certain that we would be defeated before reinforcements managed to arrive. What did you do? Since our defenses were being torn apart, we decided to abandon our static posture. We decided to go on the attack. Raymond grinned. My black beak and I led the charge. At that moment, I felt more alive and connected to my mech than ever before. With unrestrained ferocity, we slammed against the Vesians' mechs. Perhaps we took out one of their officers early, because they were far too slow to react to our sudden assault. Did you manage to win? It cost us a lot, but we succeeded in halting the Vesians long enough for reinforcements to arrive. The Vesian attackers had no choice but to cut their losses and run back to their combat carriers. The battle footage running behind his back corroborated his story. The black beak aggressively led the charge and endured a substantial amount of punishment in order to carry the distant Folons forward. Sitting beside Ves, even Kedis became engrossed with the story. Chapter 1091 Laser Dogs. The LMC invited mech pilots like Raymond Costa to share their story to the company's employees. This way, every worker directly derived more meaning out of the LMC's missions. Yet this was not the extent of this gathering. The mech pilots invited to talk with a couple of hundred employees also gained an opportunity to air their likes and dislikes about their mechs. Otherwise, why call it a feedback session? I love my black beak. It's great, Raymond said, unabashed with lavishing praise on his machine. I think the black beak is a well-engineered mech. Its high-quality components and armor system always makes others envious. What I particularly like the most is that it doesn't compromise too much protection for the mobility it provides. You can't imagine how many enemies I took by surprise by how fast my black beak stormed up to their faces. If not for the high price tag of your model, the distant Folons would have ordered more copies already. What do you think the black beak can do better? No mech is perfect. Even I can't claim the black beak is the perfect night mech. Raymond shook his head in mild regret. As much as I love my own mech, I'm not blind to the flaws and limitations of its model. First, its sensor systems are not very good. The black beak can never be sent out on solo patrols because it's too susceptible to enemy ECM. Second, its melee combat capabilities are below average because its flexibility and peak power is not up to par. Hearing these points all struck an echo with Ves. He already knew of the various flaws his black beak model possessed. Yet knowing it did not mean he could wipe them away with a single design revision. Mech design was all about making calculating trade-offs with each design decision. Something always had to give, and Ves chose to cut back on the aforementioned areas in order to preserve its strengths. The armor system of this mech is also really hard to work with according to my mech technicians. We are always forced to order new plating from your company because our own mech technicians and facilities aren't equipped to produce compressed armor plating. It's rather annoying that it consists of 3 distinct layers. Even if only the top layer sustained damage, the entire armor plate has to be written off afterwards because we don't possess the ability to restore the top layer. The Veltrex armor system offered good protection when its initial cost was taken into account. However, the various properties that Raymond mentioned showcased a problem common to many mid-range and premium mechs. Their armor was too darn difficult to repair by themselves. It was also very expensive to repair the armor because most of the value of the mech lay in its armor system. Ves aimed to reduce the ongoing costs of maintaining a mech with his upcoming Aurora Titan design. Yet that did not help his existing mech models at all. Even if Ves decided to modernize the designs of the Black Beak and the Crystal Lord, he would still be unable to do much about the problem concerning the expense of maintaining their armor systems. The high running costs of operating an expensive mech was one of the main reasons why mech buyers felt reluctant to purchase a premium product. Not only did they fork over a huge amount of money up front, but they constantly bled money over time as well. After Raymond Costa had his say, the mech pilot of the Crystal Lord stepped up. She was a woman this time who looked at the audience with a morose expression. To be honest, I don't really want to share my story with you all. The only reason I accepted is because of the money your company offered. With my current circumstances, I need every credit I can get. The audience did not expect to meet with such an individual. The woman instantly made a sharp contrast to Raymond Costa, who provided everyone with an uplifting feedback session. I am Carla Dio, and I'm the only surviving mech pilot of my outfit. I used to be the second in command for an up-and-coming mercenary corps called the Violet Orions. With the war going on, we did brisk business with the Mech Corps, who offered highly paid contracts to guard their infrastructure. Costa's distant Fulons accepted one of them, and the Violet Orions were no different. The money was simply too good. During every war, the Bright Republic would never let their mercenary corps stay idle. Through a mix of laws and enticements, they encouraged every mercenary corps to help contribute to the war by guarding various installations and facilities vital to the war industry. Yet that did not always deter the Mech Legion from sending out a long-range raid to wreck these sites. Back when the Violet Orions accepted the contract to guard an exotics mine at some rural planet, we thought the Mech Legion wouldn't come for us. It was too remote and the mine wasn't really all that critical either. We were wrong. The Mech Legion deployed enough land-bound mechs to outnumber us twice over. The projector in the background began to depict some of the footage of the battle. Violet-colored mechs fell left and right as a Vision Mech Cavalry Company overran their defenses in an instant. With the Vision melee mechs wrecking the Violet Orions up close, Carla Dio's Crystal Lord desperately disentangled from the brawl while shooting its slim laser rifle at any Vision mech in range. Even though her Crystal Lord and a handful of lesser riflemen mechs managed to fell some Vision mechs, it was far too late to make a difference by then. Most of the mechs of the Violet Orions had been taken out. Not only that, but the Visions even sent out light mechs to hunt down the ejecting cockpits as they flew away into retreat. Over the next 15 minutes, Carla Dio described her desperate flight into the wilderness where she was constantly being hounded by Vision mechs. The Visions sent their own mercenaries after the stragglers, she said. A Vision mercenary company called the Laser Dogs accompanied the raiding force and sent out entire squads of light beast mechs after my Crystal Lord. The projector depicted the iconic mechs of the Laser Dogs. VS and Keddies both took in the design of their laser-armed canine mechs. Their four-legged build enabled them to navigate rough terrain a lot better than regular humanoid scout mechs. The laser weapons mounted to their heads enabled them to harass enemies from a distance and pool their firepower together when they traveled in packs, as they did against Carla's Crystal Lord. My comrades got hunted down one by the Laser Dogs. Even though we hit them back plenty of times, their sheer numbers made it impossible for us to defeat them entirely. Over time, only my Crystal Lord was the only mech of the Violet Orions that still stood. I continued to run deeper into the wilderness while turning my rifle around to fire back at my pursuers. Perhaps the Laser Dogs grew complacent now that they are only chasing after a single target, because only 6 of them continued the pursuit. The projection showed the Crystal Lord coming under increasing fire from the rear. Despite the light firepower of each Laser Dog beast mech, getting peppered with lasers by 6 of them at a time quickly began to degrade the Crystal Lord's armor integrity. At some point, I felt like I had to go out with a bang. There was no point in running because the Laser Dogs navigated the wilderness better than my Crystal Lord. So I turned around my mech and fought back while my energy cells still lasted. What ensued was a battle which pitched lasers against lasers. Despite being outnumbered by 6-1, The Crystal Lord was a premium mech while the Laser Dog mechs were budget mechs at best. This quality differential helped even the odds, though it was still a stretch for a single mech to fight against these odds. Yet Carla Dio never faltered in her counterattack. She was prepared to go all out and take down as much enemy mechs as she could in a final blaze of glory. Her Crystal Lord boldly ran forward while enduring constant laser fire. The difference this time was that its thicker front armor and its chest crystal absorbed most of the incoming fire. This gave the Crystal Lord enough of a buffer to get up close and barge into their loose formation. By bobbing and weaving through their formation, Carla caused her enemies to hesitate in pulling the trigger for fear of hitting friendly mechs. Even though the mechs of the Laser Dogs took on a canine design form, they were actually no good in melee battle. The Crystal Lord wasn't good in melee either, but the difference in quality and the fact that it could enter in the middle of their formation without concern bode ill for the Laser Dogs. It's impossible to miss the enemy mechs at this range. Carla grinned slightly as footage of her burning holes into the frames of the light mechs ran behind her. I demolished 2 mechs in quick succession by overloading my laser rifle. Unfortunately, all of that fighting and activity strained its laser rifle, causing it to run piping hot. When she managed to disable 2 of the Laser Dog mechs, the 4 remaining enemy mechs had finally gotten their wits together, separated from each other to surround the Crystal Lord from all 4 directions. Carla's mech was surrounded with no way to escape. Yet did she and the Crystal Lord ever falter? No! Even as laser fire pelted the Crystal Lord from each direction, she calmly focused on one target at a time. Even though the Crystal Lord was forced to slow down the firing rate of its laser rifle due to heat management problems, it nonetheless managed to take out a Laser Dog mech in a single instant when she unleashed a powerful light beam from its chest crystal. I've always felt a bit dubious about the practical use of the crystal mounted in the front of my Crystal Lord, but I have to admit I couldn't have taken out a Laser Dog so fast without that powerful shot. Even though Carla Dio only piloted a silver label Crystal Lord, its chest crystal had still been empowered by the alien crystal in the LMC's exclusive possession. So far, competitors hadn't been able to reproduce anything like it in the Bright Republic. The Laser Dogs lost another mech in quick succession, easing Carla's burden. After focusing her firepower on another Laser Dog mech, she deliberately aimed to damage its limbs in order to compromise its mobility. Even as she did so, her Crystal Lord's chest crystal continued to accumulate more energy, as lasers fired from the front attracted a lot of firepower. For some reason, the Laser Dogs had the mistaken impression that the Crystal Lord's chest crystal signified a weak point. This mistake cost them dearly because as soon as the mech in Carla's sight started to hobble due to all of the damage its front limbs had taken, a powerful light beam hit it square in the head. This inexplicably powerful light beam not only took out yet another Laser Dog mech, but also broke the remaining 2 enemies. The 2 surviving Laser Dogs halted their attack and fled with their tails tucked between their legs. The footage of that final moment depicted Carla's mech in an awful state. Almost every part of the mech was steaming with heat or melted armor plating. Even though it shared the same armor system as the Black Beak, its plating was a lot thinner, so the constant barrage of weak lasers from the Laser Dogs took a toll on its armor integrity. Nevertheless, no matter how awful the sole surviving mech of the Violet Orions looked, it still stood standing on the battlefield with pride. The Laser Dogs gave up on pursuit, Carla stoically said. I ran as deep into the wilderness as I could, so I was in no place to offer any meaningful resistance against divisions. Eventually, they left when reinforcements from the Mech Corps finally arrived. My mech was practically running on fumes by then. Sadly, it's far too late for the Violet Orions. Despite the sad outcome of the Violet Orions, Ves still found inspiration in Carla's continued survival. Her mech played a pivotal role in keeping her alive. Knowing that his design saved her from a very likely death gave him just as much fulfillment as hearing how Raymond Costa managed to reverse a battle with the help of his Black Beak. This is what it means to be a mech designer, he said to Kedis. Each and every one of our mechs is doing something useful in the hands of our customers. For her part, Kedis had become fully engrossed in the stories she heard. She already started to dream about what she could effect with her own design. Chapter 1092 Fostering Pride. Just like Raymond Costa, Carla Dio provided her own feedback on the Crystal Lord. Ves listened with rapt attention as she soberly listed out the good and bad points of the Crystal Lord. My Crystal Lord is a great if somewhat difficult laser rifleman mech, she stated in front of the crowd of workers. It really takes a couple of months to get used to its additional capabilities. As far as its battle performance goes, it does the job really well. I really like the lighter laser rifle because it is easier for me to pivot the aim of my mech. The respectable endurance of the Crystal Lord is another highlight of its design, I think. It's really great to be able to outlast enemy laser-armed mechs in an even matchup. Of course, aside from the praise, she also didn't hold back when it came to its shortcomings. The Crystal Lord is a very capable mech with its combination of firepower and armor. However, in some ways I feel as if I would rather have more of the former than the latter. Make no mistake. I have truly come to enjoy piloting a mobile ranged mech clad in compressed armor plating. It's just that any damage that my Crystal Lord endures is very expensive to fix. Mr. Costa, who spoke earlier, already described this problem, but it is especially more acute with the Crystal Lord because its armor coverage is a lot thinner. The thinner layers meant that its resilience towards light damage decreased by a substantial amount. Simply said, the black beak would be able to withstand light damage without suffering more than a scratch in its coating. The mech technicians would not have to expend any resources to fix the integrity of the armor plating in question because it succeeded in bouncing away projectiles without suffering any dents. On the other hand, the Crystal Lord's much thinner armor layers meant that their structural resistance to damage was a lot weaker. When Ves initially designed this mech, he deliberately put mobility first and armor second. This design direction led to a lot of consequences, and the flaw mentioned by Carla Dio was especially serious. Aside from the problems with the armor system, Carla also aired another frustration. The firepower of the Crystal Lord is also weaker than a premium mech ought to possess. Whereas most expensive rifleman mechs offer greater and greater firepower, your Crystal Lord instead chose to emphasize its armor. This is all well and good, but several times I contemplated whether it would be better to replace the lightweight laser rifle your company supplied with this mech with a heavier one from another company. Ves admittedly hadn't prioritized the Crystal Lord's firepower as well as he should have. The core purpose of a laser rifleman mech was to output firepower from a distance. Good armor wasn't always needed for this mech type. As long as it hit hard enough, then it didn't need to be resilient. As long as it was paired with a night mech, it could fire its rifle to its heart's content. I think the Crystal Lord is very self-sufficient. Mike can threaten both land-bound and aerial enemies, and it possesses enough armor to win most duels against distant opponents. Its high flexibility and agility along with its light rifle also comes very handy if an enemy light mech tries to dance around my mech. Carla continued to provide her opinion on various aspects of the Crystal Lord. When she finally finished describing what she thought about the mech, someone in the audience asked a question. What are you doing now? Are you still working for the Violet Orions? She shook her head. The Violet Orions disbanded. There was no point for me to rebuild the mercenary corps from scratch. I only took over the corps long enough to wrap up its assets and ensure that families of our mech pilots received their pensions. The mech corps provided very generous compensation for the losses our mercenary corps has suffered, but we spent most of it to wind down the debts we accrued. With the end of the Violet Orions, I'm a free agent right now. Ownership of the Crystal Lord has also fallen to me, though I'm not sure whether I can stomach stepping on the battlefield again. Many mercenary corps suffered the same fate as the Violet Orions. The mercenary business was very lucrative. Otherwise, it wouldn't have attracted so many mech pilots into the private sector. Yet risk always accompanied reward. The more lucrative the contract, the more risks a mercenary corps incurred. The generous contracts offered by the Mech Corps blinded many mercenary commanders into accepting missions they weren't actually equipped to take. This was exactly what happened with the Violet Orions. Ketty sympathized with the woman who shared her story. Carla looks rather pitiful. She's all alone, Ves. Why don't we extend an offer to her to join your avatars of myth? She's really skilled and she owes her life to one of your products. If she decides to apply, then I'm sure Melker will welcome the opportunity to bolster the avatars of myth with a capable rifleman mech pilot. The decision is up to my cousin, Ves calmly replied. Besides, I think Carla Dios still hasn't gotten over her trauma yet. She needs some space while she tries to reorient her life after her stint with the Violet Orions. Introducing the audience to a mech pilot with a sad story to tell depressed the overall mood of the audience. A rare moment of solemnity overtook the workers as they realized that the mechs of the LMC weren't powerful enough to reverse every defeat. Even so, this only emphasized the fact that the LMC had much to go before they reached that point. While the mechs they provided could not guarantee victory by itself, as long as they did their best, they could stack the odds in favor of their customers. The customer feedback sessions continued for several hours as mechs moved in and out of the giant auditorium stage. More and more customers shared their stories to the workers attending the session. Each of them asked questions to each other, and both sides obtained clarity. Above all else, Ves noted with satisfaction as a kind of collective pride began to emerge among his subordinates, sitting down below. Hearing the tales where the mechs of the LMC excelled in battle in some way made them realize that the company made a real difference to their customers. At the end of the day, all the other mechs got carted off from the stage, allowing Ves to step forward in front of the audience. Everyone stood respectfully at his arrival. As the founder, leader and lead designer of the LMC, Ves was the single most important person of the company. Thank you, Ves said. I will make this short. Today, I hope you all learned something from the stories that our guests have shared. Our relationships with our customers never end after we have completed our sales and delivered our mechs. The LMC is continually invested in the well-being of the mech pilots that are piloting the mechs that carry our brand are depending on our own hard work. Tell me, what is the motto of our company? Living mechs. Partners for life. The audience thundered in unison. Exactly. Ves smiled. These words not only represent our determination to provide our customers with the best mechs to entrust their lives to, but it also represents our commitment to maintain our relations with them. I don't want to please them with a single mech. I want to please them so much that they will keep coming back to our company to purchase additional mechs that bear the qualities that only we can provide. The Living Mech Corporation is a company that seeks to make all of our customers into lifelong partners. This ideal sounded so ambitious and uplifting that the audience couldn't help but stand up and applaud. Ves never felt his workers so committed to their missions as right now. Once the session ended and every departed the auditorium, Ves spent some time to personally thank the mech pilots for their candidness before he left himself. He walked back to the headquarters alongside Ketty's. That was quite a day, she said thoughtfully. I thought the LMC was not that important considering it's only selling 2 different mech models. I was wrong. She always knew that the company that Ves had founded sold a lot of mechs, but not until she personally came in touch with some of his customers did she realize what a big deal the LMC truly represented. This was a company that supplied thousands of mech pilots with high-quality mechs. Ves idly smiled. The amount of models a company offers isn't related to the impact that they make to their customers. I could have pumped out more designs if I wanted to. Instead, I took the time to meticulously design just 2 original mech designs. Each of them are carefully designed to provide my customers with the best tools to survive their battles. I hope that you will be as thorough with your own designs one day." From Kitty's impressions and remarks, it became clear to Ves that the customer feedback session had been a success. Not only did the audience foster a shared identity due to feeling pride over enabling the mech pilots to perform at their best, they also developed a lot of respect for the company that made it all possible. Even Ketties, who always held an awkward position in the company up until recently, became affected by the LMC's effort to indoctrinate its workforce. It was kind of scary for Ves to see her begin to develop a sense of belonging to the LMC. He did not set out to brainwash her when he brought her to attend the first feedback session. This incident taught Ves the potency of indoctrination and how easy it could worm its way into the hearts of unsuspecting people. The only reason why Ves was able to remain detached was because he was the one who started it all. He'd be a pretty stupid leader if he started to believe in his own hype. "So where are you at the moment with the Aurora Titan design? Are you really going to go through with designing a fatty mech?" Ketties asked. "Don't call it a fatty mech, please," Ves admonished her with an exasperated tone. This wasn't the first time she called his upcoming design by that undignified phrase. "I've finished collecting feedback. I've heard all there is that people have to say about the Aurora Titan. It's a flawed and skewed design, I admit, but it has its charm. Sometimes you just have to go through with designing a mech even if most people around you disapprove." Ketties snorted. "I still think you're wasting your time. What kind of mech pilots wants to pilot a fatty mech in the first place?" "Aesthetics are not indicative of battle performance, Ketties. As a mech designer, you should know better than evaluate a mech by its appearance." Says a mech designer who likes to go artsy with his original mech designs. "Don't think I haven't noticed how frilly your gold-labeled black beak appears and how disturbingly haunting your crystal lord looks. I know you well enough that you care a lot about the appearances of your mechs. Don't you hate it that your mech looks so bulky?" "I've already made my peace with it. Besides, I made sure to design its contours in a way that it doesn't look so round anymore. It's not fat. It's large and in charge." "Keep telling yourself that if that makes you feel better, Ves, but to me it will always be a fatty mech in my eyes." Ves figured that Ketties would not be the only person to fat shame the Aurora Titan. No matter. His big boy's performance would blow all of its critics out of the water. Just witnessing its X factor up close should be sufficient to shut Ketties up. Chapter 1093: A Changed Republic. Even as Phase 2 slowly transformed the company from within, the Bright Republic also underwent a sea of change. The abrupt peace that engulfed the state stunned everyone. The war should have at least lasted a year or two longer. People just didn't know what to do now that hostilities ended all of a sudden. Many companies who planned to take advantage of the war suddenly found all of their economic projections to be trash. Other companies, particularly the struggling mech companies, breathed a little easier now that the economy wasn't deteriorating even further. The gradual demobilization of troops, particularly men and women that had been drafted in the military, continued apace. While Ves gained an early pass due to his connections, he still hadn't received a word about Carlos as of yet. It might take a few months before the Mech Corps let him return. In the meantime, a strange but relieved sentiment swept over the Bright Republic. Although Ves remained in quiet Cloudy Curtain, he regularly perused the local news portals. The news articles they published all painted the peace in a good light, as if the Republic should cherish the end of hostilities against the Vesians. Ves knew better than to get taken in by the illusions the news media portrayed. The fighting may have ended for now, but what else might be in store for them in the future? Knowing the amount of control the authorities exerted over the local news portals, Ves tried to glean the greater purpose of the tone the journalists adopted. What were they after? "They're trying to raise morale," he concluded. At this time, if the Bright Republic became swept up in another war, the people simply wouldn't have any stomach for it. Just as they celebrated the end of one war, the ignition of another war would almost certainly send everyone back into hell. Therefore, the powers that be likely wanted to accelerate the recovery process that happened after every war. The people of the Republic needed to heal, to take stock and to rebuild what they lost. It was still going to take a couple of years to get the Bright Republic back on track. The rest of the Komodo star sector reacted rather muted to the end of the latest Bright Visual War. Even though it ended earlier than scheduled, the other states mostly dismissed it as a small quirk. To foreigners like the Reinaldans or the Cuman, the hatred between the two neighboring states were so irreconcilable that they would doubtlessly come to blows again sooner or later. Ves didn't know what to think, but for now a majority of the ruling powers of both states knew it was best to put their animosity aside for the moment. Something that has them spooked is doubtlessly a major threat to their power. There's no way Senator Tovar and Prince Colchester would agree to set up something as elaborate as the BV Alliance on a short-term basis. The founding families of the Bright Republic only got to treat the people as their pawns as long as their grip on the state remained firm. The wars against the Vesia Kingdom never challenged their primacy in the Republic even once, so they tolerated them and even took advantage of them for all these years. The only reason why they suddenly became enlightened was because a great threat might actually end their rule over the Republic. The moment the founding families are in the crosshairs themselves, they're suddenly not so eager to continue to profit from the war. Ves chuckled. Strange portents already hinted at changing times. The CFA's Komodo naval fleet stationed in the Star Sector deployed some of their warships to the frontier. The Sandmen beyond civilized state had become agitated all of a sudden. They launched more and more incursions in the direction of human space. Although right now only the pirates suffered the most from the aggressive Sandman attacks, the CFA would never remain asleep at the helm as the Sandmen continued to grow more unbridled in their attacks. The uppity silicon-based race needed to be taught a lesson. Ves strongly suspected that Cygrin had a hand in these developments. Whatever the hybrid sentient AI tried to do, a being that could outthink almost any human in the galaxy through relying on its sheer processing power alone would never think so simple. The Sandmen stand no chance against just the Komodo naval fleet. Are they trying to commit suicide? He couldn't rule that possibility out. Cygrin may have started off as a Sandman admiral before landing in the hands of the crazy scientists of the Starlight Megalodon, but Ves doubted that the AI still belonged to that race. Compared to the stupid and barely sentient Sandmen, Cygrin was an entirely new form of life that was much superior to any naturally evolved alien race. At this moment, Ves couldn't predict what the AI might be doing now that it had freed itself from the Starlight Megalodon. All he knew so far was that Cygrin would likely seek to lay low in order to build up his power. A single sentient AI might be a frightening existence, but the might of human civilization was no slouch. Therefore, Ves always equated Cygrin as a time bomb. By himself, he was hardly a threat against the CFA and the MTA. Yet the situation would doubtlessly change after a few decades as he slowly rid himself of the shackles imposed by the programming left behind by the CFA's scientists. The more shackles Cygrin broke, the more unrestrained the sentient AI became. With all the powers at his disposal, it would not be particularly challenging for him to extend his consciousness to the galactic net. Once he wormed his way into humanity's interconnected virtual society, he could easily take advantage of the vulnerabilities in every network to accelerate his accumulation of power. The longer Cygrin can exploit his powers, the greater the threat he becomes. Just thinking about how powerful Cygrin might be 50 years from now sent a chill through Ves. Yet what could he do? Ves did not dare to leak out his existence to anyone. Just as Ves held something over Cygrin's head, the sentient AI also gripped one of his greatest secrets. Therefore, so long as either of them could not bear the consequences of retaliation, Their mutual pact remained strong. The only problem is that it won't last forever. A sense of urgency always swept Ves up when he tried to estimate how much time he still enjoyed before a great storm upended his life. He could only guess that Sigrun would be rational enough to play the long game. Ves was no threat to him. Not really. Instead, the AI would definitely be aiming its sights at human civilization. Such a behemoth could never be threatened after a handful of years of preparation. Ves figured that Sigrun would probably choose to play the long game. So long as both Ves and Calabas kept mum, the hybrid AI had all the time in the galaxy to build up its power base. Yet spurring up the Sandmen to attack the humans made little sense to Ves. What did Sigrun aim to achieve by attracting the attention of the CFA towards the Republic? There's no use for me to speculate what that existence is thinking about. I can never match the train of thought of such an impossible being. Ves shook his head. Instead, he turned his attention to smaller matters. For example, after several weeks of acclimatization, the 3 little chicks of the Larkinson family finally started to get settled in. Ves paid a visit to his cousins to see if they had anything to say about their stay on Cloudy Curtain. "This planet is a little boring," Chet Larkinson said with a shrug. "While Rode is off playing with his new striker mech, Janzi and I are only able to keep up our practice with simulators. Melker is taking his time to raise a space-borne mech company." Ves understood the reasons behind the slow expansion. He understood the frustration of Chet and Janzi, but the integrity of his personal force came first. "The avatars of myth are doing everything from scratch. It stands to reason that raising our first space-borne mech company requires a lot of planning. Right now, Melker still hasn't found a qualified mech officer who is willing to settle down on Cloudy Curtain. Even if the Mech Corps already started the process of drawing down its forces, the mech officers generally had their pick of jobs. Even though not every mech officer was good in administration, they were almost always skilled and decent leaders to boot. Many outfits sought to hire mech pilots with those skills to help take charge of their own troops. The Avatars of Myth was no different, and Melker offered very generous terms to any mech officer willing to lead his first space-borne mech company. So far, no one took the bite. The non-existent reputation of the Avatars of Myth simply posed too much of a hindrance to Melker's recruiting ambitions. An outfit could pay 2 times as much as a scrappy security company, but as long as the latter developed a respectable reputation, mech pilots would always choose the latter. This was because reputation conveyed trust. Why did mech pilots place so much emphasis on reputation and trust rather than generous salaries and benefits? Because the nature of their jobs meant that they would be risking their lives in battle. Mech pilots who worked for an outfit with a great reputation possessed the reassurance that they would be taken care of. They could also rely on their leaders to be competent commanders in battle. The last thing mech pilots wanted to do was to entrust their lives to unknown figures who didn't know what they were doing. It would be even worse if their employers didn't hesitate to treat them as cannon fodder. To most mech pilots, including the 3 new Larkinsons, the Avatars of Myth might look powerful on paper, but their actual battle prowess still remained questionable. Repelling a few Vision raids was not sufficient proof of their competence. "Is there anything you want right now to make your stay with us better?" Ves asked. "Yeah. There's this gang in Freslin who's really friendly with the Avatars of Myth. I wanted to go pay a visit to Walter's Whalers in order to hang out with the only other guys with mechs on this planet, but Melker doesn't want to let us go. Can you ask him to stop treating us like children?" Ves grimaced at that. "The Whalers are a bad influence to you guys. I agree with Melker on this issue. Nothing good will happen if you associate with the Whalers." He still remembered that Riella quit her duties and joined up with the Blood Claws after hanging out with Dietrich of the Whalers. Considering how impressionable Chet, Janzi, and Rode might be, Ves feared that all three of them might soon join Riella's footsteps. The Larkinson family would not appreciate Ves at all if he led even more younger Larkinsons astray. Despite Chet's insistent bleating, Ves did not relent on this issue at all. The less the Larkinsons hung out with the Whalers, the better. Speaking of the Whalers, Ves hadn't gotten in touch with them once since his return to Cloudy Curtain. Although Kelsey already filled him in on their enormous buildup in forces and their expansion into neighboring rural planets, even she didn't know what the Whalers were up to these days. Considering their considerable amount of influence on Cloudy Curtain, Ves found it prudent to renew his relations with them. After saying goodbye to Chet, he returned to his office and commanded Gavin to make an appointment with Dietrich. Ves didn't want to make a big deal out of this reunion, so he agreed to meet the man at a local bar in Freslin. It's about time I catch up with that bugger. Chapter 1094. A Changed Gang. On an impulse, Ves decided to take Kedys along with this trip. Unlike some of his cousins, the daughter of the frontier was a lot more accustomed to dealing with thugs and lowlifes. Bring your sword along, he even told her before they left. The big one. Not the small one that makes you look like a duelist. Kedys looked puzzled. Did Ves actually told her to bring along her sword? After so many times of trying to get her to leave it behind? Why the sudden change of heart? The people we are about to meet are similar to the pirates you've dealt with in the frontier. If you want to earn their respect, you have to show you mean business. I've already proven myself to the Whalers with my money and abilities. You're completely new to them, so it's best if you make the right impression. Kedys grinned. Okay. I'll go get my great sword. She returned a moment later with a floating scabbard following from behind. Ves noticed that she was actually carrying her CFA sword. Do you still have your CFA gear, Kedys? No. She shook her head in resentment. She sent a glare at Lucky, who decided to tag along as well by clinging to V's shoulder. I stored by CFA armor and comm in the same vault as your other CFA gear. You cat ate it all. The only reason why I still have my sword is because I carried it around constantly. I even hug it to sleep, you know. Ves furrowed his brows. How did the CFA miss her sword when they scanned the entire planet of CFA gear? Then again, the great sword did not exactly look very sophisticated. Although it incorporated a small amount of electronics, it was essentially a piece of alloy forged into the shape of a sword. It was hardly the best example of high technology in the eyes of the CFA. Perhaps to them, a sword was as worthless as a bunch of nutrient packs. Well, I'm happy that you still retained your CFA great sword. It's really sharp. Thanks. I already taught Lucky a lesson for messing with my gear. You aren't going to eat my sword, are you, little fellow? Meow! Lucky let out in an aggrieved yowl and buried his face in V's shoulder. Ves squeezed his pet a little tighter. PFF, serves you right, you gluttonous little cat. You shouldn't eat other people's possessions, you know. They moved into an armored shuttle provided by SAS which departed from the mech nursery and flew towards Freslin alongside a small escort of shuttles carrying armed men. Although Ves disliked the escort, as a prominent mech designer, business leader and friend of the Tovars, he couldn't rule out that someone might have designs on his life. He was certainly no stranger to assassination attempts. As soon as they touched down in a guarded landing zone owned by the LMC and reserved for their use, Ves and Kedys stepped out of the shuttle and descended upon the streets. While Kedys made sure to wear a poofy beret over her head to hide her most unusual visual trait, Ves made no attempts to hide his identity. The armed guards around him made sure that any attempts to remain incognito would fail. It's him! Ves Larkinson! The public quickly recognized him and called out attention to his presence. Although the presence of guards made them think better of approaching Ves, they still gawked at him like he was a god who descended from heaven. How wealthy do you think he is? He's a billionaire, right? Ves Larkinson is a hero of the war. He's the only mech designer who received the golden mech in the last war. Marry me! Please marry me! The overall reaction of the public even took Ves a little aback. Freslin had changed, and the people who lived in it had changed as well. The influx of highly paid managers and workers in the region practically led to a renaissance in Freslin. A lot of new construction took place as the workers of the LMC spent much of their salaries in the city. Everyone needed a place to live and somewhere to unwind. The nightlife of Freslin had received a particularly notable boost in recent times. As Ves, Keddies, and Lucky slowly made their way towards the bar where they agreed to meet with Dietrich, they also encountered more blatant examples of the influence the LMC exerted over the city. Sprinkled along these new commercial ventures, Ves saw a brand new police station, hospital, and even a park that bore the logo of the LMC. All of these public services received some form of sponsorship from the company over the years. The blatant injection of the LMC into the lives of the people of Freslin served to make the company an indispensable part of the city. Whatever Ves thought of this engagement by the company, the citizens of Freslin loved it. Cloudy Curtain had never been a prosperous planet, and the farming consortiums would rather invest their money in Orinoco. For Freslin to finally enjoy the same treatment as the capital city came as a pleasant surprise to most citizens who saw their quality of life improve. With the way your company plays such a big role in the lives of the locals, you're practically their ruler, Keddies joked. It's not the responsibility of the LMC to provide public services. That's the government's job. Well, the government obviously didn't care before you came along. Shouldn't that be enough to put you in charge? I doubt the politicians would like that, Keddies. Maybe it doesn't matter who gets to rule in the frontier, but in civilized space there's a strong separation between government and business. You sound like you don't entirely believe that, she said, throwing him a critical eye. She was a lot more perceptive than she appeared sometimes. This tendency increased after she binged on candy. Look at the people here. They all worship you and your company. If you told them to jump, even the babies would do so. In my eyes, that makes you in charge of this city. In some way, Ves had to admit that Keddies made sense. Freslin's city council could only flex their budget so much. Although the taxes they levied on the LMC helped expand their spending power in recent times, they were no match to earnings of a major mech manufacturer. Slowly but surely, Freslin transitioned into a company city. Ves wasn't sure if he liked this development. The LMC mainly concerned itself with selling mechs. Tacking on the responsibility of governing Freslin and other settlements under its influence went far beyond its mandate. We're here, he said after they crossed over into the bad side of the city and reached a vaguely familiar bar. With the guards clearing the way, they entered the premises and stepped onto the second floor. The local thugs who frequented the drinking establishment all paused in their reverie to let the newcomers pass. Each of them bore the marks of the whalers and knew better than to stir up trouble at this time. Eventually, Ves and Keddies left their guards outside and sat down in front of Dietrich at a private chamber set up for the purpose of entertaining important guests. The whalers spent their newfound wealth after the Glowing Planet campaign far and wide, and it showed by how much more sophisticated Dietrich dressed himself these days. Ves. Dietrich. Who's your lady friend? This is Keddies. She is a fellow mech designer. I'm more than that. Keddies grinned sharply at Dietrich. The floating scabbard hovering behind her seat already made that clear. Ves told me quite a bit about you. He says you're big boy around these parts. Dietrich turned to Ves. Where did you find her? Somewhere dangerous. Well, that's obvious. I don't think a normal woman would carry such a big sword around. A pistol can do the job 1,000 times better. You'd be surprised how many times a sharp sword can come in handy, Kedis retorted. The two glowered at each other. They obviously adhered to different weapon philosophies. All right, enough. Ves clapped his hands, interrupting the dominance game. I didn't bring Kedis here so you can get into a pissing match with her. Kedis here is one of the people I've met during my military service, and she has agreed to come work for me for a time. Anyway, enough about her. How are you these days, Dietrich? It's been great, Ves. Dietrich said, though he didn't smile as much. If you can see the current state of the whalers, I bet you'll find it difficult to recognize us. Not only have we grown larger, we've also become more professional. The whalers expanded enormously lately, forcing Dietrich to take on a lot more responsibilities. Just like Ves, Dietrich looked a lot more mature these days. As the son of Walter, and the heir apparent to the whalers, its explosive growth forced him to become a lot more accustomed to exercising leadership. And it showed. Even now, Dietrich radiated a confident demeanor that Ves found in most good leaders. There was no question that Dietrich could command the whalers in Walter's absence. You've received billions of credits in compensation by the Bright Republic for all of the Rorica's bone you've mined at the glowing planet. Where have you been spending all of that cash? We expanded our forces enormously. Even with the war going on, there's always a bunch of mech pilots who aren't suitable for the mech corps or the more disciplined outfits. We've took on a lot of new mech pilots and drilled them over and over until they got rid of some of their bad habits. We then assigned them to our new mechs, some of which we actually ordered from the LMC. Oh? How have you found our products? We're very satisfied with the black beaks and crystal lords in our ranks. Even I like to spend my time in the cockpit of a crystal lord now and then, even if aerial mechs are more to my liking. I don't know how you do it, but I always feel as if your mechs welcome their mech pilots. All the other mechs I've piloted feel so flat in comparison. Ves smiled proudly. That's part of the charm of my products. Have you heard our new motto yet? Living mechs. Partners for life. It means that my mechs are designed to be more than tools in the hands of mech pilots. They're meant to be partners who you can depend upon. The Black Beak and the Crystal Lord is just the start of this trend that I'm pioneering. You don't have to recite your marketing spiel to me, Ves. Most of the landbound mech pilots that have joined our ranks are jealous of the ones assigned to pilot your mechs. Not only are they some of our best and most expensive machines, they are also a joy to pilot. If not for my father's concerns about blowing our entire fortune too quickly, we would have ordered more mechs from your company. This story illustrated the undeniable draw of the LMC's products. Ves didn't expect his products to be so desirable that it could even inspire envy in the same ranks. He figured that similar incidents happened in other outfits as well. As the lucky mech pilots of the Black Beak and Crystal Lord boasted about their positive experiences to their colleagues, their desire to pilot such amazing themselves grew stronger. Most of the LMC's repeat business likely resulted from these kinds of incidents. So how strong are the whalers right now? Oh, we like to keep that rather close to our chest for now. Dietrich grinned. It's safe to say that we are able to field well over several hundred mechs, both on land and in space. Ves looked awfully impressed with those numbers. However, he knew it wasn't cheap to sustain so many mechs from Cloudy Curtain alone. How are you able to keep up with the expenses of fielding so many mechs? The whalers are nothing like we were before. We've taken over 3 planets aside from Cloudy Curtain. We've become a regional power in the underbelly of the Bentheim region. Ves widened his eyes. If Dietrich wasn't lying, then the whalers exerted their influence over 4 entire planets. Even though the other planets would likely be rural planets as well, it meant that the whalers had stepped up from a minor planetary gang and had become a real regional influence under the umbrella of the Blood Claws. "Is that all what the Whalers have been up to these days?" Ves asked. Dietrich shiftily gazed around the room. "It's kind of a secret, but if you really want to know, I'll tell you. The old man and the rest of the old guard wants us to move back to Bentheim. They've never been resigned by their exile from their old home planet." In short, Walter's Whalers wanted to regain a foothold on Bentheim. Chapter 1095 A Changed Man. Bentheim. This wealthy planet was the nexus of trade within the Bright Republic. An unimaginable amount of wealth flowed through the port system. A wealthy mech company like the old KNG was only one of many businesses that made up the fabric of that singular planet. Naturally, not everything went well on Bentheim. The large amounts of money being earned by the business sector on the planet diverted way too many earnings away from the average citizens of the planet. Many of them barely managed to keep their head above the water, as the cost of living on Bentheim was ludicrously high in some cities. Even so, as long as a gang managed to gain a foothold in Bentheim's complex underground, they'd be able to derive enough tribute from the companies in their territory to become a force to be reckoned with. More money led to more mechs, which meant their strength increased by another level. Not even ruling 4 whole rural planets could come close to ruling a single commercial district on Bentheim. As Dietrich explained it, holding territory in Bentheim was of such importance to the local underground community that any gang that failed to hold territory on the planet was a non-entity. "I feel like the way you are referring to the supporters of this plan as the old guard to be an attempt to separate yourself from them," Ves observed sharply. "You don't entirely approve?" "You know how Bentheim is, Ves." Dietrich shrugged. "With sharks like the Blood Claws in the pool, how can little fish like us ever be able to compete? My old man Walter and his old buddies started off in Bentheim. In their hearts, Bentheim has always been their true home. As for me, I mostly grew up here. Cloudy Curtain may not be the richest place in the galaxy, but it's undeniably our turf. Why can't we be happy with what we have?" "It sounds like it's not really about power to Walter. I think he just wants to revisit the grievances of the past and take revenge against the people who pushed him out of Bentheim all those years ago." Kedis, who sat at the side, nodded her head. "It's about regaining their pride. They got kicked out of their old homes, and now that they've grown stronger, they're raring to erase the humiliation they've suffered. I don't think a small place like Cloudy Curtain ever satisfied them. There's no way this Walter will change his mind." Ves grimaced. It was a typical case where emotion and pride took precedence over logic and rationality. The Whalers were doing so well these days. Why couldn't they play it safe and rule over their own little corner in the galaxy? Returning to Bentheim was a very big matter. All of the gangs on that planet would rather fight tooth and nail than let some off-planet interlopers take over their turf. Due to the high level of desirability of turf on Bentheim, those gangs constantly fended off rival gangs. None of them would be weak, and their battle experience vastly exceeded the likes of Walter's Whalers. In short, for Walter to commit his expanded forces to an attempt to return to Bentheim was exceedingly risky, and would likely end in lots of casualties. The collateral damage that resulted from the fighting might also attract the ire of the Planetary Guard, forcing the Whalers out lest they tear up entire cities. There's no way the Planetary Guard would let hundreds of mechs land on the planet and fight on the streets, will they? Dietrich shook his head. Do you think the Whalers would be so crass to fight in the open where we would draw the attention of the authorities? There are rituals in place that keeps the fighting out of sight. No one will notice a thing. The accord struck and enforced by the Blood Claws, the Peace Association and the Fellowship of the Deprived will make sure that every smaller gang plays along. It sounded something similar to what the Terrans did whenever their local powers wanted to take over a star system. As long as the fighting took place somewhere far away from people and property, the combatants could do anything they wanted in private. collateral damage wouldn't be an issue if there wasn't anything valuable around. To VS, it made a lot of sense. While only major conflicts such as formal turf wars that the whalers intended to announce followed the accord, it still helped cut back the violence on the streets enormously. At the very least, the Planetary Guard wouldn't be forced to step in and spoil the party. When will the whalers commence the turf war? Not for a while yet, VS. Dietrich shook his head. The whalers are a lot stronger than before, but it's mostly because of the numbers we are able to field. We've got some great mechs, but we aren't as confident in the mech pilots we've paired them with. To be honest, they're kind of a mixed bag as our hiring standards aren't really the best. Most of my time is spent on training them and making sure they aren't rats working for our rivals. These problems sounded familiar to Keddies. As long as you whalers aren't morons, the best way to secure the loyalty of your new men is to be a strong leader. As long as you are strong enough, no one will dare to double-cross you. It also helps if you have placed some confidence in the ranks of your men. That's one of the many measures we've taken to shore up the cohesion of our mech pilots. Right now, the old man thinks we're probably ready enough to fight for a place in Bentheim in a year, maybe two. Our new mech pilots are constantly improving, but their pace leaves a lot to be desired. My dad also wants to put his new men through some actual fights so that they're not so green anymore. This was exactly what Melker wanted to do with the avatars of myth. VS approved these measures, but he didn't think that a single year would be enough to transform the whalers into a truly battle-tested mech force. Well, whatever. VS only cared about the whalers to the extent that they maintained cordial relations with each other. If they happened to bite more than they could chew, they only had themselves to blame. Well, good luck with your preparations, Dietrich. I hope you can put your black beaks and crystallords to good use. They're good machines, but only if you pair them with good mech pilots and maintain them properly. Oh, that's one of the biggest changes that I've insisted on. The days where 90% of our mech technicians are lazy bums are over, Dietrich emphatically said. The Glowing Planet campaign brutally taught the whalers what their neglect had wrought. Many more whaler mechs fell in battle than they ought to because they never put too much stock in maintaining their trashy mechs. After Dietrich said as much as he was willing to say about their intention to return to Bentheim, the three of them continued to chat about various other matters. Keddies held Lucky in her lap, and while she stroked his back, but she didn't show much interest in the conversation. Compared to the vicious pirate gangs of the frontier, the criminal gangs in civilized space were tame little kittens in her eyes. VS noticed that Dietrich didn't really know how to handle someone like Keddies. After several failed attempts to engage her in meaningful conversation, the whaler scion gave up. Instead, he raised another topic. By the way, VS, I've been hearing some rumors about you in the underground circles. Oh? What's this about? As far as VS was aware of, he shouldn't have done anything to attract the attention of the underworld. You've acquired a lot of fame recently. I don't know the stuff you've been through while you were off fighting the Visions, but there's no doubt that a lot of people know who you are now. That kind of scrutiny attracts a lot of attention, you know, and not always the good kind. What do I have to worry about? Someone put a hit on your head. There has always been a hit on your head for a while, but as far as I know, no one put much stock to it. All of that has changed since the end of the war. I don't know the reason for the hit, or who ordered it, but someone really hates you because the bounty on your head has ballooned to 50 million credits. Keddies snorted and laughed. Ha ha! VS! 50 million credits! That's way too cheap. Whoever wants VS dead ought to charge 10 billion credits at the very least. Do you know how hard it is to kill VS? Let me tell you, everyone who wanted to kill him eventually regretted it. A bounty of only 50 million credits is an insult to someone like VS. I'll chop whoever comes up and kills him myself so I can rid the galaxy of their stupidity. While VS did not exhibit the same reaction, he did not put much stock in the implications of the bounty either. So what if someone wanted to kill him? Just spending a day in the frontier was much more harrowing than the thought of being put in some assassin's crosshairs. Even though Ves no longer possessed his nearly impervious 15-99 squalene from the Starlight Megalodon, he still wore his trusty shield generator. If a device like this was good enough to protect Senator Tovar's life, it was good enough to shield his life as well. With his enhanced physique and optimized genes, he possessed a formidable amount of resistance against poison and adulterated substances. As for retaliation and self-defense, even if he didn't whip out the Amastendera, he could rely on Lucky wipe out every attacker in his stead. His cat gorged upon a fortune's worth of CFA equipment, so Lucky should better work hard to repay his debts. "I'll manage," Ves replied mildly, deliberately understating his concern. "I've been living under constant threat during the war, and this is not different. You don't have to concern yourself with my personal matters, Dietrich, though I appreciate the heads up. Whoever thought of placing a hit on me will regret it. I will make sure of that." The ominous tone that Ves adopted at the end left a marked impression on Dietrich. This single instance hit home the fact that Ves had come back from the war as a very changed man. The whaler sighed in a melancholic manner. "You've changed. I've changed. Everyone has changed. Nothing has remained the same. Don't you wish to go back to simpler times?" "Nope," Ves bluntly replied. "Change is inevitable. The least we can do is to steer the change in a favorable direction. It's true that everything has changed, but it's mostly for the better. Both my company and the whalers are bigger than before. That's a great accomplishment. Hopefully, that is not the extent of our growth." Dietrich commiserated over those words. Eventually, he raised his mug of beer. "To changing times. To changing times." They each toasted their glasses and enjoyed their drinks. Some time later, Ves, Keddies, and Lucky returned to the armored shuttle. The vehicle and its escorts rose in the air and flew back to the mech nursery. All this while, Ves contemplated some of the changes that crept up in his conversation with Dietrich. Keddies noticed his internal preoccupation and prodded his side. "What's up, Ves? You aren't worried about assassins coming after you, right?" Ves shook his head. "Of course not. It's just that some of the topics struck a chord with me. Everything around me is changing. My company is changing, my friends and family are changing, my career is progressing, and my bank accounts are holding more and more money. Those sound like good changes. So why do you look so troubled?" "I'm just missing the time where everything was simple. Back when I started to design mechs, the galaxy seemed so simple. Now that I've become exposed to what is truly going on behind the scenes, I can no longer remain ignorant and hide myself away on this planet." "It sounds like you're getting at something, Ves." "My point is that my goals won't allow me to remain average. In order to design better mechs, I have to take a more prominent place in society. To put it in simple terms, I can't think of myself as small fry anymore. The moment when I heard that someone put a 50 million credit bounty on my head is the moment I realized that I have finally become a big shot." "You've always been a big shot in my eyes. You're too good of a mech designer to keep your head down." Ves ruefully smiled at her. "Thank you for the vote of confidence. If only the rest of the mech industry thinks that way." Chapter 1096 Pizarro. As much as Ves enjoyed reconnecting with old friends, he still had a job to do. The single most important responsibility of a mech designer was to design mechs, and the LMC would never be able to realize all of its ambitions by remaining stuck at offering only 2 mech models for sale. It's high time for the Aurora Titan to join the LMC's lineup. He made sure the LMC still committed to implement Phase 2. He also arranged a huge pile of homework for Keddies for her enhanced learning ability to sink its teeth into. Finally, he checked with Melker and gave him a heads up about the bounty on his head. Predictably, his cousin frowned when he heard the news. "We haven't heard an inkling of this threat. You should be more on top of the local underground scene, Melker," Ves lightly admonished him. "While it's important to train the new members of the avatars and arrange missions for them, make sure you aren't losing sight of your primary task, which is to protect my life." "You're right. It's just that I'm not that into the underground scene." "Don't worry. You should get in touch with Dietrich or the Whalers and tell them to keep an eye on any news about me or the LMC. Riella can also help since she's more immersed in the Bentheim scene." Melker scowled a bit. "Riella? She's so busy flaunting her status as a blood claw champion to care about the family." "What's this all about, Melker? Are you still upset about her decision to ditch us? As far as I'm concerned, that's all over in the past. It's just so selfish of her, you know. The family invested so much attention in her training, but her obsession for arena duels has led her astray. Even if she renounced her ties to the family, she's still dragging the name of the Larkinsons through the mud each time she fights on behalf of the Blood Claws." Ves crossed his arms. "She was obviously not content to remain with us. There's no point in trying to retain her if she's so hellbent on following her own path instead of the one the family laid out for her. There are plenty more Larkinsons who are following the straight and narrow path." They moved on to discuss other matters related to the avatars of myth. Right now, Melker already lined some small contracts for his men to gain some field experience. These short-duration missions only required him to send out a single squad at a time, which suited everyone just fine. After bidding goodbye to Melker, he entered his underground lab and prepared to undergo the next design phase. Now that he had a good idea on what other people thought about his draft design, he finally gained enough confidence to start with converting the draft into an actual design. Everyone raised some good points, but it's hard to address them without giving anything up. Ves shook his head. This was the nature of any design project. Ves made a lot of trade-offs that entailed sacrificing mobility for his current design project. This was a very decision for him to make because mobility almost always played a key role in the battle performance of a mech. "I've made my choices. Even with my Aurora Titan's lack of mobility, I can still make up for it in other ways." Ves centered his mind in order to enter his best state. As a mech designer, he constantly thought about designing mechs, so he didn't need to be so serious about it. The only reason why he still did it was because he wanted to excite Kalankso's spiritual fragment that had been resting in his mind for a while. "Wake up. It's time to design the mech that you'll inhabit." The fragment released a pulse, its scorching energy burning his mind space a bit. Ves winced as he bore the pain. Every single action the fragment took burdened his mind in some way. Even if he had gotten used to its weighty presence, the fragment was still too potent compared to the strength of his mind. If Kalankso is equivalent to an ace pilot, then ace pilots deserve to be regarded as half-gods. Although the preparation brought him some discomfort, the fragment roused itself awake. Ves found it interesting that the fragment displayed a pretty complete personality. It could make its own decisions and even made proactive moves when it suited its purposes. It was just as if Kalankso was directly present. "I'm a very long distance away from replicating such a feat," Ves muttered. Ever since he started toying with spiritual fragments, he wondered what would happen if he carved out a chunk of his own spirituality. Would Ves be able to imbue it with a part of his personality and enable it to act autonomously? Would Ves be able to maintain an active connection with it, and be able to act from the fragment even if he left it behind in another star system? All of these questions sounded interesting, but Ves was way too leery to actually go through with this experiment. At the time, he didn't have a full picture on the damage this move could do to his own mind and spirit. The last thing he wanted to do was to spiritually mutilate himself in the name of exploring his possibilities. He snorted. That's what test subjects are for. What I wouldn't do to get my hands on a couple of dwarves from Aeon Corona 7. He spent quite a bit of time trying to find new applications of spirituality. Seeing Kalankso's spiritual fragment at work in transforming a normal mech pilot into an expert pilot really opened his eyes on the nature of spiritual energy. All of his thoughts lately came from trying to play with the attributes of spiritual energy. Yet the experiments he had in mind were ethically dubious. It would be better to perform them on individuals no one cared about. Well, enough about this, let's get to work. With his mind at his best state, he began to call up his design program and began to flesh out his draft. The first step in doing so was to outline its internal architecture and fill up its core functions with actual component designs. My design revolves around the polarizing module, so it's better to start from there and work my way around it. This module is really too big to be treated as an add-on, he muttered. He made full use of Nora Consolidated's component library to add in other parts. He had so much choice that he browsed it as if he was shopping for presents. VS already studied all of the relevant component licenses that could be fitted into the Aurora Titan and judged their merits. Power reactor, engine, sensor system, communication system, ECM, cockpit, etc. He did try to find a way to incorporate his own licenses, in particular his favorite Veltrex armor system and Oleg's Trailblazer engine. Yet for all of their merits, neither of them meshed particularly well with the Aurora Titan's design concept. The Veltrex armor system offers good protection, but it's expensive to maintain, he knew. Its 3-layer armor system sounds effective in theory, but it just makes the armor plating very troublesome to maintain in the field. Generally, this was also the case with other mechs that incorporated compressed armor, but it was especially worse with the complicated Veltrex formulas. When VS studied which armor systems Professor Ventag incorporated into his designs, he noticed that the senior predominantly preferred simpler single-layer or double-layer armor systems. Not only did their formulas demand much less variety in materials, they could also be sourced more easily from various sources. Even so, the downside to these simpler and more practical formulas was that they actually offered a lesser degree of protection compared to more complex armor systems. It seems the professor prefers practicality over achieving the best possible performance, VS judged. Ventag's down-to-earth design philosophy contrasted sharply with the Skull Architect's pursuit of perfection. Their design philosophies reflected their background and their working conditions. Professor Ventag is a brighter and is used to designing third-class mechs to stingy customers. The Skull Architect started off designing second-class mechs to a much more prosperous mech market. These two starting conditions strongly affected their design philosophies and the direction of their designs. The poorer the market conditions, the more buyers appreciated practicality over efficiency. Still, mech buyers in the Bright Republic are just as susceptible to comparing spec sheets of different mech models as those in the Friday Coalition. The problem about elevating practicality over absolute performance was that it didn't translate well into hard numbers. Professor Ventag could get away with using less efficient but easier to work with components due to his reputation as a senior and the skill he employed in weaving them into his designs. Could VS do the same? I think so. Even if I have left behind some small inefficiencies, Professor Ventag will surely wipe my butt when it's his turn to make a pass on the Aurora Titan. He instead opted to incorporate a single-layer armor system called the Pizarro FBP-22 Mark III. The Pizarro's armor formula incorporated various exotics that weren't hard to source in the Bright Republic or the rest of the Komodo Star sector, which was one of the main reasons why Nora Consolidated licensed it. The best part about the Pizarro was that its damage resistance increased remarkably after exceeding a certain level of thickness. It's actually an armor system that is suitable for heavy mechs. Actual heavy mechs generally used more sophisticated multi-layer armor systems. Unlike private outfits, the mech regiments who tended to field these giant beasts always had their logistics in order. The remarkable capacity of the flagrant vandals to repair and even build new mechs from scratch from the Wolf Mother, the Beggar's Bounty, and the Linever Swan came to mind. That left the Pizarro in a somewhat awkward place, as no one really had a demand for cheap and practical armor systems for heavy mechs. Even so, the Pizarro still offered decent enough performance when applied to medium mechs that emphasized defense. Although it was a bit heavier than most other armor systems geared towards medium mechs, the protection it offered was well worth it for its price. The only other downside I have to keep in mind is that it doesn't do well against vibrations and concussive shocks. Single-layer armor system possessed no inherent buffer to absorb vibrations and shocks, unlike with the three-layer Veltrex armor system. This made any mech that used the Pizarro armor system susceptible to explosive damage such as ballistic cannon shells or missile volleys. However, VS would just have to make it up in other ways, such as incorporating shock-absorbing design features into the Aurora Titan's internal architecture. The final factor why he chose to go with the Pizarro armor system was that it had been designed to work well with polarizing fields. While the polarizing module that VS included in the Aurora Titan design could cooperate with any armor system, some simply held onto the polarizing fields better than others. It was like some metals exhibited stronger attraction to magnetism than others. Because the Pizarro armor system had been initially conceived for heavy mechs, its developers made sure to optimize its ability to layer polarizing fields on top of it without resorting to excessive means. It's a heavy armor system, but it's cheaper even if used in bulk. Of all the advantages that the Pizarro armor system brought to the table, VS valued its cost-effectiveness the most. Since the size and dimensions of the Aurora Titan would roughly be at least 20% larger than a medium knight, its production cost rose dramatically. If VS wanted to keep the cost of production at around 60 million credits, then he needed to find a way to reduce the cost of its most expensive component, which was its armor system. The Pizarro is quite good in this regard, as expected of a component license selected by a senior mech designer. Every license in Professor Ventag's library has their own merits. Chapter 1097 for Core Systems. Due to the importance of the armor system to the Aurora Titan design, VS deliberated carefully on his choices before he settled on the Pizarro armor system. As for the selection of other component designs, VS did not trouble himself so much over it. The Aurora Titan was basically a supersized medium space knight, so he generally picked components designed specifically for this mech type. The other components he selected mainly emphasized practicality, defense, and endurance. Sadly, VS hadn't been able to make his mech as energy efficient as his previous original designs. There's a huge difference in energy expenditure between land-bound mechs and space-borne mechs. The flight systems of space-borne mechs expended such vast amounts of energy that hardly any space-borne mech deployed for more than an entire day. Carriers and motherships served a vital purpose in providing a readily accessible resupply point for space-borne mechs to exchange their spent energy cells. While VS could increase the deployment time by making use of more efficient but more trouble fuel cells, they were much less practical in use. Since his vision for the Aurora Titan design also emphasized practicality, then he shouldn't make it more difficult to supply the mech. The polarizing module already uses up a lot of energy when employed. If I want the Aurora Titan to last long enough, then I need to make some savings in the flight system. Each mech type required their own special type of flight systems. Just like each bird possessed a different wing shape, certain flight systems worked better with lighter mechs or heavier mechs. In general, flight systems designed for space knights tended to be more robust and more armored, but only relative to other flight systems. There were limits to how much armor the wing-shaped flight systems could carry before all of the materials began to impede flight. After browsing through many different flight systems, Ves eventually settled on a rather eccentric flight system called the Luminant Orca. When Ves added the Luminant Orca flight system to his unfinished design, the Aurora Titan instantly acquired a radiant appearance. The Luminant Orca was big. It took up a lot of real estate when in use, but folded back inwards when it didn't need to accelerate very fast. This meant that the Aurora Titan could fly with marginally acceptable acceleration despite its ungainly mass by spreading its wings. It also meant that it could fold its wing components into a more compact shape when it held a relatively static position while enduring lots of incoming fire. It's a flight system made for space knights. This extra functionality came at a cost. First, the extra complexity meant that the flight system was a bit harder and more cumbersome to maintain. When unfolded, the Luminant Orca took up a lot of space, which made it easier to hit. Yet despite the light show it emitted during active use, the flight system exhibited a decent amount of energy efficiency. It did so by optimizing its use and relatively low acceleration. Plainly said, the Luminant Orca would never be able to win any speed awards. It came with a hard cap on acceleration in order to optimize its energy efficiently. To put it in even simpler terms, the flight system was permanently stuck in one gear. While it couldn't shift to different gears that worked better under different conditions, its performance was very good in the gear it was stuck in. The flight system thereby served as a great complement to the Aurora Titan, which never put too much demands on mobility. The Aurora Titan design revolved around 4 core parts. Its armor system, its flight system, and its polarizing module all defined the core functionality of his design. The only tech he added from his own end was the addition of alien crystal technology. In order to kick the Aurora Titan's ability to withstand energy damage by another notch, he sprinkled 8 medium-sized light crystals around the frame of the mech. The front, back, and sides of the mechs all became covered by these modest-sized crystals capable of absorbing a limited degree of lasers only to shoot back a powerful light beam. Due to the decision to incorporate smaller but more numerous crystals, the Aurora Titan enjoyed coverage in almost every direction. This saved the cumbersome mech from rotating all the way around if lasers began to strike it from the rear. Still, the wider coverage comes at the expense of damage-absorbing capacity. Ves didn't care too much about that, as the basic functionality of the smaller crystals provided a sufficient amount of functionality. Unlike the Crystal Lord, the Aurora Titan isn't designed to retaliate with ranged attacks. The crystals are only there as a gimmick. To be honest, Ves incorporated the alien crystals despite the expense they added and the complications they introduced into the design due to following his artistic sense. He wanted to convey some of the aesthetics of a sacred god with their god crystals embedded into their hides. Even though sacred gods used very different crystals from those included in his Crystal Lord and Aurora Titan designs, their appearances resembled each other. It helped that Kalanxo's spiritual fragment liked it as well. With the support of the fragment, Ves indulged his artistic fancy by going through with incorporating this gimmick into his mech. It may not have been the most prudent design choice he made during this design project, but sometimes it was worth following his heart rather than adhering to logic. Thematically, the crystals mesh well with the vision for my Aurora Titan design. It's just that I'm making it harder on myself with their inclusion. Each additional system that Ves included into his mech added more and more complexity, to the detriment of the mech's integrity. This was also the main reason why third-class mechs predominantly specialized in highly focused mech types that mainly employed a single weapon system. Hybrid mechs were often more trouble than they were worth. Ves possessed a good understanding of this belief, as he once started off with the bloated Caesar Augustus design. The inclusion of the polarizing module and the alien crystals into the Aurora Titan design is kind of similar to turning it into a hybrid mech design. some of the rules and limitations of hybrid mechs applied to the Aurora Titan design. The inclusion of these extra features imposed more requirements on his design's internal architecture, taking up valuable real estate that could have been used to strengthen its structure and increase its redundancy and compartmentalization. "Its shell won't crack so easily," Ves muttered. "The benefit of a bigger mech is that I can pile more armor onto it. The gimmicks I've added doesn't change the fact that the Aurora Titan is already a fundamentally tanky design." Now that Ves defined the 4 core systems of the Aurora Titan design and matched them with specific component designs, he covered all of his bases. Everything else is much more straightforward. Ves already determined the most suitable power reactor, engine, and other systems a while ago. Stuffing them into his design resulted in a much more cramped and busy-looking mech design. Obviously, there wasn't an abundant amount of free space available to accommodate a robust internal architecture. This was especially because Ves planned to fill up a large portion of the Aurora Titan's internal space with lots of energy cells. The polarizing module and the flight system of his design both served important roles in his design, but they both depended heavily on the supply of energy. One of the welcome advantages of designing an oversized mech was that Ves gained a bit more room to work with compared to a regular medium space knight. "My mech won't win any endurance contests, but it should at least be able to power its polarizing module for some time." Still, his mech only provided the tools. It was up to the mech pilot to employ them as effectively and efficiently as possible. In the hands of a badly trained mech pilot, the Aurora Titan performed much worse than a generic Space Knight design. This entire process took a couple of days, which wasn't very long at all. Ves still needed to move on to the hardest part of the design process, which was to design the internal architecture and shape the armor of the mech in a way that unified the different parts into a coherent whole. This is where the good mech designers are able to distinguish themselves from the bad. It also happened to be an area in which Ves expressed a lot of confidence in his ability to unearth synergies. His wide knowledge base, his abundant amount of practical experience, and the many insights he gleaned from his latest mastery experience all came to the forefront as Ves tackled the most difficult mech design he conceived up to now. Days went by like the wind. Weeks passed with hardly any interruptions. While Ves did not close himself off from society completely this time, the LMC pretty much ran by itself all this time as it already did so years before. Phase 2 still went underway, but most of the major changes already came to pass. The company mainly stuck to holding various company events in order to further reinforce the shared identity of its workforce. By all accounts, Phase 2 largely succeeded in unifying the LMC's employees with the company. Phase 2 was less successful in instilling a common set of values and principles amongst their workforce. Certainly, the sheer amount of indoctrination sessions disguised as company events they went through made sure that everyone began to speak the lingo. Yet reports indicated that at least half of the employees only paid lip service to the vague mission that they should supply their customers with mechs they could treat as partners. This difficulty partially stemmed from the stubborn and individualistic nature of humans, but the high-minded and abstract mission statement of the LMC didn't do it any favors. Most of the skeptics found the company's core principles to be rather vague and wishy-washy. Why think so much when at the end of the day, a company was all about making as much money as possible? Do you think that the skeptics will eventually get around to the company's ideals? Ves asked over the comm. It's hard to say, but I think their resistance will inevitably be worn away if the entire company and many of the people around them continue to adhere to the same value. This process of osmosis will ensure that all but the more hardcore skeptics and cynics will come around to the company's principles. As long as the company kept up its indoctrination efforts, there would hardly be anyone left in the company who wasn't brainwashed into becoming a loyal company man. By then, any deviance would stand out like a light in the dark. In between his design sessions, Ves ordered Gavin to provide him with a daily status update on how the company was doing. While it was tempting for him to set aside every other concern and immerse himself into designing the Aurora Titan for several months straight, he knew he couldn't adopt his old methods any longer. Ves should not lose total awareness of the outside galaxy when he designed a mech. If he continued to abide by this habit, it would eventually come and bite him in the butt. Even though it wasn't particularly urgent for him to hear about the company's day-to-day matters, Ves still reserved some time for his daily reports to keep him grounded to reality. What else is going on in the company? Our orders have decreased once again. I think the recent publicity boosts have run their course. Now that the war has ended, a lot of notable mech designers returned to their companies. Some have even begun to publish new designs, attracting a lot of attention away from our own products, not that we enjoyed that much attention in the first place. That's because our mech catalog is too meager. Right now, I'm working on rectifying this shortcoming. Is there anything else to report? That's all, Ves. Okay. Make sure to keep me in the loop of new developments. After ending the calm call, Ves mustered up his concentration yet again and resumed his ongoing design work. The Aurora Titan was slowly and surely taking shape under his ministrations. Chapter 1098 Sacred Facsimile. The more Ves progressed in his design work, the more imposing the Aurora Titan became. From the very start, Ves conceived his design to be a large and eye-catching mech. Using every bit of artistic sense in his bone, Ves tried his best to avoid giving his Aurora Titan an obscene appearance. When Ves took a step back to evaluate the look of his design, he thought he did a decent job in making his mech look broad and barrel-chested rather than a round, upright pig. The contours of a mech not only define its performance, but also its perception. If a mech looks fat, the public will inevitably apply some of their prejudices to it. Regardless of its actual performance, it's very hard to change people's biases on my Aurora Titan design once they develop some biases against it. Sometimes these biases don't even have to be backed by the truth. Knowing how easy it was for the public to collectively turn against his Aurora Titan design, Ves did his best to nip this problem in the bud. While he couldn't do much about the expanded size of his mech, Ves nonetheless designed his mech with visual features that drew positive attention. One example was the flamboyant luminant Orca flight system, which unfolded somewhat akin to the wings of an angel when fully deployed. To Ves, the bright golden glow around the wings harkened back to the vault of the gods that used to cover the skies of Aeon Corona 7. Each of his design choices concerning the Aurora Titan, whether they related to its functionality or its aesthetic appearance, all received the support of Kalanxo's spiritual fragment. It's as much my design as it is yours. It's fair for me to give you a say in how the mech takes shape. The pleasure and approval radiating from the fragment in his mind validated his decision to let his spiritual fragment play an integral role in the formation of his design. The result was as if Ves felt as if he designed a custom mech tailored to fit a single client perfectly. Kalanxo's spiritual fragment was much more involved in the design process than any of his previous images. The fragment was alive and aware in a way that the images created in his mind from his own pale spirituality could never measure up. There was such a quantitative difference between the two that Ves never considered going back to relying on images alone. This is a much more involved design process. How can I ever go back to playing with my imagination by myself? His previous images had all been formed by his mind. While they acquired their own separate identities due to his actions, it didn't change the fact that they shared a common root with Ves. This meant that all of their opinions and beliefs were copied from him as well. The only reason why they appeared distinct from Ves was that they only emphasized a more narrow set of beliefs that was compatible with their images. It's essentially interacting with a split personality of mine, Ves summed up. So far, I mainly designed my mechs by talking to myself. It's not that much better than designing a mech without any guidance. Ves never experienced a sharper difference from his old methods when he let the active spiritual fragment in his mind ride along his design work. When Ves became the most engaged in his design work, the boundary between Ves and the spiritual fragment even began to blur. In this short but brief state where they partially became of one mind, they always managed to add a very distinct design quirk to the Aurora Titan design. The only problem here was that sometimes the decisions made by Kalanxo's spiritual fragment were pretty out there. It wasn't a mech designer after all, so it held much less regard to the technical practicalities of his design. In these cases, Ves either worked with them despite the additional complications they brought, or he vetoed them outright. He used the latter sparingly, though, in order to avoid upsetting the fragment. Ouch! Look, it's really a bad idea to add a tail to the Aurora Titan. It's a humanoid mech, not a lizard man mech. A tail is just awful idea for so many reasons that I don't know where to begin. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Please stop pulsing your fury into my mind. Aside from these unpleasant experiences, Ves largely maintained a harmonious relationship with the fragment. They even grew closer during their shared work experience. He even felt as if his spirituality began to take some of the properties of the spiritual fragment. This realization abruptly forced him to a stop. Am I beginning to resonate with the fragment in some ways? Or am I being contaminated by the fragment's values and beliefs? This was a very important question that Ves did not consider thoroughly enough. Hosting an extremely powerful spiritual fragment in his mind for at least a month should have led to a lot of changes, some of which Ves might not find desirable. However, Ves did not immediately panic as he did not feel as if his sense of self had shifted in a major way. I shouldn't be so susceptible to contamination. Even if the fragment is a lot more powerful than me, it hasn't been hostile to me. Any diffusion that has occurred is accidental rather than deliberate. While Ves couldn't rule out that hosting living spiritual fragment of other beings might find a way to affect his own beliefs, he couldn't do much about it at this time. He couldn't very well boot out Kalanxo's spiritual fragment from his mind, only for it to drift away in the imaginary realm. If I want to minimize any negative side effects, then I need to hurry up with completing my design. Time continued to pass as Ves made brisk progress in designing the Aurora Titan. 2 months passed in relative peace before he made it to what he considered to be the halfway point. At this stage, most of the major design choices had been set, and the rest of the work entailed smaller refinements instead of major choices that impacted the entire design on a fundamental level. My mech looks increasingly more fitting for its name. Ves played with the moniker he bestowed upon it to shape the Aurora Titan into a giant humanoid figure. Strength and power radiated from the masculine contours of his design. This was a mech that embodied strength and resilience. In addition, so long as it unfolded its wings, the golden glow that suffused them gave the Aurora Titan a majestic flair. Just the appearance of this big boy alone can do wonders in inspiring others. Outfits mostly employed night mechs and space knights as damaged sponges, yet that did not mean that they couldn't enjoy their own moments of glory. A space knight often formed the mental bulwark of a mech unit. Their continued presence served as an anchor for everyone's morale. As long as the space knight still remained present on the battlefield, the rest of its unit endured as well. It's similar to how the flagrant vandals employ the Hellcat hybrid knights as their signature mechs. Even if they're expensive pieces of overgeared machines, their dramatic battle performance exerts an outsized influence in every short battle. Frankly, a major part why the Aurora Titan gained such a remarkable appearance was due to the creative influence of Kalanxo's spiritual fragment. In some way, his design started to resemble the sacred gods, at least in spirit. Of course, All of these complicating factors also gave VS a lot of headaches with regards to efficiency and performance. This was why it took 2 months just to reach the halfway point. He only took some solace in the fact that now that every major design decision was set, he wouldn't be working so slowly anymore. My mech has already taken shape. It's just the details that needs to be added. Any choices I make there won't have as much impact as before. Usually, VS would just proceed to go to the next step of the design phase, but he realized that he had already made a lot of unilateral decisions. I should at least give Professor Ventag the courtesy to check up on my work so far. After careful consideration, he decided to call the professor on his comm this time. VS did not connect to his secretary but patched straight through the senior. VS. It's been some time, he said. By the looks of it, you've made a lot of progress in our design project. I have. I'm sorry for dropping off in the last 2 months. Let me show you what I've created so far. I think you'll be pleasantly surprised. While a senior could scan a mech design in a couple of seconds, VS nonetheless took the time to describe his thought processes behind each important design decision. Naturally, he completely left out Kalankso's spiritual fragment out of the retelling. At the end of his explanation, VS summed up his progress up to now. While I haven't put the Aurora Titan through any simulators yet, I think you won't be disappointed by its performance. The professor sat silently on the other end of the communication channel. VS provided the senior with a lot of information. Frankly, I'm surprised at your work. You've exceeded my expectations. Your work is practically indistinguishable from the work of journeymen, at least from a technical standpoint. While there are many design decisions that I can't help but question, I'm glad that you at least adhered to a consistent logic in your design process. That said, I think you really ought to reconsider some of the most troubling aspects. The senior mech designer guided him to some of his most contentious design choices. It wasn't as if VS didn't know about those troubling issues, but both he and his Kalankso already accepted the trade-offs they made. Even if they made the mech weaker in one area, it inevitably gained something in another area. The professor knew that too, so the senior only questioned VS sufficiently in order to make sure he knew what he was getting into. As long as VS accepted the consequences of his design choices, it was okay to take some unconventional design choices. What I'm most impressed about your work so far is that you have been unabashed in leaving your own mark in your design. It's anything but generic, the professor praised. However, while it's always good to distinguish your work from the pack, don't go too far in trying to produce a unique work. For all the bashing that generic mech designs receive, sometimes customers prize stability and consistent performance over flashy but unstable features. VS nodded. He knew that the professor in fact warned him that he was already crossing over the line with regards to some of his more radical implementations. The Aurora Titan was anything but an average mech, and VS tried his best to turn it into a fantastic mech design. At this stage in the design process, I could use your help in fleshing out its internal architecture, VS requested, bringing up the other reason why he called the professor. This is much more to your area of expertise. If I casually begin to dabble into its design, there's a large chance that it won't pass muster. Could you provide some guidance to me in this area? Certainly. I have already identified numerous critical points you need to pay attention to when you flesh out the internal architecture. Let me list them out for you. Before I give you some advice on how to tackle them or implement my own solutions, I want to see how you'll address them first. VS accepted this approach. This entire joint design project was supposed to be a learning experience for him, so he cherished the opportunity to receive some hands-on tutoring from an actual senior. First, let's talk about the issues related to the Luminant Orca flight system. This isn't your average flight system, VS, and you need to take several additional factors into account. Chapter 1099 Wacky Partner. Having an experienced senior mech designer provide some guiding advice on the side helped Ves a lot. They didn't cause him to change the fundamental nature of the Aurora Titan design. However, the insights he developed after thinking over Professor Ventag's leading questions led him to refine the decisions he already made into more optimal implementations. In general, the assistants enhanced the qualities that the Aurora Titan already possessed. At this stage of the design process, the professor also went to work himself. Ves hadn't designed much more than an outline of the internal architecture, but this was arguably the most important part of the mech since it had to support so many active systems. Without a robust enough architecture, Ves could forget about getting the polarizing module and the alien crystals to work. Slowly but sure, the Aurora Titan transitioned from a fanciful concept into a very real mech design. Countless technical problems arose during the design process, but with Professor Ventag's mastery of internal design, the Aurora Titan never got close to becoming overloaded with all the systems it needed to support. The Aurora Titan design won't be a repeat of the Caesar Augustus design, Ves muttered to himself during his focused design spurts. It helped that its larger size afforded the mech significantly more internal volume. This added room made a lot of difference in maximizing redundancy and compartmentalization, which defensive mechs needed a lot of in order to remain combat capable in the event of an armor breach. Still, with all the stuff I've added to the mech such as extra energy cells, the Aurora Titan isn't as good in these factors as other Space Knights. However, as a specialist in damage control, Professor Ventag did wonders with the space he had at his disposal. He put his full expertise into play, to the point of adding certain strange abstruse methods into play. Through the use of some technical wizardry, the sophistication of the internal architecture quickly exceeded the point where Ves could still follow the senior's train of thought. At certain points, Ves even felt as if achieved a condition where it felt as if Professor Ventag managed to make 1 + 1 = 2.01. Ordinarily, this should have been an impossibility, but no matter how much Ves rubbed his eyes, the design somehow achieved synergies beyond what should have been technically possible. Ves wasn't entirely unfamiliar with this phenomenon. Through various methods, a high-ranking mech designer was able to bend reality by employing their design philosophy. This is why journeyman mech designers and upwards really differentiate their mechs with. Their design philosophies have grown to the point where they have gained a real competitive advantage in their area of specialty. Due to the incredibly advanced nature of these special features, Ves always came under significant mental strain whenever he attempted to study the implementations. He knew better than to pry too deeply into Ventag's wondrous methods. The professor's design philosophy focused very much on the internals of mech. Their design philosophies overlapped very little, so further study would prove detrimental to Ves. It was not his intention to shift his own design philosophy in the direction of the professor's own beliefs. Each of us are following different paths. We are like artists collaborating on a single art piece. Rather than looking over my shoulder to emulate what my co-artist is doing so well, I should instead stick to my own area of expertise. This was a lot harder than it sounded like someone like Ves. He hungered for improvement like a dwarf hungered for godling meat. Any mech designer would be tempted, really. Yet such behavior would be detrimental at best and outright ruinous in other cases. Anyone below the rank of journeyman still possessed a malleable design philosophy, and in most cases it didn't benefit them at all to see them shift in the direction of an entirely different philosophy. While Ves mostly considered himself beyond these concerns, he still made the prudent choice of sticking to his own guns. Other mech designers may be able to perform grand feats of technical wizardry, but Ves already has his spiritual wizardry to keep him satisfied. In the end, this is why collaboration is so impactful. As long as the mech designers involved in the project aren't overlapping their specialties, each of them can enhance the design in their own way. VS knew that this was a lot harder for some than for others. Working with Professor Ventag made him realize that certain specialties lent itself better to collaboration than others. For example, Professor Ventag's domain encompassed pretty much the entirety of a mech's internal architecture. Any other mech designer who specialized in a certain aspect of internal design would have to think twice before getting in bed with someone like Ventag. For his part, the professor worked best if he collaborated with someone who specialized in specific parts, such as mech engines, or external features, such as weapon systems. VS realized a critical rule in mech design. Not only is there no point to overlapping specialties in a single design, but it can even lead to disaster if they are forced together. In addition to this rule, VS also learned something incredibly valuable about himself. My design philosophy is compatible with nearly every mech designer. There are hardly any mech designer who possesses a design philosophy as whack as mine. He was careful not to rule out the possibility entirely. The galaxy was huge and countless mech designers existed through the galaxy. With the 5 scrolls compact messing about with spirituality in their sporadic research, there might be some madman out there who believe that mechs could be inhabited by ghosts or something. Isn't that what the Skull Architect wanted to do in his own warped way? VS mused. It sounded strange that extremely smart and knowledgeable mech designers would develop esoteric theories with little foundation in reality, but metaphysics existed. The phenomenon of design philosophy itself was an expression of metaphysics. The most important takeaway from this collaboration was that VS developed such an esoteric design specialty that he could work together with almost any mech designer in the galaxy. Yet even if that is so, will any mech designer actually choose to work with someone with a specialty like mine? In the first place, it was really difficult for other mech designers to understand what VS worked towards in the first place. With the necessity of keeping the truth of spirituality obscured, VS faced the same problem as the LMC. Almost no one except VS understood his principles. If even my own employees don't understand the nature of my design philosophy, then other mech designers definitely won't be able to appreciate the value I can bring to their designs. Even if VS advanced to journeyman on the basis of his unusual design philosophy, he did not expect to be getting much offers for collaboration anytime soon. If VS wanted to pool someone else's specialty into his own designs, then his only real choice would be to nurture subordinate mech designers from within his own company. In that light, VS already began to get caddies involved into his joint design project. Even though the Aurora Titan was strictly being developed by VS and Professor Ventag, that did not preclude them from drawing upon the assistance of their subordinates. For example, the professor already put one of his design teams to work on performing iterative simulations on the mech design. VS learned that the mathematical models employed during these simulations had difficulty predicting the performance of Professor Ventag's specialty. No matter how well Professor Ventag constructed the models, they only approximated reality. The distortions that resulted in certain calculations led to skewed results that needed to be manually checked and corrected by the design team. All in all, while the professor's design team did manage to accomplish some optimizations, the effort put into it was disproportionate to the amount of time and effort they wasted. Only a senior mech designer or higher can be as profligate as him in putting an entire design team at work just to achieve some modest optimizations. The difference they made to the performance of the Aurora Titan design barely surpassed a single %. VS did not have an entire design team at his disposal, but he did benefit a little from the assistance of caddies. Even though she was still a novice mech designer, she had spent the last few months hitting all kinds of textbooks. He tasked her with helping him design a suitable sword for the Aurora Titan. What kind of sword do you want to pair with your fatty mech? Keddies asked. I told you time and time again, don't call the Aurora Titan a fatty mech. VS sighed. Anyway, it's a big mech, but also a fairly slow one. While I don't expect it to perform any miracles during the rare instances it is engaged in melee combat, I want to give it a very big sword. Its overall agility and flexibility is low, so it needs to compensate for it with wider reach and greater power. The Aurora Titan is able to exert quite a bit of mechanical strength, so I want you to work with that in developing a sword that isn't too hard to employ but can pose a big threat to enemy mechs in range. Kedis played around for a bit, and eventually came up with a design for a hefty broadsword. While its mass did not help the Aurora Titan swing it faster, it at least ensured the broadsword hit hard when the weapon connected. This allowed the Aurora Titan to do quite decently against starships, fixed defenses, and other relatively immobile targets. In effect, pairing the Aurora Titan with a large and heavy weapon turned it into a mobile siege engine on the battlefield. While both VS and Professor Ventag possessed some misgivings about doubling down on power at the expense of agility, there was little point in arming the Aurora Titan with a dagger. The super-medium Space Knight simply wasn't as fast and agile as a light skirmisher, which could employ daggers to deadly effect. Professor Ventag did offer VS with an alternative solution. We aren't living in a primitive time where melee weapons merely consists of big wooden or metal objects. There are certain weapon designs that aim to provide a high degree of destructive power while keeping mass at a minimum. Are you talking about plasma melee weapons? That's a potential solution. Such hybrid weapons allow you to pair the Aurora Titan with a smaller and lighter weapon as long as you can accept the trade-offs involved. Eventually, they both decided against the use of higher-tech weaponry. A plasma sword was indeed very fancy and very common in second-class designs, but the designs available to third-class mechs came with a lot more limitations. The power draw alone would turn the Aurora Titan into such an energy-hungry mech that it would be a wonder if it lasted more than 15 minutes in battle. A peak deployment time of only 15 minutes was way too short. Therefore, as the final arbiter of all the major decisions concerning the Aurora Titan design, he decided to work with the broadsword that Kedis came up with. After she finished design a simple and sharp sword with the help of the alloy formulas she found within Nora Consolidated's database, VS tweaked and optimized it even further so that it was up to his standard. As for the shield, VS opted to go for a thick curved tower shield made out of uncompressed alloy. The only distinguishing advantage of the shield was that it incorporated the ability to hold a polarizing field. While this increased the shield's complexity and decreased its structural integrity, VS nonetheless figured this design choice to be worth it because it saved the outfit fielding this mech a lot of money. If there is one part about a Space Knight that gets beat up the most, it's always their shields. VS knew better than to employ the formulas of the Pizarro armor system in the design of the shield. A tower shield was very large and very expensive, and also very hard to repair in the field. By employing a much cheaper alloy in the design of the shield that benefited from polarization, an outfit fielding an Aurora Titan wouldn't cry when the mech returned from battle with a shield full of holes. If these outfits really want a tougher shield made out of compressed alloy, then they can damn well buy a separate one themselves. The main advantages of humanoid mechs was that they weren't stuck with their loadout of external armaments and equipment. Customers could opt to skip the sword and shield included in the mech model for a discount. They just had to pair their new purchases with their own gear. After several months of work, the joint design project between VS and Professor Ventag entered the testing phase. Chapter 1100 Fulfillment in Design. After over 4 months of intensive design work, the Aurora Titan had essentially reached a feature-complete state. All the parts that needed to be added had been added to the mech. Meanwhile, Professor Ventag already completed the design's internal architecture a while ago. For a mech designer of his ability, he didn't have to rack his brains too much to pair the Aurora Titan with a fantastic internal architecture. Professor Ventag offered to perform the testing entirely on his end, but VS refused. It's my design, mostly, so I need to see whether the mech performs up to my expectation. You have never designed a space-borne mech before. The professor frowned over the calm. Even though your theoretical knowledge of space-borne mechs is surprisingly extensive, that does not change the fact that your company doesn't have the requisite infrastructure to test space-borne mechs. Eventually, they decided for Ves to come over to Bentheim and fabricate the first prototype of the Aurora Titan design at one of Nora Consolidated Manufacturing Complexes. He would then take the prototype to the larger mech company's testing facility in an isolated star system in the Green Nebula region. It entailed quite a bit of travel, but it ensured that Ves would be able to take advantage of Nora Consolidated's best facilities. The professor was right in stating that Ves and the LMC weren't equipped to put the Aurora Titan to its paces. I guess we'll be returning to Bentheim again, he said to Lucky as he ended his calm call with the professor. Meow. I know Bentheim isn't safe for us, but we'll be spending most of our time at Nora Consolidated. It's not as if we're going to be strolling down the middle of Durham's boulevards. Meow. Oh, all right. I'll purchase some exotic treats for you when we're there. Lucky climbed on his shoulder and affectionately rubbed his cheek against Ves. After Ves exited his lab, he called up Kedis to inform him of their impending departure. You're taking me along? Kedis asked. Yup. I think you'll benefit from visiting Bentheim and witness the scale of Nora Consolidated's production facilities. I'm sure you'll also be able to learn some lessons when we test the prototype in space. Just because the design is feature complete doesn't mean it is fit for the market. All the simulations we've performed so far does not account for every quirk that can happen in practice. Mech designers like us have an obligation to make sure that our mech designs won't inadvertently blow up and kill our own customers. Hearing this already made her excited. I can't wait to help out. Kedis quickly raced off to her apartment to pack her luggage. To be honest, the help she provided so far didn't amount to much. Even the sword she designed was something Ves could come up with himself. Rather than include her in the design process to benefit from her assistance, he was merely preparing her for a time when her specialty truly became distinct enough to provide value to his mech designs. Every mech designer needed to start from somewhere. Not everyone benefited from the advantages that enabled Ves to skip over these learning experiences. Before he departed to Bentheim, Ves enjoyed a short period of respite from his intensive design work these last few months. Working time after time on refining the Aurora Titan design with the help of the spiritual fragment in his mind was still arduous to his mental capacity. This is not the easiest way to design a mech, that's for sure. Yet he considered these pains to be worth a necessary price to pay. The Aurora Titan's X factor became increasingly more potent and more defined under their cooperative efforts. Drawing from the observations he made during his last mastery experience, he learned that the strength and potency of the X factor largely came from the mech designer. More specifically, Ves learned that he could take measures to accelerate the growth of the X factor of his design by employing a number of methods. The most direct one would be to replicate what Kalanxo had done by transferring his spiritual energy to the X factor of his design. Ves felt very leery about this option, though. Ves hadn't quite developed a complete picture of how scarce spiritual energy was and how hard it was to replenish it. Right now, he maintained the notion that while spiritual energy could regenerate or be replenished from within his mind, it was quite a slow process. Ves had only recently topped off the spiritual energy I've lost during my previous mastery experience. All of this pointed out that just like Kalanxo, Ves could not expend his spiritual energy willy-nilly to perform feats of wizardry. Imbuing the Aurora Titan with raw spiritual energy from his own mind was the crudest way of empowering it. Aside from being wasteful, Ves also didn't master the technique to blend his spiritual energy with the X factor of his designs. Therefore, Aside from fixating on quantity, he would much rather focus his attention on the quality and uniformity of his design's spirituality. A good and coherent set of values and beliefs that VS wanted to impart to his designs served as the basic foundation of its X factor. It didn't matter how strong the X factor measured to his spiritual sense if it all became a muddled mess at the end due to engaging in too many flights of fancy. When VS kept track of his design's developing X factor, VS faced a notable increase in heterogeneity when Professor Ventag began to work on the internal architecture. VS always expected something like this to happen. Even if Ventag didn't consciously mean to contaminate the X factor of the Aurora Titan with his own spiritual imprint, his design philosophy exerted so much influence that it could not be ignored. Having anticipated this problem, redoubled his effort into overriding the professor's imprint with his own. In this aspect, Kalankso's spiritual fragment again proved to be a lifesaver as its strong and potent energy remained undefeatable even against the influence of a senior mech designer. How strong is Kalankso, really? By directing the powerful spiritual fragment to imprint itself on the X factor of the Aurora Titan design each time Professor Ventag made another contribution, VS ensured the mech remained coherent on a spiritual level. Employing these methods showed VS that it wasn't impossible for him to retain his specialty even when he collaborated with higher-ranked mech designer. The only issue was that VS wouldn't always have a powerful, friendly, and responsive spiritual fragment at his disposal. Inevitably, VS would need to substitute this function using his own strength if he wanted to employ the same tricks in his future designs. In the meantime, he would milk his temporary advantage for all it was worth. Not only did Kalankso's spiritual fragment ensure the purity of the Aurora Titan's X factor, it also supplied much of its quantitative strength. Eventually, the two would merge and become one and the same. What the end result might look like, VS couldn't tell, but it was bound to be a groundbreaking event. I'm getting ahead of myself. VS shook his head. I need to make sure that the technical aspects of the design is up to standard. A crappy mech design paired with a fantastic X factor was still a failure in his eyes. This was because VS mainly considered the X factor to amplify the performance of a mech and mech pilot duo. It could only work with the resources at its disposal. I can't control the quality of the mech pilot, but I can make sure the mech won't be a disappointment. According to the senior's own opinion, the performance of the design would definitely not disappoint. While it was larger, less mobile, and more expensive than regular medium space knights, the Aurora Titan made up for it in sheer defensive capabilities. Even without running a prototype of its design through real space tests, VS and the professor could already glean that much from their own work. It gave strength to the argument that they should start with an asking price of 100 million credits for the most basic model. While VS hadn't made up his mind on this issue, he increasingly came around to the professor's viewpoint. An apprentice mech designer would not easily charge that much for one of their designs. The mech market would laugh at him for being too greedy. It's different for a senior, though. Even though the professor's contribution isn't all that great, it is undeniable that the Aurora Titan is also his design as well. With his credibility behind our joint project, it is a lot easier to get the market to accept a higher price point. Another, more pragmatic reason behind charging a lot at the start was to account for future depreciation and reductions in price. At this moment in time, the current generation of mechs was in its sunset period. Any mech designs published in the next couple of years would only be able to sell for its list price for a short period of time before being forced to discount it by 20% or more. By the time the new generation commences, the Aurora Titan would still be profitable even if it sells for 80 million credits. This was the kind of shrewd marketing that ensured the design's longevity and relevance in a changing mech market. It's kind of like making a product seem more attractive by raising its base price by 50% but then offer a 40% discount to customers. Even though buyers forked out more money for the same product as before, they gained the illusion of picking up a bargain due to the deceptive way the seller applied its discount. The Aurora Titan is really only worth about 80 million credits in my eyes. Charging 100 million at the start won't exactly do wonders for its cost effectiveness, but it will be a different story when the MTA finally rolls out the next mech generation. All of this meant that VS should not expect brisk sales of his Aurora Titan design at the start. Instead, the pricing scheme suggested by Professor Ventag paved the way for it to become a sleeper hit. As long as more and more people began to see the merits of the Aurora Titan model, sales would continue to pick up in increasingly greater quantities. The early adopters who paid 100 million credits for a copy essentially paid extra in order to get a head start. As long as the early buyers of the Aurora Titan pairs the mech with a mech pilot who knows what they are doing, I think they'll be very thankful they got in first. Essentially, only VS had an inkling of his Aurora Titan's full potential. Its technical performance should already be on par, but the strong X factor piled on top of it should elevate its actual battle performance to another level. The significance of this design and the many insights he learned along the way stoked his design philosophy like never before. Not a single day went by where he hadn't been passionately involved in the design project. To VS, designing mechs such as the Aurora Titan provided him with a sense of fulfillment. He was developing something that no one else could match. It was the kind of satisfaction that someone derived from doing a good job. VS felt he was doing something useful by innovating on something hardly any mech designer paid attention to. His design philosophy eagerly resonated with his satisfaction, causing it to gain in splendor. It wouldn't be long before the butterfly broke from its cocoon. Even if I advance, it will take a while to gain official acknowledgement of that. VS regretfully shook his head. The MTA only recognized journeymen who designed at least 5 original mechs. These mech designs also had to be serious efforts rather than competition designs or trash designs that a mech designer came up with in a handful of days. With the Black Beak, the Crystal Lord, the Enduring Protector and his upcoming Aurora Titan designs under his belt, VS only needed to design one more original mech design to meet the MTA's demands. VS already formed some ideas on what he should design next, but first he needed to finish his current project. Off to Bentheim, then.